So one more time before we get into our actual category calls, this will be the final call going out for our new entry time runs only. New entry time runs only. Again, doesn't matter category, whether you're pro, super pro, sportsman, motorcycle, doesn't matter. We're in lanes 5 and 6. This will be the final call for new entry time runs only. So you're more than welcome to come on down and get that one hit for the new entry time runs before we go into category calls. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as soon as we get our new entry time runs out of the way, we're going to go into double entered pro. So this will be our first call for double entered pro, lanes 3 and 4. So we can get the program kicked off, ready to go today. So of course we are going to run our new entries first, but double entered pro, this will be your first call to lanes 3 and 4. So once again, we are going to put out that final call for final call for our new entry time runs only. New entry time runs only. This is your final call. You should be in 5 and 6. Like I say, we understand we had about 4 or 5 new cards come up here, so that should be about the extent of it. If you are a junior dragster new entry, you're in 1 and 2, but otherwise lanes 5 and 6 for our new entry time runs. We are putting out a call as well for our double entered pro. Double entered pro. This is your second call to lanes 3 and 4. So double entered pro. This is your second call to lanes 3 and 4. Here we go. Day 4. Hangover Nationals, Tucson Dragway. Our Wally Day, just like yesterday. This is the new entry time runs. Good looking Barracuda, about a 68, 69, somewhere in there. It's not a big back windowed Barracuda anyway, but car number 6319. Hit out of the box. 0, 0, 0. I mean, how can you do that right out of the box? The second one coming up looks like a Tesla over here in the left-hand lane. Against a smart car. Now, I think we had one smart car yesterday. We got the big Chevy pickup truck over there in the right-hand lane. Truck looking, gets away with a 419. 1076 at 66 miles an hour. Now, please, once again, remember, all categories at the Hangover Nationals are 8th mile. All categories. Doesn't matter what category you're in, is all 8th mile here at the Hangover Nationals. And just a little safety stuff for you. Left lane has the right-of-way. So if you are new to Tucson Dragway, we want to welcome you in, say thanks for coming. But left lane has the right-of-way. If you're in the left lane, please exit as quickly and safely as possible at one of our 2 left-hand exits. And if you're in the right lane, please look out for that car, race car over there in the left-hand lane. Don't cut it off. We don't need a little accident up there in front of our safety crew. I mean, that would be the best place to do it, but we don't want it. So, smart car goes, it looks like a 13. Oh, wow, at 53 miles an hour. number 796. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Final call, double entered pro. Final call, double entered pro. Fact is, we're going to go ahead and get all pro category. Come on down. Double entered, you should be there. And calling all pro, your call to the lanes, please. So now once again, we are kicking off the program right away. There are no time runs, so please put numbers on the window because this is round one eliminations. Round one eliminations, guys. We're going right into the program, so just like yesterday. So once again, this is just like yesterday's program. We are in eliminations. This is round one. Ladies and gentlemen, glad you're here. Glad we're going to have a great time all the rest of today, Sunday. Tucson Dragway, Hangover Nationals. Kid, left-hand lane. Joe's looking for a 639 in the little S10 pickup truck. Up against Tracy Snodgrass. Tracy in the 1977 Vega. Vega's looking for a 602 in the American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane. Joe Kidd, 639. So he's going to get to leave just about half a second before Tracy gets to go. So the 70, the little S10 pickup left-hand lane. Now Joe Kidd was playing in a Nova yesterday. But if you do happen to be a runner-up in round one, you can slip over to the buyback. It looks like Joe Kidd going to pick up that win already. Joe's not going to have to go. So here's Don Hall. Used to, I think, Rob Khalil 677. Oh, and a breakout win. The Coot is not going to get that one. Breakout goes to Scott Taylor. Dial to 77, goes to 79, two above at 101 miles an hour. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Hey, we are taking all pro. All pro, come on down. We need you in lanes 3 and 4. Here's AJ Crater and Eric Holsley. Eric in the Firebird. AJ in the Mustang. Mustang left-hand lane, 845 on the window through that 8th mile. Wind lights come on a breakout. Eric Holsley gets it. AJ goes just a little bit too quick. Took the stripe by, about 66. So Holsley looks like we'll get that win out of there. Looking for a 12, goes 5 above with a 17 and 96 miles an hour. All right, Brett Spence. Isn't that a neat looking Nova? About a 67 Nova here in the left-hand lane with a 651 up against Wes Snodgrass. Wes in the 1967 Camaro. So same years between a Nova and a Camaro. The 67 Camaro right-hand lane, 617. Going to have to be just a little bit patient, about a half a second as Brett Spence is going to get out first. So Spence about a half a second ahead as the tree comes down and goes green for both drivers. Ooh, nice light. Got a couple stuffed away in the bank. Oh, and a breakout win goes to Brett Spence. He already had a couple put away, 21 to a 45. And Snodgrass goes under by 2, gives the win over to Spence. Spence dialed a 51 and goes dead 1. So a 22 package already at 100 miles an hour for Spence. Here's Sarah Kidd and Derek Fisher. Derek in the Fairmont. Sarah in the S10. S10 looking for a 670 here in the left-hand lane. Derek wants a 780 in the right-hand lane. Gets that full second head start. Wow. So the Fairmont out and away with a red light. Start by 16. Sarah gets a free time run in round 1 and not going to have to go to the buyback window. It's got a 41 green. Looking for a 70. Goes about 8 thou under at 101 miles an hour for Sarah Kidd with that win. Kurt Zenzalita. Here on the tower side, C700 looking for a 678. The Corvette right-hand lane, 637. Zenzalita got to pick up the win, goes 2 above, 80 on a 78 with a quarter light. Nicely done, Kurt. Here's Paul Coleman and Andy Kadar. Kadar, right-hand lane, 666 on the window. Now he did that a lot yesterday, had that 666 on the window. He gets to leave a half a second before Coleman. Coleman left lane, looking for a 612 in that 1967 Chevy Chevelle 300 two-door. So one of the cheapy models back in the day. Got Larry's engine and machine engine under the hood. Big block 555. Both of them get away with a green light start, and Andy picks up the win. 36 at the tree, 3 better, and then goes at double 6 with a 4. So almost dead 4 at 102 miles an hour for Andy. Here's Regan Walcott and Jason Beltman, or as Bateman, I believe it is. 63 Shoebox Nova, right-hand lane. Gets to leave about 0.40 before Regan Walcott gets to leave. She's got a 7:09 on the window, so she'll chase down Jason in the Nova. That's a 63 Nova against I believe a 2008, 2009 Corvette. Both of them, again, get away with a green line start. Wow. Jason, way tardy. That doesn't normally happen, and neither one of them stellar lights. Regan 120, but she'll get the win. She goes 29 on a 9, so 0.2 above. Wow. Next pair coming to you. Diego in the Mustang. Ooh, got a little squeeze under the hood. Up against William Moore. William Moore in the Ranger pickup truck. And Diego, the Mustang, 7275. Car number, looking for a 600. William in that S10 pickup truck. He wants a 755. He gets to leave a full 1.5 seconds before Diego. Now, Diego struck the tires a couple of days, guys, yesterday, and yep, did it again, but doesn't matter this time as William goes 19 red. Diego looking for a 6.0, goes a 6:12 at 111 miles an hour. Here's Joe Kidd Jr. and Mark Johns, fastback Mustang. Comes out of Vail in that Mustang, 730 on the window. Up against Joe Kidd Jr., 679 for Joe Kidd Jr. Big bumpered Outlaw, the Nova. 679 against the 730. 730, of course. Right-hand lane going to leave first for Mark Johns. Mark in the Mustang. Nice light for both drivers. Looks like Joe Kidd left 2 here at the starting line. And will pick up the win anyway, as Mark goes, looks like about 3 above. But Joe Kidd, a lot closer to the number. Had left 2 at the starting line, but then goes dead 1. So Joe Kidd Jr. picks up that win, going dead 1 at 94 miles an hour. Here's Chris Stout and Evan Graves. Graves in the Bob Glidden clone. Hey, he picked up a bag of donuts yesterday from Allen as well. So he's got a 1971 Ford Pinto right-hand lane up against the, I believe it's about a 71, 72 Vega of Chris Stout. Stout comes all the way from Pocatello, Idaho, and goes red. First hit at 0.08 of a second. So a free time run over to Evan. First one out of the box, looking for a 21, goes dead 2. So about a 41 pack over to Evan Graves. Next pair, the Bodacious Jerry Holder 71 Buick GS 710 on the window left-hand lane. Chad Sandlin, that's a Nova. That's a 67 Nova. Comes out of Roswell, New Mexico, 624 on the window. So a 624 going to chase down the 710 by about almost a full second, 0.86. Buick gets to leave first. It's 452 cubic inches of Buick power. We do have the True Start system, so if you hang out too long after 3 lights are lit, the system will time you out. Wow. Holder way tardy at the starting line, 416. So Sandlin gets the win, 13 light, then goes 10 above. Dial to 24, goes to 34. Margin of victory about 6 feet. Here's Slade Bogle. That's an altered. That's a 23 altered T-bucket, left lane 598 on the window. Up against Stan Hammond. Now Stan been going rounds for 3 days. Here he is on to 1, 616. See if he can on to that. No, unless he buys back. He goes 49 red. Oh, it was a double 49, but Stan was red and Slade was green. stayed looking for a 98, goes under by by 3 with a 95 on the 98, 115 miles an hour. Here's Brianna Bogle, left-hand lane, 755. Up against Billy McDaniel. Billy McDaniel in the 1966 Chevy 2 station wagon, 670. Going to chase down the 755 of the S10. S10, like I say, gets to leave just almost a full second, 0.85. Stellar light for Brianna, and then she breaks out, goes under by 111 at 88 miles an hour. Billy McDaniel takes the win, goes at 1 above, 71 on 70 to take the win for Billy. Ryan McCammond. Boy, that was tough to get out. Ryan McCammond in an Oldsmobile Omega, 360 cubic inches of Chevy power, 745. Here's the dial over in the right-hand lane up against Cliff Hall, that good-looking Falcon slammed down on the ground out of Carmichael, California. 660 on the window of the Falcon. McCammon's going to leave first. McCammon with a 0.85 head start. Better reaction time, goes to the left lane, and a breakout win goes to the left lane. Left lane better by 2, then goes dead 1. A 49 pack, but 48 at the starting line and 1 at the stripe. Here's Mike Bolton, Michael Heath. Heath in the Camaro. The Heath Brothers 67 Camaro, right-hand lane, 653 on the window. Mike Bolton in the Witch's Brew 2, 645 on the window for Mike. That's a Jeep 1950 Jeep, and we talked about that yesterday. Looks more like a sand drag than a drag strip. Michael Heath will take the win. 632 on a 53. Wow, but it looks like Mike left a full 10th at the starting line. Here's Steve Valdez, the Vega, right lane. 670 gets to lead first by 0.20 up against Jeffrey Edwards. Turquoise 66 Nova, 650 is the dial for Jeffrey. And Valdez looking for a 670, so he gets about a 2. Oh, Jeffrey. Whether the trans brake didn't hold or what, don't know, but stepped on the throttle and away went the Nova. So busted through the red light. Kind of left before the tree was even activated and left a little puddle here at the starting line. So we'll do a quick cleanup on that. Valdez wanted a 670, goes 2 above, 672 at 100 miles an hour. So Valdez with that win. Just a little bit of starting line cleanup before we get into the next pair. So once again, all pro, all pro. You should be in the lanes. All pro, all pro. You should be in the lanes. There we go. That was that quick of a cleanup. Denny Valvo. Now, yesterday, Denny ended up number 2 in category. Went through like 7 or 8 rounds to be runner-up last night for Valvo. First couple of hits, just lit the tires on this Chevelle. He's got to go up against David Trammell. Trammell out of Casa Grande. 646 on the window. Up against Denny's 601. So we'll see. Denny had it figured out later on in the day. By round 3, that car was hooked and going all the way into this final round yesterday evening. Yep, he's got it sorted out. Leaves with a 78 and a win light. Looking for an 01. It goes an 03, 3 above at 109 miles an hour for Denny Valvo. Trammell looking for a 46, goes 3 above at the 49. Here's Juan Carlos Ortiz up against Ron Height. The Grand Prix of Ortiz, left-hand lane 641. Ron Height 715 in the S10 pickup truck, right-hand lane. About 74 Hun gets to leave first for Height in the pickup truck, 2000 S10 up against Ortiz's 1984 Grand Prix. Grand Prix here in the left lane. Both of them get away with a green line start. Headed down to that 660-foot mark. Oh, Ron Height, the pickup truck, takes a breakout win. Goes 2 above, 17 on a 15, better light 24. Ortiz trying to catch up, goes under his 41 with a 36. Oops. Here's Adriel Lopez. Hey, cameras at the ready over there in that right-hand lane. Adriel always picks the front end up on this Camaro, carries it about halfway through the signboard. Looking for a 654 up against Brandy Card. Brandy in the Maverick, 716 is the dial for Brandy. In her little Maverick, that's a 1975 Maverick. There you go. Adriel, better reaction time. Looking for that 654. Better by about 7. Hun goes to Adriel, and so does the win. Brandy trying to catch up. She knew she left some at the starting line. Goes way under the dial. Dial of 16 goes at 12, but Adriel Lopez picks up the win. Henry and David Leba, Arizona differential specialist, the Dodge, here in the left-hand lane. Comes out of the Phoenix area, 694 on the window. Over there, Cole Roos. Now, Cole went a whole bunch of rounds yesterday, coming out of Lake Havasu in that El Camino. El Camino looking for a 792, almost a full second head start in the 78 El Camino. He goes red, though, by 12. Automatic free time run. Now, both of them would have gone red, but Henry only went red by 3. Cole went red by 12. Henry goes 87 on a 94, so he had it dialed up just a little soft. Takes an 87 on the 94 at 98 miles an hour for Henry. Here's Thad Card, left lane, Mustang, 708 dial, up against Jeremy Plyer. Isn't that neat? That is a clone, Yanko clone Nova, 1972 Nova, 591 in the right-hand lane. Thad's away with a green line start. Jeremy's away with a green line start. And they're pretty tight. About 15 separates them here at the starting line. About 20 separated them at the finish line. And that is Jeremy takes that win. Jeremy looking for a 91. Goes a 93, 2 above at 114 for the win. Chris Citro and Mike Passerby, the Mustang, left lane. The Nova, right lane. The Nova gets to leave first with that 717. Chris in the Mustang. That's a big block Mustang. Looking for a 649 for Chris. Gonna get there in time. Left a little bit at the starting line. It's a double breakout win, but Chris gets the draw. Goes 46, 3 under to 106 miles an hour. And it looks like Mike was 5 under at 94 miles an hour. So Chris with the win. Here's Kyle Fritz playing in the borrowed Pinto. 869 on the window for Kyle. He's in the left-hand lane against Jessica Robinson. Jessica out of Mesa in that Malibu. She's looking for an 832. The American walk-in cooler's right-hand lane. Oh, Kyle, 22 on the red side. Jessica would have gone red, but best red light takes it away. 17 for Jessica. Dialed 32 goes a 3-0. 82 miles an hour. Margin of victory, not about 8 foot, but it was won right here at the starting line. Jessica. Tim Moore, Mike Reed, D50 pickup truck, right-hand lane, 702 dial. 88 Camaro, left-hand lane, 565 dial for Tim. Attention to pits. Attention to pits. Junior dragsters 6-9. Junior dragsters 6-9. Attention to pits. Double entered 10-17. Double entered 10-17. And 6-9 junior dragsters. Your call. To lanes 1 and 2. All right, here's Stephen Lee. Lee Brothers Automotive. The Mustang, 65 Mustang. Left-hand lane. 687 dial up against Steve Watkins' Corvette. The Corvette's got a 733 on the window. Watkins gives Steve a free time run. Goes red by 50. Leah goes 99 on an 87. Looking at the green win lights on his scoreboard. Watkins 50 red. Then goes about 9 thou under. Here's Randy Lee in the fastback. Big block Mustang. 69 Mustang fastback, 610 left lane. Heath Hawthorne, 705 on his window. Gets to leave almost a full second before Randy gets to that green light on the tree. The 63 Nova, right lane. Out of Mesa, the 69 Mustang, left lane. Duh. Out of Tucson. Wow. Looked like Heath had 5 put away, and he'll take the win. Goes dead 7, a 19 pack after a 12 light for Heath Hawthorne at 94 miles an hour. Not a bad run. First one out of the trailer. There's Bob Cohen, the Insidious C10 pickup truck. Attention to pits. Attention to pits. Junior dragsters 6-9. Junior dragsters 6-9. Your second call. Double entered 10-17. Double entered 10-17 junior dragsters. Your second call. Lanes 1 and 2. Better reaction time goes to Jeffrey in the Falcon. 0-1-1 and a breakout win. Bob goes under by 3. Dial to 6 goes to 3. Jeffrey dial to 28 goes to 29. About 16 above for Jeffrey Edwards. I'm sorry, Jeffrey Cox. Duh. It's already a long day. Kurt Reif, Camaro, left lane, 73 Camaro. 665 is the dial up against Brad Hawk's Mustang. The Mustang comes out of Oro Valley looking for a 655. So 65 left, 55 right. Bow tie goes red by 36. 36 red for Kurt Reif. Would have gone red as well by 2 thou was Brad, but again, Brad goes dead 1 at 107 miles an hour for Brad to take the win. Here's Corey Oxford in 4-door Claude. Claude in a 1981 Fairmont. 685 on the window. Four-door throws up a red light. Squeezed the bulb about 83 too much. Gives a free time run over to Corey. Corey looking for a 27. Goes in equipment saving 32 at 95 miles an hour. Corey Oxford in the Camaro with the win. Here's Scott Oxford. 690. Oh, a heads-up race. The Hound Dog in the right-hand lane. 690 as well. So Scott and Howard. Heads up race, 68 Camaro, 69 Nova. Camaro gets away with a green light. Nova gets away with a green light. The Hound Dog looking for the 90 on a double breakout. Wow, both of them. Better reaction time goes to Oxford, but the win goes to the Hound Dog, and now closer to the 90, only under by 2. Oxford under by 5. Jimmy Amaretto, right-hand lane. Up against Kim Zimmerman's For Sale 1970 Dodge Dart. Zimmerman left lane, 735 on the window. Jimmy, right lane, 640. Oh, and Jimmy picks, I'm sorry, Kim Zimmerman picks up the win because Jim left 2 tenths at the starting line. Kim with a 26 and then goes 4 above, 39 on a 35 for the win. Kim Zimmerman. Trevor coming out of Julesburg, Colorado in that 72 Challenger. Over there in the right-hand lane, the Challenger wants a 752. Michael Munoz. Mike wants a 690 in the 92 S10. As they reach that 660-foot mark, a breakout win goes to Michael Munoz. Dial to 90 goes 4 above with a 94 at 96 miles an hour. Trevor, just a tick ahead. Dial to 52 goes, wow, about 3 above. I'm sorry, 3 below, and breaks out. Here's Mr. Wolfmeyer, left-hand lane. The old school Long Roof Vega, 713 on the window, up against Ray Pauchek. Ray in the 72 Duster. Attention to pits, final call. Junior Dragster 6-9. Final call, double entered 10-17. Your final call. Fact is, let's go ahead and get all of our junior dragsters. All of our junior dragsters. 6-9, you're up first. Double entered 10-17, then you, and then all of our junior dragsters. Here's Joe Cox Jr. and John Cavallero. John in the 67 Camaro. 643. American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane. Joe Cox in the 92.9. The Bull Lane. 711. 1966. Limit 9. Long swing-armed Hayabusa, left-hand lane. Wes Millward up against Aaron McCammon. Aaron, right-hand lane. 1970 El Camino. Gonna pick up that win. Goes 48 on the tree. And 2 above. 97 on a 95. El Camino takes the win. Tyler Sally. And the Barracuda that got his new entry. First one out today, and he got a bag of donuts. First one out of the box goes a perfect reaction time for the Barracuda. So right at the moment, don't have the information for you, but 6319, the Barracuda number over there in the right-hand lane, up against Tyler Sally's 1972 Dodge Dart Swinger. Now Tyler's going to get to leave first by almost 2 seconds with that 727 up against the 555 of the Barracuda. Wow, Barracuda drove around him on a double breakout. Better light by 4 goes to the Barracuda. Tyler had a 70 to a 37. Then the Cuda closer, only under by 2. Looks like Tyler was under by 4 at 93 miles an hour. So win goes to the Barracuda. Here's Joe Kidd. Wow, the double's back already. Joe was the first one out. He comes right back around looking for a 638 up against Mr. James Foley. In the Foley mobile. That's a neat deal. 1971 Chevy Vega. Breakout win goes to Joe Kidd. Dial to 38 goes at 41. The 41 takes it away at 101 miles an hour for Joe Kidd. Allie Strader. Allie in the Ranger pickup truck. That's a 2001 Ford Ranger. And Dale Hicks. Dale in the 68 Camaro. Camaro 624 on the window. Allie with a 691. Wow. Dale way tardy this morning. Still kind of hanging out. So looks like Allie dead 5. Better light though by a whole bunch. Dale left 2 tenths at the starting line. Allie goes dead 5. You know, a little tardy at the starting line, but a whole lot better than Dale. Here's Parker Theobald in the Pontiac, 633, left-hand lane. Bob Lohan. Bob in the Camaro. The Camaro looking for a 646. American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane. Gets to leave first by, about 0.13. Lohman comes out of Glendora. Parker comes out of Utah. Green win lights come on for Bob. Bob dialed to 46, goes a 47, one above after a 41 light to Theobald's 53. And then Theobald goes dead 4. But the win goes over to Lohman. Wow, what a race. By 28 thousandths of a second, Bob takes that win. Oh, it looks like the Cuda's doing double duty for 2 different drivers. Here's Rob Khalil in the Cuda that was just up a little earlier with a different driver. So this is 66 big back bend with Barracuda 675, the dial left lane. Up against Charlie Germain and a neat, clean 72 Chevy Nova. Wow. A little tardy for Germain. And the win's going to go over to Rob Khalil. Dial to 75, goes an 87, but had a whole bunch stuffed away in the bank. About 2 tenths. Here's the blue oval bullet of Marco Campo. 659 on the window up against Tony Marconi. Tony, he's a double up winner. He won Friday night. He won Saturday night. What can he do today on Sunday? Pick up 2 Wallies in one weekend? Oh, wouldn't that be cool? 1976 Plymouth Arrow 584 in the American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane. The Bullet's got something to say about that, though. See if we get a better reaction time out of Marconi. Not so at this point. The Bullet picks up the win. Goes dead 7 after a 19, so a 26 pack over to the Bullet and Marco Campo. Chuck Hawk Jr. and Tatum Marconi. Attention to pits, attention to pits. All junior dragsters. All junior dragsters, you should be in the lanes getting ready to run category. Here's Chuck Hawk Jr. in the Mustang 703 on the window. Hawk Family Racing up against Tatum Marconi in the 1966 Dodge Cornet. Gotta love those cars. I wanted a GTX when I was a kid. The Hemi GTX, what a neat ride those were. And this Cornet fits right in. 66, 67, 68 maybe on the GTXs anyway. Looks like Hawk's going to take it. Go 2 above. 05 on an 03. 36, 2 better light than Tatum. Regan back again. Up against Eric. Back again. Eric Holsley. Trans Am against the Corvette. The Corvette 709. The Trans Am 717. So into our double entered pro category. Both of them bumping up into the beams. Holsley in. Regan in. Oh, almost identical reaction times. 3 thousandths separated them here at the starting line, and Regan picks up the win. Goes only 1 above. Dial to 9, goes to 10. Picked up the win. Better light by only 3 thousandths of a second, and a win to Regan Walcott. Here's Paul Coleman and the Corvette back up again. 794AX. So we'll get that information for you for too long. So they are double entered, so it's 2 X's. 794AXX over there in the right-hand lane. 636 on the window for the Corvette. Paul's got a 612. So the Corvette gets to leave first by about a quarter of a second. Just a little under quarter. Paul, red light, 4 thousandths of a second. Corvette picks up another win. Goes about 25 on a 36, but looking at the win lights on the scoreboard. Here's Kurt Zenzalita, Roadrunner, the backup car, the yellow one that we normally get to see. Now, we saw this one for many, many years, but Kurt said he was going to turn it into a street car, and he picked up the yellow Roadrunner, and now he's back out this weekend with the backup car. 417C on the Chevelle, right-hand lane. Looking for a 673. He'll pick up that win. Nice light by 2. Goes to the Chevelle. Then 1 above at 99 miles an hour. So the Chevelle picks up the win. Kurt goes dead 9, but he left 2 at the start. There's Derek Fisher in the Fairmount. That's a 1980 Fairmount. Up against Jacob Trammell's Nova. And Nova here in the left-hand lane. Going to get that win as the Fairmount goes red by 38. So Jacob Trammell in the Nova picks up the win. Here's Shelby Williams, 715W car number, left-hand lane, 688 dial up against Scott Taylor's 65 Chevelle. The Chevelle looking for a 678. Wheels up launch for Shelby. The Camaro gets away with a 95 horse light. Scott with a 34. Shelby with a 39. And a double breakout win goes to Shelby. Shelby only about 3 under, 85 on an 88. So Shelby Williams with the win, left-hand lane. Tracy Snodgrass, Vega, Matt Hawk, Maverick, left. Tracy wants a 605. Matt wants a 730. gets to leave first by about 1 1/4, a full second ahead. All right, both of them get away with a green line start. I take that back. Tracy, red light by double 4. Oops. Matt, 30 green, then goes 1 above, 31 on a 30. Matt Hawk with the win. Left lane. Don't have the information for you. 14:59 on the Falcon. And it's a double breakout win. Goes to Mark Johns. Mark dialed it. Mark dialed a 32. Only 5 thou under. 49 light. 3 better. And then only 5 thou under. Well, we got a little smoke out there, so we're going to stand by for just a minute or 3 and see what is involved in all of that smoke. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, looks like we would be down for just a couple of minutes. Everything is working out okay so far, but they're going to do a quick track check out there to make sure, because there was a whole bunch of smoke. So they're going to do a quick track check. If you're sitting back there and you're junior dragsters, you might want to sit back and take a couple of minutes. But please remember, once again, once we do go back to racing, please make sure that all your safety equipment is in place. So we'll go back to racing shortly, it looks like. Again, they're doing just a quick track check. Don't see a whole lot of stuff out there, which is a good thing, but they'll let us know from the top end what's happening, if there is any stuff out there. With hopefully there is nothing, but they're doing a quick track check, especially. Yeah, it looks like maybe. Yeah, maybe just a little drag. Ah, that sounds good. It's not too heavy, but they're going to do just a quick drag, so they'll be back here in a short. Pick up the asphalt Zamboni. So like I say, it's going to be just a few minutes. Well, our excellent track crew and safety crew take care of all of that. So once again, won't be too long from the sounds of it, what's coming from the top end. But like I said, there was a whole bunch of smoke, so not quite sure where it started. They're pinpointing all of that. And they say well, the things that they do see is just very scattered and light, so should not be too bad. So once again, guys, it looks like it's going to be a fairly quick cleanup. They're just going to do a little drag and sweep, and it is above or beyond our 660-foot mark. So should not take a whole long time. We're doing a quick sweep and drag. Very light and scattered out there. So just a little bit of stuff. So it shouldn't take too long. So we'll keep you informed, let you know. All right, attention and staging. Attention and staging. Hey guys, if you've walked away from your race car, now might be a good time to walk back towards the race car. Looks like all of our equipment is clear on the racing surface, all headed back this way to park them and put them away. So once again, if you have walked away, walk back. All the asphalt Zambonis and the quads and the safety vehicles, and looks like it's all clear up there at the big end. So it was kind of a quick cleanup. There wasn't a whole lot of stuff out there. So all they had to do was a quick sweep and drag, and well beyond our 660. Most of it down in the shutdown area. I believe we have a few pro left, but once again, all of our 6 to 9 juniors. The double entered 10 to 17s and the regular 17s. We should have all of our junior dragsters in lanes 1 and 2. Well, all right, ladies and boys and girls, here we go back to pro category. And by the way, Mr. Reinhardt is in the house, so he pick up the mic a little bit later on for us. And we are back to racing. Finish up our pro category. All right, here's Andy Kadar and Evan Graves. Once again, we are into our double entered folks back again, and Evan's going to pick up that win on a breakout. Evan goes 43 green and then 2 above at 106 miles an hour. Andy goes under by 9 thousandths of a second, 102 miles an hour. Evan with the win. Here's Theobald and Diego. Oh, are we changing dials or what's happening? All right, kind of standing by, waiting for Diego to roll up into the box with him. I take that back. Madeline Smith. Diego was running the car yesterday, but it looks like Madeline is running the car today. That's kind of interesting. Madeline in the 1993 Fox body, looking for a 6:09. And Theobald going to get the win. Goes 1 above. Dialed to 4, goes a 5. Nice light at 32 at 100 miles an hour. So So Theobald takes that win. Looks like we do have a single and finish off round one of pro category. Carson Heath, right-hand lane, 7:17 in that 65 Nova out of Clarksdale, Arizona. A little mountain town up there. So Carson Heath in the shoebox Nova, 1965 Nova. 7:17 is what Carson is looking for. He's got a free time run, 47 at the tree. And then goes about 2 under, so had it dialed a little soft for the second hit. 15 on a 17, 94 miles an hour. Going to jump categories on you. As soon as we get our safety crew in place, open up the gate down there. We're going to get our 6 to 9 junior dragsters headed down the drag strip. Attention pits, attention in the area. Vito Andragna. Could you make your way over to Tim DeBrocky's pit? Vito Andragna. Tim DeBrocky would like to visit with you, and Tim's located at the very north end of the pits out there, about midway through. So you'll see his trailer down there. So once again, Vito Andragna, could you make your way over to Tim DeBrocky's pit?
I believe our juniors are loaded in and ready to go. They should be out here momentarily. Round number 1 as we rock through the final day of the Hangover Nationals here at Tucson Dragway, and then we can all start working on our next hangover? Or the one after that? Or the one after that? Juniors will be out on the racetrack momentarily, and we'll continue on with Sunday, final day of the Hangover Nationals. All right, round number 1 of juniors rolling up into the water box.
Wow, Alan, looks like it's going to be a great day for junior drag racing.
I hope so. Let's go.
Let's go. Off we go. Off we go. Juniors are at the starting line. All right, looks like John Brewer the third here in left-hand lane, 1290. We're starting to, of course, with our younger junior dragsters, 6 to 9 years old here at Tucson Dragway. And, of course, over there in the right-hand lane, that's Gracie Slade, the Slade family racing. So both mom and dad are in big cars. And, hey, yesterday was their anniversary. So I was talking with them a little bit between Kristen and Daniel. And they said, you know, it's like 6 years and like 5 years. So they decided that Daniel was having so much fun that he thought it was 6 or 5 years. But Kristen goes, no, it's 6 years. He goes, well, it was too good for me. I had such a great time that it's gone by too quickly. So here's Gracie Slade, the youngster of Slade Family Racing. It's a Dan Day chassis, 1177. So Gracie's got an 1177 on the window. She's over there in the right-hand lane. And John Brewer the third with a 1290. John's going to get to leave about a full second, a little more than a full second before Gracie. So Gracie's got to chase him down. So John Brewer out of Tucson. Gracie out of Tucson as well. Both of them away with a clean and green light. Can Gracie get there in time? Well, Gracie left about 2/10 at the starting line, so she's not going to get there in time. Trying to get there, though. She breaks out, goes under the double 7 with a 64. John Brewer's going to take that win. Goes 94, 4 above on his 90. So John Brewer with the win. Here's Jada Thomason. And, oh, Alea Grotto. Alea out of Gilbert, Arizona. I'm sure the Grottos used to be out of New Mexico, but right now it's showing them out of Arizona. So Grotto, 1190. In the right-hand lane, the American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane. And Jada out of Prescott Valley. She's looking for 1192. 200ths head start for Jada. Alea 1190. So with that 200, you probably won't even notice the difference here at the starting line. So both of them are in. Oh, it looks like Jada goes in deep as the tree comes down, and it goes green for both drivers. Oh, almost identical reaction times as well. So between the two of them. So 1/1000s separated them here at the starting line. And Alea goes, oh, she goes under her 90 with a 50. Wow, she was 4 under her. It looks like Jada's going to take the win. Jada looking for an 1192. Goes dead 2. That's a 20-pack for a junior dragster. How cool is that? At 54 miles an hour. So Jada out of Prescott Valley will take that win here in round number 1. Here's Alexis. She's in the left lane. She's out of Oklahoma. Gonna go, it's Jace Rader. Jace looking for an 810 over there in the right-hand lane. Alexis in a half-scale chassis. I believe Jace is as well. And his, or that half-scale chassis, R21X for Jace. Alexis, the Oklahoma runner, in her half-scale chassis. Again, another one, like Shane, does a little bump and run. So both of them, again, get away with a green light start. As they reach that 660-foot mark, Better Light goes to the winner. Alexis, 009. And 8 above. Goes 808 on the 800. Alexis with the win. Here's Colin Myers. Colin's in the American Walk-In Cooler right-hand lane. It's going to be a heads-up race as Colin stuck a 790 on the window. Mallory Dolthel. Mallory stuck a 790 on the window as well. Half scales a pair of chassis. A 2015 for Colin. A 2025 last year's model over here in the left-hand lane. Mallory comes out of Queen Creek. And Colin comes out of Roswell, New Mexico. Attention pits, attention pit. Hey, double entered Sportsman. Double entered Sportsman. Double entered Sportsman. This is your first call to the lanes. Junior dragsters, we're running your category. So junior dragsters, we are running your category. Double entered Sportsman, your first call. Junior dragster number 806. The car number, don't have the info for you. We'll get it. Looking for an 829 in the American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane. Left lane, Caden Keys. Caden, 31 on the tree and a win. Better by a 4. Then goes 6 above. Down to 10, goes to 16 at 78 miles an hour. Caden Keys with the Renault with the win. Here's Cade Renault and Brent Gonzalez. Brett, 793. Going to get to lead first by 300 over there in the right-hand lane. Cade looking for a 790. The 90 left lane half-scale chassis. Cade Renault, 71X, your division category champion. Sitting right here in the left-hand lane. Comes out of Las Vegas. I'm sorry, El Mirage. Sponsored by Silver State. Both of them rolling up on the beams. Crew chiefs or dads pushing them back. Checking, making sure everything works on the little juniors. Dad turns them loose. Says, okay, it's all up to you, Jace. And Cade, Brett and Cade. Cade left lane. Tree comes down. 5 full. Goes green on both sides. Cade gets away just a little bit quicker by about 2. And the green wind lights come on for Cade. Dial to 90 goes dead 6 after a 21 light, 27 pack. So Cade takes that win, and that's why he is division champ, because he goes dead 6. How's that? Here's Brian Price and Blake Foles. And again, this is a heads-up race. The pair of 790s. Chino, California, for Blake in the left-hand lane. Las Vegas for Brian Price. That's where he calls home. Brian, car number 7112. Blake, car number 744. As they both roll up into the beams. Pre-stage, staged on. Tree comes down on that 5 full. And it is again a double green light start. Better reaction goes to the Las Vegas runner. Can he hold on to it? And does. Got a breakout win. Wow, 7 under for Blake. And a win goes to Brian Price. He was only one above with a 91 on the 90. Brian takes that win at 77 miles an hour. Here's Mackenzie Rader and Weston Moody. Weston's in the left lane. Mackenzie's in the right lane. Mackenzie, 804 on the window. Comes out of Odessa, Texas. And Weston comes out of El Paso, Texas. Another one of those that how often have these two run against one another? Weston looking for an 861, gets a half a second head start over Mackenzie. Mackenzie with an 804. Weston with an 861. There we go. 5 full tree, red light start for Mackenzie. Wow, Mackenzie pretty early. Double 8 on the tree. Weston gets a free time run, looking for a 61. Goes about 6 thou under that, but doesn't matter. Green win lights on Weston's scoreboard. Weston Moody with the win. Here's Mia Kruba. Mia, 890, left lane, out of Mesa, Arizona. Up against Presley Kinman. Presley with a 790, so Mia gets a full 1 second head start. So it looks like Presley out of Chino, California. Mia and Presley. And Presley will get the win. 29 light, better by about 8. Goes to Presley. And then only 1 above for the win. Oh, 91.4 on a 90 at 80 miles an hour. And Mia, 900 on an 890. So Presley take that win away at 80.93 miles an hour. Here's Jace Renault and Brooklyn Foles. Brooklyn and Jace, 790s a pair. Half scale chassis a pair. Brooklyn out of Chino, California. Jace out of El Mirage. And again, heads up, 790s on both sides of the tree. Better reaction is probably going to take this one away. Oh, Chase, red 5 thou. Free time run, Brooklyn, 22 green, looking for a 790. Goes about 3 under, but it doesn't matter. 21 under, actually. Margin of victory, yeah, about 21 and maybe 2 feet, but it doesn't matter as Jace turned on the red light. Here's Maddie Kruba, left lane, 790 in a half-scale chassis out of Mesa. Up against Carmen Nelson. Carmen out of Texas. That's Pearland, Texas. Gets to leave first by about 16 hundredths of a second. 806. 8:06 to a 7:90. So Carmen gets to leave first. Greens a pair. 5 separates them at the starting line. On a double breakout win, Maddie Kruba will take that one away on a double breakout. She's looking for a 790. Goes 2 under with a double 8 at 83 miles an hour. Looks like Carmen a little further under at 84 miles an hour. She goes 8:02 on the 8:06. So she was about 4 under. Maddie was only 2 under. So takes the win from Maddie Krubach. Here's Kathy Waters. Left lane gets to leave first by 13. 9:03 to Alicia Moody's 8:90. Alicia comes out of El Paso, Texas in her junior dragster. Kathy, she's out of Duncan, Arizona. 9:03 against an 8:90. All right, once again, one of them was about 2. A breakout win. Kathy trying to catch up. Is going to give the race over to Alicia Moody. Alicia wanted a 90, goes 2 above with a 2, but Kathy goes under 9:03 with an 8:94. Alicia 73 miles an hour and 2 above. Hayden George, Aubrey Keller. Aubrey right lane 9:21. Hayden left lane 8:90. Aubrey comes down out of Sun City, just up there in the Phoenix area. And of course Hayden just a few miles away from Tucson. Junior dragster chassis on both sides of the tree. Waiting on Aubrey. She got in time before she got timed out. Oh, Hayden, red, 72. Attention pits. It's all Sportsman. Come on down. Double entered, you should be first. Your final call. All Sportsmen, come on down. We'll take you all in lanes 3 and 4. Here's Memphis, Schofield, and Selena. Selena out of Queen Creek, looking for a 790. Memphis out of Winslow wants an 898. Oh boy, looks like Memphis gets a whole second head start before Selena even gets to hit the tree. Both of them in the pre-stage. Selena rolls in first. In comes Memphis. All 4 lights are lit. Tree comes down and goes red for Memphis by 56. Selena would have gone red as well by 13, but hey, True Start says she wins. And she goes 5 above. Looking at the win lights on her scoreboard. Selena with the win here in the left-hand lane. Right at the moment, don't have the information for you on the driver. Of course, 766. here in the left-hand lane. But Emily Galando. Uh-oh. Are they pushing Emily back or just, nope, just gonna, yep, got to do that dry hop for that out of Midland, Texas for Emily. 766 kind of just hanging out. Dad doing a little extra tuning here, and so looks like Emily's going to get another dry hop. Dad pushes her back second time, or crew chief pushes her back anyway. Going to get another dry hop. Looking for a 792 over there for Emily, and an 890 for car 766 here in the left-hand lane. Of course, we are into the older age group, 13 to 17. So doing the final tune-ups, left lane, right lane. Do a little fist bump, make sure everybody's in and ready to go. So that 792 going to chase down the 890. So the 890 left, 792 right. Almost at the floor, about 2 hun off. Attention to pits, all sportsmen, We'll take you in lanes 3 and 4. All sportsmen, come on down. All right, looks like Emily in. All 4 lit now. Tree goes green left and right. One of them's got about 3 put away. See if it holds up through that 660-foot mark. Yep, it does. 54 to a 95. Only one above. Left lane, 766 takes the win. Here's Cole Thompson and Haley Martin. Haley, all the way from Litchfield Park with a 975 dial over there in the right-hand lane. And Cole from Kenyon, Texas, got a 907, going to chase down Haley. All right, red light start. Haley 16 red. Cole, a little tardy, but hey, got win lights on the scoreboard already. Looking for an 07, goes 5 under with an 02 at 71 miles an hour. Haley, red light start, and then goes double 7 to above on the 75. Here is Sarah Kidd, your champ from Tucson, I'm sorry, from Marana, I believe is where they are. And of course, Shane McKinney. Now, if you haven't seen it before, Shane has a ritual. He bounces the car back and forth. Make sure, there we go. There's the first one. Usually it's 2 or 3 bounces as he rolls up into the beams. He's looking for a 790. Now, Sarah yesterday had a 794 most of the day. Today she's going for a 798. So she still gets about 8 hun head start, but a little difference in about 4 from yesterday. So Dad kind of standing back looking at them, both of them looking at each other. Sarah rolls in first with that 8 hun head start for Sarah. Shane, better reaction time is going to take this one for sure. You only got 660 feet to get there in time. And yep, Sarah 39 to a 112. So Sarah margin of victory about 15. And about 15 feet difference. Sarah Kidd with the win. Dialed a 98 goes an 8-0. And of course Shane looking for a 790 goes an 8-0 as well. Malachi Phillips 890 dial, sponsored by Phillips Overhead Garage Doors in the Phoenix area, well, Buckeye area as well. Here's Mason Tuck, and it almost looks like a Mike Boss chassis with the monostrut wing and up over the top of the driver. So like I say, it does look almost like a Mike Boss chassis. We'll have to find out. It doesn't say so here, but out of Edgewood, New Mexico for Mason. Mason wants a 792, and Malachi looking for an 890. He gets almost a full second head start for Malachi. About 2 hun off of a full second head start. Oh, Malachi, 10 red. Mason, 43 green. Mason still cruising down looking for the 92. Would have gone under with an 87 at 83 miles an hour, but green wind lights on his scoreboard. Malachi with that 10 red still goes under his 90 with an 87. This is almost a heads-up race. Parker Schroeder left lane 791. Macy Coleman 790. 1 hun difference at the starting line. Half scale chassis right lane, motivational chassis left lane. So both of them get away. Green lights, a pair. Only about 4 hun separates them. Oh, and a breakout win for the better light. That's Macy. She goes 88 on a 90, so she was under. And a breakout win goes to Parker Schroeder. Parker dialed at 91 and goes dead 2 after an 11 reaction time at 80.89 miles an hour. Parker Schroeder with the win. Here's Riker Rohel. Gets to leave a second and a half before Allison Bollet. Riker with a 940 on the window. Allison, she has a 794. And now another multi-time winner in both junior dragsters, junior street, and high school for Allison. Again, double a green light start. Braden a little bit tardy with a 117, and Allison took it to the house. Had a 008 reaction time. Then goes 3 above. Dialed to 94, goes to 97 at 77 miles an hour. But Raiden breaks out, goes under the 40 with a 37. 3 under at 70 miles an hour. Allison with the win. Here's Hannah Thompson and Cade Renault. Cade with a 790. Hannah with an 810. So of course Hannah, she's gonna have to leave, or gonna get to leave first. Cade gonna chase her down. 790 against an 810. A 2 head start for Hannah. I think we on to our double entries as Hannah out of Canyon, Texas, and of course Cade, your current division champ out of El Mirage. Attention pits, all sportsmen. All sportsmen. You should be in the lanes. We're getting close to running your category. Wow. Somebody left about 8 hun at the starting line, and that would be Cade, and on a double breakout win, he hands the win over to Hannah. Hannah goes 004 at the hit, and then goes 808. 2 down at 79 miles an hour as Hannah gets the win. Cade just didn't have any room to get there as he had an 84 light, so left 8 hun at the starting line on a double breakout. The win goes over to Hannah Thompson. Here's Madeline Smith and Colin Myers. Colin in the junior dragster half scale chassis out of Roswell, New Mexico. American walk-in coolers right hand lane. Madeline Smith. It is 790s a pair, but now it's a free time run to Colin Myers as Madeline goes red 28. Colin looking for a 90, goes dead 2, a 40 pack, 38 at the tree. and 2 above, 290 with a deuce at 81 miles an hour. Jace Raider, 814 left lane. Kagan Cleveland, 830 right-hand lane. Gets the lead first by 16. Comes out of Lubbock, Texas. Jace Raider here in the left-hand lane. Going to have to chase down that 30, but not by a whole lot. Again, that is the junior dragster that has huge wheel hop. A little tardy at the starting line. Left 4. 62 to a 29. Kagan with the win. 77 miles an hour. 5 above. 35 on a 30. So Kagan out of Lubbock will take that win. Once again, I do not have the information for you on car 7-1-1-2. Over there in the right-hand lane, up against Alexis. Alexis with an 804. Going to leave first by 14. Alexis in a half-scale chassis. 790 for 7-1-1-2 over in the right-hand lane. 804 for Alexis here in the left-hand lane. Alexis, another one that does a little quick bounce back and forth, make sure the seat belts are tight. Rolling up the starting line. Tree green, both sides. Better light goes to Alexis, and so does the win by 2. Alexis dead 9, 31 pack. 24 to a 45. Right lane goes 45 green, but could not get there in time. Goes 7 above, while Alexis goes dead 1. Brooklyn folds, and Mallory Dozell. Mallory gets to leave 22 ahead. 812 to a 790. Brooklyn folds with that 790. Going to chase down that Mallory with the 812. Well, doesn't matter now, as a free time run for Brooklyn. Mallory red 54. Still looking for the 12, though. Goes 34, so way above on it. Doesn't matter, though. Brooklyn will get the win. Goes under, but it, again, doesn't matter. Looking at the green win lights on Brooklyn's scoreboard. Has a 28. And then goes an 87 on a 90, so about 25 under. Looking at the win lights on their scoreboard. Here's Mackenzie Raider and Carmen Nelson. Ooh, another heads up for you. 804 on both sides of the tree. Carmen Nelson and Mackenzie Raider. Mackenzie left-hand lane looking for an 804. Who goes an 806? 2 above, but a better reaction time by a whole bunch. Goes to Carmen. 55 takes that at 6 in the bank for Carmen. And Carmen will get the win at 80.85 miles an hour on that 810. So looked like Mackenzie took that first. Caden Keys and Brett Gonzalez. Brett, right-hand lane 794. Caden 805. Caden leaving first by 11. Yeah, Caden left first, early by 1/1000th. Going to give Brett a free time run. Brett goes dead 4 at a 63 reaction time, but hey, he was already looking at the win lights on his scoreboard. But red left lane from Caden, 1/1000th red. So Brett will take that win, goes dead 4 after a 63 reaction time. Here's Blake Foles with a 790, and Presley Kinman with a 790. Another heads-up race. Presley, red by yesterday. So Presley, 84 red, a free time run to Blake. Blake looking for a 90, goes 2 under, 88 at 82.91 miles an hour. About 11 feet at the finish line, and 99 hun margin to victory. Here's Abram Grotto. Abram, 890. Christian Pridgett, 890. Another heads up. Going to be one here at the starting line. A half scale chassis, right hand lane, 2017. Christian looking for that 890, comes out of Vail, Arizona, just down the road a piece. So 890s a pair. Going to be one right here at the starting line once again. Closest one to the dial with the better reaction time. Going to take that win. So we've had several red lights here and there, but we'll see. Yeah, these two should leave right together, so you'll be able to tell the difference if one of them does get away before the other one, and that should play out at the 660-foot mark as to the win. Both of them in stage. There's your red light. Red 31 for Abram, right-hand lane, free time run. Nice 007 for Christian. So Christian, 7th out off the perfect, goes under by 3. Dialed an 890 and goes 887 at 76 miles an hour. So Abram, 31, red on the tree, but then was only 3 thou under his dial. It's 72 miles an hour. So they've got him dialed in pretty tight, but it's that red light that's going to cost him.
Jake Trammell and Cole Rouse on the starting line now. Do want to thank Bruce for that very touching introduction. My heart's all aflutter. This is Bob Fry. Just flew in last night for this. Handicap is 2.3 seconds. It's round number 1. It is day number last. And they both get away on a green. Jake Trammell, handicap head start. At the finish line stripe, it's going to be the El Camino. You can kind of see that coming. Cole Rouse had a sizable reaction time advantage. He goes 8:06 on the 794 and still got there in front of Jake Trammell, who ran 24 on a 25. Hey, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super Pro, double entered. Super Pro, double entered. Come on down. Need you, please. What do you think? Old school, new school? Steve Watkins in the Corvette. Keith Dunbar in the hoodless Mustang. It didn't used to be, but it is now. That's a couple of really cool cars. Kind of depending on what you're into, right? Me being the Mustang guy, I kind of part of the team blue. Both drivers away on the green. It's going to be the Mustang taking care of business down there. He goes 766 on a 752. Couple that with a double 08 reaction time. Watkins, that car just didn't jump off the starting line like he really wanted it to, and he was well behind the Mustang off the throttle, taking an easy win. Now, I do not recall seeing that Camaro yesterday or the day before. That might be a brand new entry. From the sounds of it, it's a hot rod. Taking on Tim DeBrock in the Pinto. Now, the last thing you want to do if you got that hot rod Camaro is have to go back to work tomorrow and tell all your buddies you got beat by a Pinto. Well, he beat himself. And the fact that the Camaro's got a clutch in it. Oh, he was driving the coupe yesterday, got in the Camaro today. Okay, I got it. Well, they let the clutch out too soon. Goes red, 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 and Tim goes win, win, win. 884 on the 883 at 77 miles an hour. That'll bring up Ryan Yanez in the smart car. I wonder if anybody's ever put a Hemi in one of those. I think if I had a smart car, that would be my Hellcat swap. Or Turbo LS. That'd be fun. AJ Crater over on the right side. AJ is going to give up a 5-second head start. Well, not quite 5, but pretty close. Watch the smart car. He's in deep. He's set. He's ready. And he is off like a shot. Whoa, look at that thing. It picked up the front end. It scraped the paint off the bumper. It almost flipped over backwards. And it won. Because AJ hit the gas too soon. Hey, let me tell you something. Sitting there for 5 seconds watching your opponent drive away, not easy. Not easy. And Ryan goes 13-12 and gets the win. We got a window down over here in the left lane. Somebody want to tell him that? That's the best I could do is yell at him from here. I guess if you don't care, I don't care. Mark Clayton over in the right lane. Remember, windows down makes your car less aerodynamic. It'll slow it down like 6 miles an hour. Not going to matter now because Clayton smashed the gas too soon. And something happened down there to the car in the left lane. Part of me wanted to say missed a shift, but is that even possible in that car? Okay, here's the plan. You ready for this? If you want to be successful, here at the Hangover Nationals, have a 3:45 reaction time and run 4 seconds over the dial. Winner. And you watch, before it's over with, somebody's going to be like 0-12 and 1 above to go home. Here comes Denise Heath left and Jordan Hart. Jordan had a pretty good run yesterday. Double entered going late into the field. Speaking of double entered, Super Pro double entries. Come on. The 1975 Camaro of Denise Heath in the left side and the little red Corvette. Both drivers away on the green. Jordan Hart trying to get the note. Look at Jordan. He's on the brakes already. 500 feet. You see the brake lights come on. He goes 821 on an 816. 81 miles an hour. 848 for Denise. Denise left a little bit back here on the starting line and paid for it down there at the finish line. She got there second and ran too quick. Army Slade, that Pontiac G6, going to get a 2-second head start over Christine Fife. Christine, one of the multitude of family teams out here racing. We got husbands and wives and fathers and daughters and mothers and sons and all kind of stuff out here in competition. There goes the Pontiac. Oh, and a red light start for Christine. Smashed the gas about 500 too soon. The red light's on. The pickup's gone. The Pontiac goes on. 11:29, 62 miles an hour. Comes up for Army. But that race is over at the starting line. Christine goes 9:08 on the 9:06, and I'm sure she'll be headed to the buyback table. Kyle Vance now on the left side, and Luis Hermosillo. Hermosillo. Mopar over in the right side. Going to leave first by about 2 bulbs. That's about 2 bulbs. Both drivers get away on the green. Luis is out in front. Kyle Vance is closing in, but he ain't going to catch him. 885 at 72 miles an hour. 824 for Kyle Vance. Kyle had the reaction advantage, but the car didn't run the number because 824 against a 790, and Hermosillo just eased back off the gas to stay safe. Now it's going to be Melissa Citro. That's her husband, Chris, on the front fender out there. And going to do a quick little mop job down there in front of the Fox body. Trevor Borowski on the right side. He didn't sell the car yet? I thought for sure somebody'd buy that thing yesterday. Hey, if you're interested in a 1972 Challenger, that one's for sale. Come see me. I'll sell it to you. Tell you, bring me the cash, and I'll go down there and get the keys. That just, save you from having to deal with Trevor, I get a finder's fee, of course. Of course. So the Dodge dialed in 749. The Ford dialed in 765. And they bumped their way in. Both drivers get away on the green. They are side by side. Will it be the Ford? Will it be the Dodge? It will be. 768 for the win. 87 miles an hour. Give it to Melissa. 758 for Trevor. They're 4th thou apart in reaction time. Looks like both of them got down there and played, I don't want the stripe, you take the stripe. Both of them ended up on the plus side of things, with Melissa taking a win. 3 over the dial. And Trevor bailing out. But that time it didn't work out. Marco Otero, the Dodge, the Dart, the Swinger, the Vinyl Top Car, and Rob Martino in the Nova. I'm sure I've asked this question before, but if somebody told me the answer, I don't remember. I wonder what that thing's got for an engine in it. I'm talking about the Dart. I know what the Chevy's got. Little stroke or small block. Wow. That's got to be the oldest junior dragster driver in the history of the world. Surely there's a better way to do that. Reminds me of the time that Brittany Force did a wheel sand on a Ray Fuel car in Seattle, broke one of the front spindles. So they picked up the front of the car, put it on the back of my golf cart, borrowed my golf cart to take back to the pits, and never brought my golf cart back. Marco gets the win here because Rob Martino turned it red on the starting line, 72 too soon, and then runs dead 773. 89 miles an hour for Marco. Yeah, at the end of the round, I had to walk all the way back to the pits from the end of the racetrack. And I'm like, dude, I thought you were going to bring my golf cart back. And he said, well, it's right there. Yeah. Thanks, Jerry. So just remember this. She wins the race. I want to be thanked by name. None of this, all of those people that helped me out crap. Jeff Holtzman on the left side, Kenzie Jones on the right. She didn't win the race, so. As luck would have it, I came up with an excuse this morning to call Brittany this week, so maybe I'll ask her about that. Hey, did you forget to thank me? Jeff, meanwhile, breaks out by 0.003 of a second. He got there first by 6 hun, breaks out by 3 thou. 8-10 for Kinsey Jones on the 804. Reaction was a 5,000 coin flip. This ought to be fun. Double Trouble Dan in the left side. Jessica Robinson in the right side. The Falcon, vintage 19 and 63. That is a street-driven car. As a matter of fact, the Malibu's got an Arizona license plate on it as well. Jessica hails from Mesa. Handicap head start, a little more than a bulb. Just about that much. Both of them off and away. We got the Ford, we got the Chevy. We got Dan, we got Jess. And we have a winner. Wow, 8:33. Jessica's going to get the win. If I sound surprised, Riem had the reaction advantage, and the car let him down. Did not run what he was expecting it to. Slows to a 783. And allowed Jessica by 11 thousandths of a second. Here comes the shark bait, Gary Hampton. That is a fun little car. The V6 Chevy Cavalier. Now, I know what you're thinking. Cavalier. But wait, it's a Z24. It's the Hot Rod Cavalier with the V6. You will not find a more cheerful, happy guy than Gary Hampton. Ginger Vaughn over on the other side. Ginger in the Challenger. You know she's looking over at that thing going, really? Really? You play a little one car, two car, red car, blue car. Hampton, listen to that V6 winding up down there. Singing at high C is going to get the win, 987. 65 miles an hour. Ginger. Must have flinched on the Christmas tree because she missed it bad. She goes 794 against the 802 and still couldn't get there. Broke out trying. Hey, listen up in the pits. Super Pro. Double enters, if you're not there, you're in the wrong place. I'll take the rest of you now. Super Pro, all of you. Attention in the pits. All of Super Pro, come on down. Corey Oxford, the purple 67 model Camaro, and Angel Rivera. What do you like? Gen 1, Gen 2? The Gen 2 Camaros have got a real cult following. I mean, everybody loves the Gen 1s because they're Gen 1s, but the Gen 2 was the first real purposely designed Camaro. I mean, you go back in time, Ford debuted the Mustang in 1964, and GM went, oh crap, we better build something in a hurry, and they came up with the first gen Camaro. And they gave it a couple of years to redesign, come up with the second gen Camaro. I'm certainly not throwing rocks at the second gen. 734 on the 732. It's going to be a winner for Corey. Angel goes 706 on the 710. Neither driver is going to be bragging about the reaction time, but here's the deal. Angel got there first by 400 and broke out by 400. Dead zero could have won her the race. Anything else wasn't going to work. Nick George left, Kenny Vaughn right. Kenny and his Dodge Dart, the 360 small block combination, and Nick George. Nick, who's driving that thing in our high school competition as well. Hey, why not? Why not? Nick's going to win this one, 796, 88 miles an hour, 867 on the 863 for Kenny Vaughn. But he left a little bit back here as well. Super Pro, you should be in the lanes. Here comes the Mammoth Towing Ford Ranger. The Omega over on the other side rolling in. That's going to be Russ Lindsay. These two are dialed almost side by side. Shoemaker's going to get a 7-hun advantage on the Christmas tree. Or at least he's entitled to a 7-hun head start. Let's see if he takes the whole thing. Let's see if he takes it. Let's see if he stretches it out. Ooh. Red by 300. Shoemaker saw the truck move just a little bit too soon, and he lights that red eye. Russ Lindsay, meanwhile, goes 828 at 81 miles an hour. 8.281 at 8-1 on the speed clocks. Allison Bolay now on the left side and Dave Muller on the right. Dave, who won this baby yesterday in a epic final round battle. Both drivers will tell you that they didn't do their best job, but Muller got away with it. Muller's going to win this one automatically because Allison goes 8 thou. Too soon. Red light left side, win light right side. Dave Muller. 781 on the 779. Didn't matter. The race was over at this end of the racetrack. We're getting our double innards come rolling back around. Jake Trammell on the left side. Keith Dunbar in the right. I think if you double enter, you should win double, don't you? Nah, I guess that's not. If you buy 2 lotto tickets and one of them wins, you don't get paid double for that, do you? I mean, does anybody know? I've never bought a lotto ticket that actually won anything. I've never even won an air fryer in a raffle. All of a sudden, we got red light-itis. Jake Trammell goes red. Way red. Couple of tenths red. Keith Dunbar gets the automatic win. 751 on the 52. Trammell goes 1034. Didn't matter. Here comes my Camaro rolling back around. That wing almost looks like they took it off of one of the old NASCAR car at Tomorrow's, didn't it? I do believe that was the most hideous car that NASCAR's ever had. I think it was not pretty. Cole Rouse on the right side, the El Camino. Camino's going to leave first. Let's see if the Camaro can wait. Nope, let the clutch out too soon. Again. Twice to the starting line, twice to the red light. This time by 100 to the second. 789 on the 796. Wow, Cole was really dialed soft. Okay, which one of these you like better? And it looks like Mark Clayton's car is marking its spot down there on the starting line. He gets shut off on the starting line. They're going to push him back. That's going to give Jordan Hart a free ride. Heads up, there's a car coming. Just trying to be helpful. You're welcome, Lenny. 811 on the 816 comes up for Jordan. Didn't need none of it. And it would appear to be a water leak. And hopefully that means it'll be an easy fix. And after a potential trip to the old buyback table, he might have another shot at this. I just realized they pushed that little roadster in front of the tower. That thing's got a Dodge motor. Right on. All right, getting down towards the end here of our Sportsman Super Pro final call. If you're not in the staging lanes, you're in the wrong place. Super Pro final call. Christine left, Zach Morris right. Zach, who won on Friday, if memory serves. Bumping their way in. The truck's going to leave first this time. Last time Christine had to wait. This time she gets the handicap head start. She's off and away on the green. Zach Morris rolling up on her down there in the Maverick. taking care of business. He goes 7:58, 90 miles an hour for the win. Christine goes 9:07 on the 9:12 and couldn't get there. Hey, listen up in the pits. Oh, attention in the pits. Do you have money coming from Friday? Our banking goddess is here and open for business for Friday. If you have money coming from Friday, you can come see our banking goddess, and she will take care of you. You might be surprised. We're ready to go in Super Pro? Let's go. Let's go. Christine Contreras and Andy Kadar are going to be the first pair out. Christian Camaro. Stroker small block, Andy Kadar over there in the Pontiac. Team Kadar going to get the tree first, and he'll be off and running. Not by a lot, a little bit less than a bulb, as a matter of fact. Oh, and a red light start, Andy Kadar. That's going to be a heartbreaker. That's the only race you never want to win. Andy Kadar just won the race to the red light. He was 007. Christian was 001. And Christian gets away with it. Bring up Alan Zasha. Man, that is a serious spoiler on the back of that Corvette. Looks like he backed into a picnic table and then drove away with it. Over on the right side is Scott Taylor. Exactly a one Christmas tree head start. Second and a half. The classic Chevelle. See the tree first. Both drivers get away on the green. Which Chevrolet is going to come back? It's going to be Scott Taylor. 679, 100 miles an hour. That's a winner. 524 on the 526. Allen actually got there first by 3 Hun, but he broke out by 2 of them. He had a little itty-bitty window to try to sneak into and couldn't quite make it work. Scott Taylor went down there and dropped him. Then I bring up Rodney Ward in the truck. We've been talking about that thing all weekend long just because it's cool and because there ain't many of them. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like a Tigger. There's only one. John McDaniel on the right side. In the Chevy 2. McDaniel actually gets a head start over the truck. I mentioned it the other day, but every time I see it, Ron second. Have a flashback to the old Bryce Ornamental days. Hey, Ron Ward, come get a bag of donuts. He drops trip zip on the Christmas tree. John McDaniel goes red by 15 thou. Then 26 on a 28 for the pickup. But Rod, you have a bag of donuts waiting in the tower. Here comes Brett Spence. In the left side, Chad Sandel on the right side. Say what? What would you do? What would you do if you were in charge? So if he comes up and wants powdered, you're going to tell him no? We're having a debate on whether or not to open another box of donuts. Yes, open another box of donuts. I mean, come on. That's like, hey, we're out of toilet paper. Should I put more out? Yes. Yes. What? Brett and Chad, the Battle of Chevy 2's coming at you right now. The drivers get away on the green side of the tree. Separation at this end, 4 thou. Separation at that end, 5 thou. Winner, Brett. He goes 50 on a 52. That's under by 2. 21 on a 24. That is under by 3. Brett gets the nod. Difference in reaction time, 004. Margin of the stripe, 005. And on the double breakout, Brett Spence comes out on the good side of the mound. Nacho Rivera and Leroy Durant. We got a couple of long wheelbasers coming at you in the right here and the right now. Half a bulb going to be the handicap. And Leroy going to be off and running as soon as somebody stages. Well, Leroy, you got good news and I got bad news. The good news is come get a bag of donuts. The bad news is Nacho won the race 2 10,000ths of a second. Classic case right there. They're separated by 8 thou on the starting line. Leroy was perfect, and then Leroy got down to the finish line, tried to snug up the stripe, and gave it back by 2 10,000ths of a second. Leroy wins donuts. Nacho wins the race. Sarah Kidd left Dylan Moody right. Sarah in the truck. Been racing since she was about, 3 years old, 2 years old. I'm telling you, grow up in a kid household, you're going to race. Dylan Moody comes rolling in here from El Paso. It's easy to get to Tucson Dragway from El Paso. All you got to do is get on Interstate 10, go west, and then exit at Houghton Road. You only get one turn. I mean, 300 miles, but you still only got one turn. 466, that's going to be the win for Dylan Moody. 17 on the tree. He gets there first by 8 thou. And on the double breakout. Dylan Moody goes under by 2,000ths of a second. Sarah Kidd goes under by 300ths of a second. That'll bring up Justin Bieber and Wes Snodgrass. Handicap 1 hun. Watch the tree and see if you can see the difference in the countdown. Let me help you out with this. There won't be much. There will not be much. Wes Snodgrass goes 003, 618. And Justin didn't have anything for that. He's 26 and locked out. Got there first, broke out doing it. You get there first by 009 and break out by 13, the math just don't math, if you know what I'm saying. Now it's going to be Bill Bullock in the Camaro and Pat Marbach in the dragster. You know, typically speaking, the fender dragsters come out of Tom Yancey's shop, but that's a shorty. I think he just called Tom and bought the fenders. That's what I think. Now, I could be wrong, but I've adopted the Bob Lutz philosophy. Bob Lutz's philosophy was often wrong. At the finish line stripe, it is a 1 thou split on reaction time. It is a 9 thou split at the finish line. Pat Marbach runs dead 5 for the win. Bill Bullock goes 21 on the tree, 1 above, not enough. Marbach taking care of business. Brings up Hector Hernandez Jr. Hernandez in the LS powered little Fox body Ford. That thing's got a license plate on it too. I don't know if they actually drives the thing around Hermosillo or not, but it wouldn't surprise me. Colby Fuller over on the right side. Both of them easing on up in there. 2.5 bulbs going to be the handicap. The Mustang going to be off and running. Or at least should be off and running. And then Colby Fuller. Colby, a former NHRA world champion. No kidding. No kidding. Both drivers away on a green. Hector way on down there. Colby shoved him out the back door. 490. 490 and a 006 reaction time for Hernandez. Hernandez got there first by 1/1000th of a second. Unfortunately for him, he broke out by 4 thousandths of a second. I'm sorry, got there first by a hundo. Got there first by a hundo, broke out by 4 thou. Here comes Beto Dominguez and Lightning McQueen. Well, if Lightning McQueen was a drag car, that's what it would be. Corey Beatty over in the right side. The Texas Chevelle. Handicap goes to the Chevelle. And then we'll see if Lightning can strike. It's the right place at the right time to score. Come on, man. That's mean. Corey Beatty, 002, take 002. Come and get you some. 002 taking 002, runs under by 5 thou. Beto ain't bad. He's 006 crossing second to run under by 7 thou. I mean, 002 taking 002. That's not a very nice way to start out somebody else's Sunday. Gabe Hernandez now on the left side. Tony Pescara to the right. Hernandez in the truck, going to leave by an eye blink. Red light, 610. Comes up for Tony, 112 miles an hour. Here comes Joe Kidd Jr. driving the family Pontiac. And Troy Henderson Driving the topless Falcon Roadster. Blake has decided he's going to build one of those things down in Australia. Oh, I guess I lied to you. I've been calling that a Falcon. It's actually a Ranchero. My bad. That would explain the flatter back if it's a Ranchero. It's a very rare Ranchero convertible model. They don't make a lot of those. Double 03, take 006 for Joe Kidd. Tony didn't have nothing for that. Tony's 14 and 2 above. Remember earlier when they got a 3:45 reaction time and went 4 seconds above the dial and won? Right. Right. Tony Henderson just went 14, 2 above, and he's done. That'll bring up Kurt Zinzaletta. Curtin, the backup roadrunner, and Stan Hammond. And I do believe that's Stan's primary W2. Roadrunner's off and away on a green. Going to get the win. 679 on a 679. Call that dead 5. Stan Hammond got there first by 0.04 of a second. Broke out by 2 thousandths of a second. He got there first by 0.46. Needed 0.44 to win the race. Larry Spitali rolling in now in his Camaro. Over here on the left side, and Keoki Desa out of Las Vegas. Keoki in the dragster. Dialed in 462. So that gives a 2.5 bulb head start to Mr. Spitali. Hey, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. The gift shop is open. If you want to take home a souvenir from Tucson Dragway, we got hoodies, we got hats, we got stickers, we got shirts, and there's a limited supply of Hangover Nationals merch. So if you want to stop by the Tucson Dragway gift shop, stop in. Well, Larry sat on the button a little bit, and he paid for it. Keoki Desa goes 465 on the 462 for the win. Larry goes 89 on the 86 for the not win. As a matter of fact, indexically speaking, they made the identical run. Both of them are 0.33 above. The difference at the start was the difference at the finish, and the difference at the start was substantial in Keoki's favor. Here comes Gabriel Hernandez. Gabe went all the way to the final last night. Dustin Townsend. Did you bring me a check? Oh, I mean, the guy walks in here with a check in his hand. I'm going, yay, and he says, not for you. Well, come on, man. Not very nice. Jeez. Gabe Hernandez. I'd love to make the call like Tatsis did last night, but I didn't understand a word he said. Absolutely none of it. Townsend in the blue dragster. This is going to be just about heads up start. Just about heads up start. Dustin Townsend goes red by 2 runs. Hernandez gets the automatic win. 484 on the 483, 143 the speed, 76 on the 79 for Dustin. But he let go 200 too soon. Hey, how about this? Here comes AJ and KJ. AJ is in the Mustang. KJ is in the dragster. 3.5 Mississippis going to be the handicap head start here. The Mustang's going to be like halfway to Flagstaff before the dragster gets a green light. Maybe not halfway to Flagstaff. Maybe halfway to the Grand Canyon. Someday I'm going to the Grand Canyon. I just want to go. Separation on the starting line, 1 thou. Separation on the starting line at the finish line, 6 thou, and AJ beats KJ. KJ, 18 green, taking 006 for the loss. AJ, 17 green, getting behind to come out on the good side of the double breakout math. 6 thou at the stripe. It's actually kind of a little point of contention. I have lived in Arizona my entire life. I've never been to the Grand Canyon. I was actually on my way there one time, but I couldn't find it. Now it brings up Jake Collins and Jerry Jacobs. Jake is in the dragster. Jerry is in the Plymouth. On the cool factor, I think the Plymouth is a tick higher on the scale than the dragster. Just a tick. Maybe a tick and a half. Oh man, Jake was way on the red side. It was one too soon. 583 on a 581 for Jerry Jacobs. Brings up Micah Vitable and Lucas Makovica. Bruce will have it. Bruce will have it. Yeah. Yep. Here comes Mike in the Pinto and Luke in the dragster. $149 the handicap. The Pinto's actually got a license plate on it. Trying to read the back windows. Does that say Kingman Street Drags? I think it does. That, by the way, is a hatchback. The Pintos came in hatchback, notchback, and station wagon. I had a station wagon. It was really handy for hauling parts back and forth to the machine shop. Like, yeah, just throw the heads in the back of the Pinto. I'll take care of it for you. That was a fun car. Green lights, both sides, red light, right side, 506. On the 503 for Luke. Mike was 54 on a 52. Unfortunately for him, he left a little bit back here. We'll have another dragster versus door car. Long frame, short wheelbase. Derek Robles in the left, Mike Zimmerman in the right. Zimmy. The orange Gen 3 with a stroker small block. Dial in 641. Second and a half handicap head start. Both drivers get away on the green. Wow. 6th out this end, 7th out that end. Mike Zimmerman wins it. Mike goes 21, dead 0. Robles goes 15, which gave him a 6th thou window, and by 007 to break out a thou. 15 taking 007 for the L. Zimmerman goes 21 and threw an egg at him. 15-007 for the L. Remember, we had 345. 345, 4 seconds above the dial for the win. Bruce Schroeder in the left side, Neil Upchurch in the right. A couple of mono strut winged. The dragsters separated by half a bulb. Looks like they're having some kind of an issue down there with Bruce's car as Neil has the first light lit, and I don't believe Bruce is going to make the run. No, it will not come back to life. So Bruce Schroeder gets pushed off the starting line, and Neil Upchurch takes himself a free ride. 34 on a 35, had her dialed snug, 127 the speed. It doesn't appear that Bruce's car deposited anything on the starting line, just lost fire out there, and that's kind of a sucky way to start the final day of the Hangover Nationals. Hopefully whatever the issue is something that would be resolvable without too much effort. Here comes Randy Smith and Ken Passerby. Passerby and a Vega. Going to take the head start, and we'll see if Randy can catch him. Ken Passerby goes red by Hundo. 550 on the 550. Randy Smith drops it dead to. Ken goes 687. But he was one Hun too quick on the leave. We're going to hold up for just a second down at this end. The rescue guys called from down at that end and said, give us just a minute. Heard him try to fire the car up down here in front of the tower, and it is. All right, everything all set now down at the other end of the racetrack. We fire him back up, Kurt Reif and Pat Neal. Kurt in the ultimate rush. He actually got pushed off the starting line last night, deep into eliminations. And here comes Pat, racing the Cougar this weekend. Well, shouldn't you get down on your knee? Can you get a video of this? She just brought me a ring. Thank you. Uh-oh. Hey, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. If you lost some of your bling, come see me. We had something found. Believe me, this is yours. You're going to want it back. All the way down there? Way down there? Okay. Pat Neal turns it red, 8th out. Thank you. Thanks for being here this weekend. Kurt gets the automatic win, goes 525 on the 525. Pat Neal goes dead 4, but he was a little bit early on the lead. Hey, once again, if you lost some of your bling, we had some bling turned in. What's that? If somebody does, we'll give you a shout. Hey, listen up. Also have a racer that is missing a motorcycle stand. If somebody sees that, bring it up and we'll get you. We'll get it reunited. Jeremy Plyer on the left side, Jim Barry on the right. Exactly a 1-second handicap head start between these two. I love the license plate on the license plate on the race. Want to win the race? 93 on a 92 winner comes up for Jeremy. Jim Barry had a couple thou in his pocket, but he got down there and took 300 to break out by one of them. So Jim Barry breaks out. Jeremy goes on. Our race master down there on the starting line working on his workout. All these hours, all this time, all this, and he's still got enough energy to go down there and do push-ups in between pairs. To be young again. Jake Taylor and Billy McDaniel coming at you right now. And the Duster falls on its nose. Well, the good news is it's still running. Billy McDaniel looked over his shoulder, saw nobody coming, so he eased off the throttle to stay safe. But Jake Taylor cut that thing loose, and it lurched, and it just fell flat on his face. It eases on down the boulevard. Zach Taylor left, Mike Gardner right. Red light start, Zach goes 005. And then dead zero. Gardner was 13 on the tree, which ain't terrible, then run 695, but that race was decided down at this end. 005 red, dead zero. That is painful. I know, I'm looking at Mike down there on the starting line, in between pairs, working on his workout, and he's making me feel like a lazy slob. Hey, once again, if you won money on Friday, got our Friday payouts ready to go. We do not have Saturday done yet. We will have them later in the day. But right now, the Banking Goddess has Friday payouts. If you want to wait until the end of the day because you're going to win today, well, then you can just come up and get them all at the same time if you want to do that. You know, if you want to do that. Tim O'More and Joe Landavazo. Tim O'More lights the cherry. Leaving too soon by 18,000. Then runs 564 on a 65. 45 on a 39. Hey, Joe, come get a bag of donuts. Joe Landavazo drops donuts on the starting line. And here comes Chuck Hawk in the truck. Taking on Jennifer Kidd. I told you, if you're going to grow up in the Kidd family, you're going to race. You have no choice. No choice in the matter. They're in there, setting, they're ready. Not a whole lot of handicap here. The truck gets a slight start, and then Jennifer's car didn't move. Yo, Chuck. Jennifer's car didn't move, and Chuck goes 98 on a 97. I completely understand trusting your dial, but dude, come on. Come on. Jennifer just kind of idles on down. I'm not sure if it had an issue with the stop or an issue with the throttle or had some kind of issue. Having an issue is not bad. You just don't want to have a subscription. You know, have one thing go bad every once in a while, it's fine, but you don't want it on a regular basis. Brad Hawk is sitting down here in the water box. He just watched his dad go down there and go one above. And I guarantee you, he's sitting in the car shaking his head. He's like, Dad, didn't I teach you better than that? Speaking of Brad, did he not come get his donuts? I figured he'd send one of the kids to come get him or something. Martin Corella over in the right side. In a Corvette. Both drivers off on the green. And the Hawk family goes 2 for 2. Now, Brad also ran 1 over the dial, but Brad had somebody in the other lane. I mean, I'm just saying. Martin also goes 1 over the dial. He goes 37 on 36. The difference at the start was the difference at the finish. Reaction time went to Hawk. Win light went to Hawk. Here comes Joe Cox in the left side and Ken Rader in the right. Cox and the Valiant. Dialed in 709. Ken Rader's dialed in 548. Gives you a little bit more than a Christmas tree on the handicap head start. And away they go. How about the little Valiant? Dropping at 005 at this end and taking a win at that end. Wow, wow, wow. Joe Cox was 005, 1 above 6. 21 total. Ken Rader had a 21 reaction time. He needed dead 0 for the tie. He got there first by 006 and broke out by, all together now, 006. 21 total to a 21 light. Needed an egg for a tie. Here comes Casely Price. Casely, who won donuts earlier in the weekend. And TJ Ward. Tell you, every time I see TJ's cards, it's an American Graffiti flashback. I know I've said that like 17 times, but that's because I've had those flashbacks 17 times. Pretty sizable handicap. And Casely couldn't wait. She goes 0-3. R-E-D. And then dead 1. Total margin of error on the run was 4 thousandths of a second, but 3 thou of it was red. TJ, meanwhile, 8 flat on the 793, 84 miles an hour. Cruising right on down there. That'll bring up Cindy Hawk. All right, no pressure, Cindy. Her husband won. Her son won. I wasn't here to see if her other son won or not, but you know, her second favorite son I know won. I'm just not sure about her favorite son. Jerry Duffy over on the other side. What? They know. No, really, they know. Duffy been racing out here for a long time. All the way back to the old Tucson Dragway. At the finish line. How about the Hawks? All 3 of the Hawks run 1 above. Cindy wins it, 80 on a 79. Jerry Duffy goes 5'11 on a 5'12. Wow. He got there first by 17 thou and broke out by 2. Both drivers are going to tell you they missed the tree, but Jerry had 4 thou in his pocket and broke out by 2. Win light going to come on over there for John Carvalho. 642 on a 642. John goes 005, dead 1. He gave the stripe back, but he had the reaction in his pocket to get the win. Austin Downing 44 on the 48. 025 on the bulb, and he was locked out by a 6-pack on the other side. Ryan Lopez hits the tree at 0-12, puts a 6-12 on the scoreboard. He put a 6-11 on the window, and that package was, well, more than Dave Johnson could handle. 53 on a 50 for Dave at 121 miles an hour. Ain't working. Dave Aramillo and Matt Long are coming at you right now. For the win at 106 miles an hour, 67 on a 6. Dave Aramillo drops dead zero, but he had a reaction time started with a 1. The dead zero part was great. The reaction time started with a 1 was not so much. Hey, motorcycles, come on down. Attention in the pits. Motorcycles. I'll take you to the lanes. Hey, by the way, because Blake is here from Outticks, and aside from, well, annoying most of the people, he is working on some computer stuff. So if you are following along on the app, the live schedule is up. You should be able to just pull up the app, and it'll let you know your class is up in 30 minutes or your class is up in an hour, and you can kind of keep track of where we're at that way. Part of the electronic updates here at Tucson. Christian Slade on the left side, Tony Marconi on the right. Tony Marconi has not yet left the starting line and not seen the win light. One Friday, one yesterday, one first round, 586 on a 585. Christian Slade goes 506 on a 503. Not quite enough. Tony, better on the starting line, runs one above. And the El Bandito Yankee team keeps turning on lights. Motorcycles. Attention to the pits. Motorcycles. I'll take you to staging lanes, please. The live data is correct? Okay. Now, and because I know you've been playing with it, the app or the link or the website or the app? What's the app? Go to, if I want to find the app, that's what I'm asking. Where do I look in the app store? Everybody has it? Go dead on alerts? And everybody already has it. Well, see, I don't already have it. Okay. Live timing, live schedule are on the app. Quick little track inspection out there, and we should be right back at it here momentarily. Hey, once again, if you lost some bling, while it's quiet, I had somebody turn in some shiny bling. And if you're missing some of your shiny bling, come see me, and it might be yours. It might not be yours. My favorite bling story, Las Vegas, a bunch of years ago. Somebody came up and handed me a diamond tennis bracelet that very obviously did not come from Target, if you know what I'm saying. And said, I don't know how you make an announcement for this, because if you tell somebody I found a tennis bracelet, you're going to get stampeded. I said, don't worry, I got you covered. So I made the announcement. I had somebody turn in some bling. If you're missing your bling, come see me. Almost before I could finish the sentence, one of the Pro Stock Racers' wives was in the announcer booth, and she said, please, God, tell me you found my tennis bracelet. I said, is this it? And she said, that was my birthday present. She said, that was my birthday present, and you cannot imagine how much I didn't want to have to tell my husband I lost it. And there was no reward or finder's fee or nothing. That was kind of annoying. You know, I mean, you'd think if you found somebody's $50,000 tennis bracelet, they'd buy you a beer or a cheeseburger or something. Here comes Dan Slade. Dan on the left side, the Ford-powered machine, and Dan Foltz over on the right side. Feels like an FM radio show. Hey, it's Dan and Dan in the morning. Sundays on K105. Motorcycles, final call. Attention to pits. Motorcycles, final call. You should be in lanes. Both drivers away on the green. Dan gets out first. Dan's on the chase. Dan's trying to catch him. Dan's not going to catch him. Dan's going to hold on. How about 004 take 001? Dan Slade gets the win. 004 take 001. Foltz had an 83 reaction time, and that was game over. Pat Robinson now, left side, Bill Kidd in the right. Kidd, I don't believe that's Bill's car. Is that one of Jim's cars? I know that's borrowed from somebody. At least I think it is. Talking about the Camaro. The Camaro over on the right side is actually throttle stopping. Well, those DDRC cars, they got the motor so far back, they do not leave happy if you don't throttle stop them. They're designed for one thing. So the right lane's going to leave first, then it's going to stop, and then the dragster will be right beside him the rest of the way down. Watch and learn. One more bulb. There we go. Told you we were going to be side by side. 5:17 on a 5:17. Give the win to Pat. 6:09 on a 6:06 for Kidd. Kidd was 9th out better in reaction time. And Pat ran dead on to sneak the nose out in front by a hundo. That'll bring up Lemmy Fife and Jimmy Kelso. Lenny in the Camaro over here on the left side. The beautiful 1970 that he is. I believe Lenny's had his Camaro as long as I've had my Mustang. If not, it's been pretty darn close. Been in the family a long time. And Jimmy Kelso, celebrating 50 years of Kelso photography. Separation at this end, 0.02 of a second, advantage Kelso. Separation at that end, 0.02 of a second, and it was Kelso. Lenny Fife, however, runs dead two, and that was a winner. Jimmy Kelso got there first and broke out doing it. 2,000 on the start. I'm sorry, 2,000 on the start, 200 at the finish line. Lenny Fife for the win. Williams in the right. Man, this is like Friday night at Firebird. A couple of the Phoenix guys, or Phoenix area guys, rolling in here side by side in round number one. Both drivers away on the green. Will it be the dragster? Will it be the door card? It will be the door card. Nick Downing runs 37 on a 36. That's a winner. Blake Williams got there first. Got there first by 17th thou, broke out by 13th thou. Williams had 4th thou to sneak into and couldn't quite get there. Rod Ward now in the truck, and Chris Silman. As I do believe we are inching towards the end of round number one of Super Pro. And then we'll have motorcycles. Both drivers leave 00. Unfortunately for Rod, he was 00 red. and then goes 26 on a 27. Chris is 005 green, 94 on the 96, but the color of light determined the race. Justin Beaver and Mike McBrayer coming at you now. Justin left, Mike right. Corvette out of Pacific Coast Plumbing. Handicap head start is a bulb. Chevrolet side by side down to the stripe. The wind light's going to give it to McBrayer. Both drivers breaking out. Justin breaks out by 2 Hun. Mike breaks out by 1 Thou. And in this particular case, 1 Thou is way more better than 2 Hun. Oh, that's right. Okay. Thanks, Dave. You want donuts? I believe you. Chocolate or powdered? Well, you're not giving to him, are you? Perfect. Thanks for being here. Gave away another bag of donuts. It's a beautiful thing. I think I'm going to be pretty... Truck gets the win. Wow, wow, wow. 006 dead 0. Man, Faustino didn't have nothing for that game. 15 on the tree and locked out. 006. Take 002. Dead 0. That's pretty nasty. That's pretty nasty. Hector Hernandez left. Brettley Hinkle right. Said, I know we're getting down towards the end because I see my double-up drivers coming back around. Brittany, out of Don's Hot Rod Shop. As a matter of fact, that's where that car lives. Little orange Chevy 2 over there on the right side, and Hector up from Hermosillo. Team of Mexico that has had so much success here at this track. One of the best events we do all year, the Border Wars. Where the Mexican team comes up here and races against the home team. Always a lot of fun, always great competition. How about Brittany? How about Brittany? Dead on 7. 685 on the 685. Hector goes 13 on a 12. Couldn't get there. Brittany Hinkle. Better reaction time, dead 7. That's a winner. Bring up Beto again and Lightning McQueen again and Vito on Dragna. You're eating my donuts? You're supposed to win those. We run out, I'm giving everybody your phone number. Reaction separation, 1,000th of a second, 10 to 11. And Lightning McQueen making it happen. Goes 28 on a 27 to get the win. 21 on a 13 for Vito. I think Vito made the wrong choice down there. Decided to bail. Bill Bollock and Brandon Dolezal getting ready to come at you now. The Camaro looks like it should be owned by like a moonshiner or bootlegger or something, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Dolezal and a Queen Creek, the auto image. Team Dolezal. I'm kind of surprised that Mom and Dad aren't here this weekend. I figured they'd be down here trying to pick up a little hangover cash. Bill goes 5 thou early. And then runs dead 6. Down to the finish line. 70 on a 68 comes up for Brandon after an 019 light, but he had that thing won as soon as the red light came on. Now it's going to be Colby Fuller and Manny Chavez. Colby in the Williams dragster. I can't believe Steve hasn't come up and said hi. It's like he doesn't like me anymore. Thought he liked me. I talked to him at PRI for a while. Now that I think about it, the last thing he said is get out of my face, so maybe I misinterpreted that. I thought that meant see you later. Three seconds to handicap head start. And the Maverick will get the head start. Junior Street High School, come on down. Junior Street and High School to the lanes. Manny Chavez was 001, couldn't run the number and let Colby Fuller sneak by. Colby goes dead 5 and gets the win. Overcomes the 033 to 001 advantage that Manny had. But Manny let him sneak around down at the other end. Junior Street and High School. Attention in the pits. We need you now, please. Alan Zasha left, John McDaniel right. Keep in mind, if you're following along on the schedule, you would know. What does the schedule say right now? What does it say for Junior Street? It says Junior Street 1232, so you would know that it's time to come to the staging lanes. Red light start for John McDaniel. 006 too soon. Alan Zasha goes 007. 517, 56 on the 57 for John, so he was 6 thou early and 3 thou quick. Alan Zasha was right on time and then 1 hun quick. But the red light, the determining factor there. And Dylan Moody and Luis Ortiz coming at you now. Dylan in the dragster. Ortiz in by process of elimination. Must be driving the Camaro. Red car, red light, 17. 465 on the 467. Dylan Moody won it before he moved. Ortiz goes 21 on a 23. Didn't make any difference. The red light's all that mattered. Tony Henderson and Scott Taylor waiting patiently now for their second shot as our double entries are racking back around. Scott Taylor, the classic Chevelle, and Tony Henderson in the Ranchero, the unique Ranchero. Time both drivers get away on the green. It's a 2 thou split in reaction time. It is a 3 thou split at the finish line. Scott Taylor's going to win the double breakout. 77 on a 78. 60 on a 61 comes up for Henderson. And on the double breakout, Henderson under by 9 thou. Taylor under by 4 thou. Taylor for the win. Jeremy Jacobs left. Pat Marbach right. Bulb and a half going to be the handicap. Jeremy Jacobs in the Dodge. I'm sorry, in the Plymouth. Yo, Pat, what was that all about? What was that all about? Jeremy Jacobs goes dead to 582 on the 582. Marbach looked like he had a delay box malfunction because he left on the top. And now we got Alan Smith and Tony Pesquera. Alan Smith in the dragster, and I think that's the only supercharged dragster here, dialed 451. And Tony in a Camaro. I don't know what Tony was looking at, but he wasn't looking at the tree. Alan Smith for the win, 452. 005 light and a 452 for the win. Tony had a reaction time started with a 1. That is very unusual for him, but he paid for it. Down at the other end. Luke Makovica and Andy Kadar coming at you now. The dragster Makovica, Andy Kadar going to take the handicap head start. Kadar having to shake off that red light from when he was up here just about an hour or so ago. This time he's gifted a red light. Luke by a thou. Luke goes 001 red, so Kadar, who went red in his first run, was gifted in his second run. 018 on the reaction timer and 665 on the racetrack. Kyoki Desa, oh, come on, really? Kyoki and KJ. This is not the way these guys planned it, I promise you. I promise you. But it's the way it ended up. High school and Junior Street. If you're not in the lanes, you're in the wrong place. High school and Junior Street. Pretty please, you should be in the staging lanes. Just got a handful of Super Pro cars left. Motorcycles are loaded in and ready to go. So it's Desa versus Desa and KJ. Sending dad packing. There's no way to treat your dad. Difference in reaction time was 1 hun, advantage KJ. And then KJ runs 5 flat on the 497 for the win. Kyoki's car looked like it was moving over towards the right, and he was slowing down and out of the throttle down there. And as a matter of fact, Kyoki had more problems with that. I said it was slowing down and moving over. He actually pulled over. So we're going to have to go down and retrieve him. Didn't see any smoke or issues or nuclear reactions, but into the car down there, and as we've always asked the competitors, when you know you're having a problem, just pull over to the side and we'll come get you. And if it's leaking, it sure does help the cleanup efforts if we don't have to clean up the whole racetrack. So give us a second to get that taken care of. Hey, while it's quiet, attention to the pits. While it's quiet, racers, open the app, live timing, as well as the schedule is available. When you get back to your pits after you make the run, you can open it up and take a glance, and it'll tell you, hey, next round of Sportsman is at 3 o'clock, or next round of motorcycles is at 1:15. And you can kind of keep track of where. Yeah, we got time to change those tires, or we got time to do whatever we need to do. It is some new technology rolling. The only track in the country that is utilizing this technology right now. By the end of the week, it won't be, but it is now. We'll get the top end of the racetrack cleared off, and we'll get back after it. All righty. Mr. Desa has been cleared from the top end of the racetrack, and let's fire him back up. Leroy Duran and Mike Labatt. Duran decided to go ahead and warm the old tires up one more time, and Mike's like, nah, I'm good. I'm good. Handicap difference, 38. Head start, right line. Both drivers get away on the green. Advantage on the start. Went to the right lane. Wind light goes to the right lane. Mike Labatt had 8 thou in his pocket. Runs dead 0. He messed up the finish line, however. Gave the stripe back by 1,000th of a second. But fortunately for him, he was dead 0, holding the starting line advantage. And Leroy Duran got there first. Couldn't win the race. Dustin Tonneson now on the left side and Mike Zimmerman in the right. All right, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Double entered pro. Handicap is 0-1-2. Head start, right lane. Mike will be blasting off, and then see if Dustin can get it. Not a whole lot of ground to make up, but he does have some work to do at the finish line stripe. Dead 0 again. 0-11, Mike Zimmerman. Dead 0, winner, Dustin. Ran 3 too quick and still couldn't get there after leaving a couple of hundo back here. 0-11 on the tree and threw an egg at him for the win. Here comes Gabe Hernandez in the left side and Don Toya. For anybody that is here from out of town, Don Toya runs our local speed shop, Don's Hot Rod Shop, down in the middle of town. So I know today wouldn't help you, but anytime you're in Tucson, if you've got a problem, got an issue, need a part, Donnie's the guy you need to call. Actually, if you had an issue today, he could probably make it happen. I'd say, what would Don? You just call Jay and go, hey, Jay, go by and pick up a distributor cab and get out here now. Somewhere Jay's going, forget about it. I'm watching football. Toya goes first by ball. There goes Don. Red light start. 200. Too soon for Toya. Gabe Hernandez gets the automatic win. He goes 008 on the tree and then 83 on the track. Toya goes dead 1 after he turned on the red light. And once again, double entered pro. I'll take you to the lanes, please. Here comes Steve Rosa and Bambi Garfield. Drag Doll, apparel and accessories. Handicap head start's going to go to the left lane. The little Topolino goes first. Oh, and a red light start for Bambi. She goes 023 RED. There's the red light at the pink roll cage. 572 on a 572. A Rosa goes 11 dead 0. That's the second 11 dead 0 we've had in like the last 4 pairs. Bambi goes 38 on the 36, but she was red. Is that it? Is that it? It doesn't sound like a motorcycle that's running back there, but I know we can't have too many pro cars left. All righty. Double entered pro, final call. Final call, we're going to get the rest of them in. Double entered, be in the lanes. Yeah. Seattle, I saw it. All righty, motorcycles getting ready to come on. We remember Joe. Here come the scooters. Dan Snyder on the left side, Tom Patterson on the right. Tom actually came up in the tower earlier today. He said, "What'd you think yesterday?" I said, "Hey, man, nice job. Tom and his son-in-law raced in the final." And he said, "Yeah," he said, "we decided to turn the suck knob down a little bit." It's kind of an inside joke, but first qualifying run, the Patterson-Wollerson team, let's just say it wasn't their shiniest moment. I went down and chit-chatted with him in the pits a little bit. I said, that wasn't your shiniest moment. It's not exactly what I said, but everybody that knows me can probably figure out what I said. And Tom said, nope. He said, everything's brand new. New engine here, new tune-up there, new thing, new this. We're testing. He said, just give us a couple of runs. We'll be fine. And they obviously were. So Patterson's going to get the head start. We're talking about the bike over in the right lane. And then Dan Schneider's going to try to catch him. All right, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Pro, I will take all of you now. All pro to the lanes. That sounded like a missed shift to me, didn't it? Didn't it? Is that what you heard? Oh, man. Tom Patterson was late and slow, and Dan Schneider gave it back. Schneider got there first by a chunk and broke out by 0.004 of a second. You could hear Patterson's bike going to the rev limiter down there. And I thought, man, he's toast. But Dan Schneider got down there, took a chunk, broke out, and let Patterson right back in. Joe Guerin left, Carter Millwood right. Millward. I keep saying Wood. It's Millward. bringing up their two-bike team, the stretched-out machines. Like, wheelie bar, we don't need no stinking wheelie bar. Joe Gurn decided he wanted to go with the wheelie bar. Handicap will go to the right, but it's not very big. Sounded like Joe might have had a problem getting the bike into the next gear. And again, a breakout determines it. Carter Millwood got there first by a sizable margin to go 6:25 on the 6:30. Joe Gurn, I mean, both riders were late, but Joe was having problems with the bike. It slowed down a bunch, and Carter broke out and handed it back to him. Here comes Wes Millward and the other stretched out Busa, and Marlene Woolison on her Kawasaki. The pink machine over on the right side. Out here racing with both her dad and her husband. Mom part of the team as well. She actually had to race her dad yesterday. Speaking of which, here comes Dad. Just keeping an eye on things. .608 for the win, 113 miles an hour. Give it to Wes. He had the reaction advantage, and this time he played it right. Marlene missed it a little bit back here. They're still working on some new combinations, some new stuff, and then run 6:20 down the racetrack and wasn't going to get there. But Millward made the right decision down at the other end, eased back, kept it safe. Dave Euler coming up now, the blue bike in the left side, and here comes Justin Woolison. Just watched his wife go down the racetrack in front of him. So for Justin, his father-in-law won. His wife was not fortunate enough to advance, and I guess he's going to be the tiebreaker. Now, Justin, that's not his normal bike. That's not the bike he won the championship with last year. But as I said, they came out here this weekend just doing some experimenting and doing some testing. I don't believe Justin looks as comfortable on that bike as he was on the other one. David's going to get the win here, 585. He was 10 on the tree. He's 85 on an 84. That's a good solid run. Justin wasn't terrible at either end, but he wasn't as good as Dave. Dave's not here. Dave will be back. I know what you're thinking. Didn't Tom Patterson just run? Yes, he did, but they're double entries in the motorcycle as well. So the guy that won the first trip down is right back up, facing off with Sean Phipps. .607 on the 607 for Sean Phipps. Man, that's playing nasty. 13 on the tree. Dead 8 on the track. Tom Patterson goes 78 on the 81 and still didn't get there. So Patterson wins the first one, loses the second one. As Sean Phipps puts a little smackdown on him. Pro, you should all be in the lanes, please. Pro, you should all be in the lanes. Up now in the left lane, and Bill Cussler in the right. Bill on the green machine. That's part of that Patterson/Woolison/Juggernaut. And Dan, who we saw just a couple of minutes ago, has hot lapped his way back up here. Dan Snyder got the handicap head start, but Bill is pulling up alongside. No, not going to be able to get there. 6:46 on the 6:44 for Dan Snyder. Bill had a superior reaction time, but his bike didn't run the number. It goes 6:19. 2/10 back of where he wanted to be as the testing continues. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Dan Snyder, 6:46 to 106 miles an hour. Turns on the scoreboard. Bruce Mayberry. Bruce, come see me, please. Bruce, need to see you back in the tower, please. And we should be ready for our junior street and high school category. And hopefully all of our pro runners are in the staging lanes. Nate Rensta in the left side, Hannah Thompson in the white. Hannah got the big truck. I guarantee you she's looking at Nathan going, oh, look at that cute little truck you have over there. Fun little program for our junior street and high school folks to have an opportunity to come out here and play on the same field, so to speak. Comes down to a double breakout, but the win light's going to come on for Nathan. Predicted a 10:08, ran 10:05. Hannah predicted 11:18, ran 10:98. That's one thing you got to love about drag racing. The fact that the stadium, so to speak, is open to everybody. I mean, it's not like you can grab a basketball and take a couple of your buddies down to McHale Center. But you can bring out basically any streetcar and come out here to Tucson Dragway and race on the same track as everybody else. Allison Bollet and Chloe Darby coming at you now. Sorry, I got distracted again. I saw something shiny. I like shiny things. I like shiny things. Allison Bollet got the win. She goes 761 on the 750. Chloe Darby goes 85 on the 76. And the next pair is already down the racetrack. Mason Tuck turning it red. Madeline Smith wanted to turn it red, but Mason didn't let her. Mason goes early by 086. Madison goes early by 032, but Madison gets the W by being the lesser of the fouls. So the felony versus the misdemeanor. We'll let that slide. That'll bring up Nick George. Final car in category. And then we should be ready to dive right in to Pro round number 2. .134 on the tree. 8:02 on the track for Nick George. Well, as I see the motorhome and enclosed trailer tooling down Houghton Road over there, headed back to wherever home base is. I know that this being the final day of the hangovers, and I know some of you folks are going to be, if you got beat early, packing up and heading out. I just do want to tell you on behalf of Jim and Chip and all of us here at Tucson Dragway, we really do appreciate you coming out, kicking off the season with us here. Appreciate your patronage at Tucson Dragway. We've got a lot of the local racers here, but we also got a lot of you from out of town. And thank you for making us part of your New Year celebration, being down here at the 10th Annual Hangover Nationals. Brett Spence left, Parker Theobald right. Handicap's going to go to the Chevy 2 by 17 hundo. Bumping their way into the beams ever so gently. Red light start for Parker Theobald. Parker goes 630 at 109 miles an hour. I believe Tanner's still in, so we'll see him in a little bit. Spence, meanwhile, goes 650 on the 52. He's 52 on the tree, he's 52 on the dial, he's 50 on the track. Now it's going to be Sarah Kidd and Eric Holsley. Off the starting mark, Sarah Kidd had the advantage at the finish line. Sarah Kidd carried that advantage into a win light. She turns it on 676 on the 670, 717 on a 711 for Eric. Left a little bit back here on the starting line, and now it's going to be Joe Kidd to left, Andy Kadar right. Joe Kidd off and running the truck. Andy, man. Andy has not been very Cater-like today. Joe Kidd goes 19 on the tree, 646. That's going to be a winner. 6,700 for Andy. Had a reaction time started with a 1. I think Andy might just look over the Sunday of his hangover weekend and go, you know what? Let's just. That's interesting. My screen says that's Don Hall down there in the Barracuda. Maybe it is. But if it is, he swapped cars. 682 is going to turn on the wind light down there, so maybe that'll give me a chance to figure it out. Grace Borges over on the other side goes 637 at 115 miles an hour into Corvette. Grace, however, missed the reaction timer and gives the nod to the CUDA. Reagan Walcott now in her Corvette. Scott Taylor with the Chevy 2. They're both off and running. Reagan with a handicap start. But Scott, 004, dead on 4. 007 at the stripe. That's not being very nice to Ms. Walcott. 004, dead 4 for the win. For the Classic, A.J. Crater left, Evan Graves in the right. Ford-on-Ford activity taking place here between the Parasitic Psycho and the Bob Glidden tribute car. '71 model Pinto. Watch the Mustang off and running. And Graves didn't make his task any easier at this end of the racetrack. He's not going to get there at that end of the racetrack. 011 for AJ, and then 846 on the 845. 23 on a 21 for Evan was all right, but the 105 light was not so all right. Joe Kidd Jr. and Denny Valvo coming at you now. Handicap goes to the left side. See the big block Chevy can run down that little Pontiac. 679 for the win on a 676. Wow. Dead heat down to the stripe. Denny broke out, but he wasn't going to win the race. True margin at the finish line stripe, .00009. That's a lot of zeros. A lot of zeros. Dead heat at the finish line stripe. Kim Zimmerman left, Mark Jones right. Kim gets the handicap head start by 500. So these two are going to be pretty much side by side all the way down. That little guard, by the way, is for sale if you're either a dart or a race car or something to play with, or go by and see Kim. 741. Not right now, though, because Kim's going to be back to race a little bit later on in the day. Mark Jones goes 742 on a 32. Jones actually had a slight advantage on the reaction time, but was way back. And Mike's making me feel like a lazy slob again, doing push-ups down there in the middle of the racetrack. Well, Bruce Mabry's made his way back up here, so since I'm sitting in his office, I think I am going to grab myself some lunch, and I think I'm going to let him grab himself some microphone.
thank you, Alan. Well, what a great day it's been so far. We are having such a good time. So serving all of you folks that have come from Oklahoma and Montana and Wyoming and Colorado and gosh, New Mexico, all over. So thank you guys for coming out here and playing with us at Tucson Dragway for the Hangover Nationals. Like Alan said, day 4, day last. That's okay. And we're going to do it again. This is only year 10. Here's Juan Carlos Ortiz, left-hand lane. Wes Snodgrass, right-hand lane. Wes looking for a 617. Juan, he's got a 635 on the window of his Pontiac Grand Prix. 1984 Pontiac up against the 67 Camaro of Wes Snodgrass. Isn't that a pretty ride? That's the silver paint job with the black racing stripes down across the hood, across the deck, and into the next round. 46 reaction time. Goes 2-0. 3 above on a 17 at 100 miles an hour. There's Derek Fisher. The Fairmont. Right lane 788. That gets to leave about a second before Chris Citro. Citro's in the left lane. 649 on the window of the big block Mustang. Fisher. He's a small block. I understood, overheard yesterday, small block 302 under the hood of that Fairmount. 788 is the dial. So the Mustang big block left lane. Gonna have to play catch up. Gonna get there in time. Maybe a little mustard, a little catch up. All right, Citro got it on a double breakout. Citro goes 46, only 3 under with a nickel at 104 miles an hour. Fisher a little bit further under at a 45 light, better light by 2. Goes to Fisher, but the race goes to Citro. Here's Kurt Zenzalita. Zenzalita with a 680 on the window here in the left-hand lane. Here's the CUDA that right out of the box this morning got Allen for a bag of donuts. His first hit on a new entry time run. He goes 0-0-0. He's looking for a 552 on this pass, so he is back in. Oh no. Well, I wonder if it's a buyback or whatever, but he's going to hand the other Pentastar the win. Zenzalita would have gone 2 under, but doesn't matter. He's looking at the win lights on his scoreboard as it goes 78 on an 80. Here's Chris Stout all the way from Pocatello, Idaho. Dad has brought the car in the trailer. Chris flew in from Pocatello just on Saturday, maybe on Friday, so he could play in the Vega. 699 left-hand lane, gets the lead by 16 on first. It's Charlie Germain. Germain with a 683, gets the wheels up, launch, and goes red by 14. Wow, had a 460 foot time, but that was with the rear wheels as the front end was in the air. Germain goes 79 on an 83, but hey, Chris takes the win. Goes 1 under with an 8 at 97 miles an hour. Here's Kyle Fritz in the rented, in the borrowed Pinto, 865. Gets the lead by 2.5 seconds. Chad Sandlin goes, oh my gosh, 2.5 seconds, and I've only got 6 seconds to play with. 624. 67 Nova, right-hand lane. Kyle Fritz, Pinto, left-hand lane. 865. So like I say, if Chad can be that patient, because Kyle usually chops the tree down, so it's liable to be one right here as Chad watches taillights disappear on a Pinto. Out we go. 1001, 1002. Here we come. Oh, and maybe, look at how unbelievable. Kyle looking over his right shoulder, takes too much stripe and goes 62 on a 65. 3 under, gives the win to Chad. Chad goes 24. Goes dead 1, a 23 pack at 104 miles an hour. Nice. Gave the stripe to Kyle, and Kyle took too much. Jimmy Southwick. Ranger pickup truck. Cade Renault. Chevy Malibu. Malibu right-hand lane goes red by 52. Wow, Cade. That's pretty tough for Cade going red at all, and then goes 52 red. Southwick looking for a 695. Goes under 2, goes 93 with a deuce on the 95 after a 30 reaction time. Here's Jerry Holder. And Stan Hammond. Stan over there in the right-hand lane. Against Jerry Holder's bodacious Buick. 452 cubic inches of Buick. Wow. Better reaction time by a whole bunch. Look at that. 2 tenths. Goes to Stan. Stan with a 10. Jerry with a 2, 1, 3. Stan goes double 3 on a 17 at 95 miles an hour. Mike Passerby. Right-hand lane. 714 dial. He gets to leave a little, just a little over a full second up against Slade Bogle. Slade coming out of Las Lunas, New Mexico in that 23 altered T-bucket. What a neat ride that is. Little small block, 377 cubic inches. Out the way. Oh, and here comes Slade. Can he get there in time? Of course, he's left about 12 at the starting line. Can't do it. Can't get there in time. Passerby takes 1 up with an 8 at 92 miles an hour. 46 light to a 162. Passerby with the win over there in the right-hand lane. Here is the Witch Doctor 2. 1950 Jeep Willys, left-hand lane, 639, driven by Mike Bolton. Going to go up against Jessica Robinson. Jessica at 833, and her boo going to get to leave almost 2 full seconds. Wow, can Mike be that patient in what we're all guessing at one time it was a sand dragster? See what he can do here in the asphalt dragster. It sounded like it left just a little bit soft, but Jessica couldn't make it happen. But she takes too much stripe and goes under by 5 thousandths of a second. Win goes Mike Bolton. Bolton looking for a 39. Going to end up with a 74. Wow. At 99 miles an hour. So I thought it left just a little soft, but he already had 8 thou put away. Here's Brianna Bogle. In the 1996 S10 up against Ken Passerby. Ken in the Vega. Ken wants a 689. Going to take that win. Better light by 3 goes to Ken, and so does the win. Goes 95 on an 89, but already had 300 put away. 1.460 foot time for him at 90.19 miles an hour. Run. That's pretty neat. I see another number, so must have been his buy run, not the competition buy. So Chuck looking for a 705, goes 7 thou under with a 704 and a 3. But hey, when you're by yourself, you can do that, no worries. And you're not going to give it away. Here's Tim Moore and Steve Valdez. Valdez coming up out of Douglas, way down the south and east on the border. 670 for Steve. Tim O'More, he's looking for a 565 here in the left-hand lane. That's the 92.9 The Bull radio station. So if you're out cruising around and you want to listen to some country music, 92.9. Of course, if you're here on property, it's 103.1. The Vega, right lane, 670 leaves first. To O'More. Although Valdez had 4 put away, gave the stripe to Tim, and he took 26 too much and goes under by 0.02 of a second. So took 2, left 2, and goes under. Whoa. Brandy Card, left lane. Michael Heath, right lane. Heath in the Camaro. That's a 67 Camaro, 653 in the American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane. Brandy Card in the Maverick, 713. Gets to leave first and does just that. Better reaction time. For that 660 feet, the win goes to Brandy. She had 2 better, about 26 better actually, and goes 3 above with a nickel at 94.93. Here's Adriel Lopez. Cameras at the ready for the right-hand lane, as Adriel always picks up the front end, carries it about halfway through the signboard. That's a 1998 Camaro, 654 on the window, up against Cliff Hall's Falcon. That's a 64 Ford Falcon. Gets to leave by 0.08 first. 662 for Cliff. As they bump into the beams. Pre-staged, both sides of the tree. Adriel's in first. Here comes Cliff. Green lights a pair. Green lights for Adriel. Breakout win. And again, he gave the stripe to Cliff. Cliff goes 5 thou too quick at the stripe. So Adriel takes the win. Looks like Adriel was up about 0.03 of a second. Next pair, Jeremy Blyer in the Yanko loaned against that card. Thad wants 709, Jeremy wants a 592. Ooh, Thad, he left 2 in the bank, but looks like Jeremy had that 2 stuffed away and then took too much stripe and goes under by 0.06 of a second. So Thad Card will take the win. Looking for an 09, goes a 10 at 95 miles an hour. Here's Jacob Trammell, left lane, 649 in the Malibu. Ron Height, S10 pickup, 716 in the right-hand lane. Ron's going to leave first with that 716. Comes out of Tucson. Jacob comes out of Casa Grande. As they near the stripe, green wind lights come on left lane. That's Jacob Trammell. Jacob better light by about 6 and then goes 54 on a 49. Took the stripe by 0.11 of a second and a win for Jacob. Dale Hicks, Corey Beatty. Corey in that good looking Chevelle. Now the Chevelle has gone rounds for days. Friday, Saturday. There he is in round number 2 on day 4. Dale Hicks, same thing in that good looking slam down to the pavement Camaro. Camaro 626 left lane. Corey Beatty Chevelle 673. Beatty comes out of Texas. Hicks comes out of Goodyear. Both of them get away with a green light. Gotta love it. They are tied together at half track. And it's a double breakout win. Looks like Hicks broke out just a little bit less. He was only 9 thou under. Took the stripe by 10, but only 9 thou under the dial. Gets Hicks the win. The 65 Mustang, well, that's Stephen Lee, and he's here in the left-hand lane. That 65 Nova, that belongs to Carson Heath. Heath over there in the right-hand lane with a 717 on the window. 29 Hun is the margin here at the starting line. We'll see what happens. Oh, no. Oh, no. Stephen Lee, not good. Looks like if Carson looks over his left shoulder and lifts, he's okay. And he is. Carson Heath will take the win as Stephen Lee in the Mustang. Rolled out about, Steve rolled out about 60 foot and, uh-oh, we may have some stuff on the racetrack. But thank you, Steve. Did exactly what you're supposed to do. That's a professional driver. Thought something was wrong with the Mustang and right away pulled it to the outside wall. We do appreciate that. It's so much easier to clean up a little puddle or maybe a little stripe, but unfortunately that doesn't look good. There's some stuff out there. So everyone in staging, kind of hang on for just a short. We'll keep you apprised as to what's happening. But like I say, it looks to me like there's a little stuff maybe, but we haven't heard officially yet. So we'll find out if there is any real stuff out there as our track crew is running around looking at the car. And so it does sound like maybe, unfortunately, stuff. So looks like, guys, it's going to be a little bit of a cleanup. So if you're sitting in a door car and you want to open the doors and kind of stand by, if you're in a pipe car, you might want to pull a helmet or so. It's going to be just a few minutes while we get this taken care of. And fact is, guys, I think our novelty booth is even open still. We still have Nationals, some merchandise there, and we have some more stuff from Tucson Dragway. So that's down in the novelty booth. Most of our vendors are open. I understand that a lot of our vendors are down there and open today. So again, the gift shop is open at Tucson Dragway. Hoodies, hats, stickers, and shirts. And of course, a limited supply of Hangover Nationals merchandise. So we have that going for you. So if you want to slip down, hey, our concession stands are open. Coffee to Cones is down there. Donuts is down there. I believe Sam is down there with, well, he was down yesterday, but we'll check to see if Sam is down there with our corn. But like I say, it's going to be just a few minutes while we get some, pretty sure they're going to bring out the asphalt Zamboni and going to bring out some powder maybe and some of this and some of that. But it'll be just a little while we get this taken care of. Attention to pits, attention pits. Hey, we got a couple of minutes here. So if you are due some money from Friday, Robin is up here. She's making payouts for Friday only. We'll let you know when they're headed over for Saturday, but as it is right now, Robin is up here doing payouts for Friday's money winners. So, guys, it does look like everything's coming along pretty quickly. Guys are jumping back and forth and cleaning up a little puddle out there. Once again, do want to say a special thanks out to Steve. Thank you, professional driver that pulled it over right away. Even thought something was wrong with the car and pulled it over right away. So it'll be a lot quicker cleanup. So again, Benz, we're going to be down for just a little bit. If you have loosened up your seatbelt and taken your helmet off and arm restraints and whatever else is safety equipment you've removed, please, when we go back to racing, make sure that everything is back in place. Safety first. Make sure that helmet's strapped on and got some shoulder pads and seat belts and everything's back in place when we do get to go back to racing. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Hey, Carson Heath, if you have an opportunity, Robin would like to see you back in the tower. So, nothing bad. Just if you get an opportunity to get back up here while we're down right at the moment. So, Carson Heath, if you get an opportunity, Robin would like to see you. Second floor to timing tower, second door. One more time, Carson Heath. Could we have you to see Robin? Second floor to timing tower, second door. Attention to pits, attention in the area. Hey guys, our buyback table just came up and said, if you need a buyback, and I think Super Pro. So if you need to buy back, and I think Super Pro is the only one left. Everybody else, every other category is already taken care of. But hey, we got some downtime. We're slow. That's if you were runner-up in round one of Super Pro, and you would like it to buy back, that buyback table is open for, gosh, maybe another 20 minutes or so. So give you the opportunity to slip over there while we're down. And otherwise, we're going to close up the table thinking nobody wants to buy back. So great opportunity right now. Downtime, no noise, and buyback table is open. Well, it sounds, we haven't heard from anybody, but I hear engines starting up. So you might want to head back over to your race cars from the sounds of it. Sounds like perhaps we got some race cars starting up. So I think, of course, this is totally unofficial, but listening down there, it sounds like we've got race cars starting up. And so, again, might want to wander back towards your race car and stick on the helmets and put the shoulder pads on and hook up the window net. I think we're going racing again in our pro category. All right, here's the first pair coming back up to you. And once again, Steve, thank you. Thank you. That was a relatively quick cleanup because he took very good care and pulled it over right away. So, Steve, thank you. Here's Kurt Reif and Tony Marconi. Tony with a 5. Attention to pits. Attention to pits. Junior dragsters, 6 to 9. Junior dragsters, 6 to 9. This will be your first call. Attention to pits. Attention to pits. Double entered, 10 to 17. 10 to 17. Double entered junior dragsters. Your first call. 6 to 9 and double entered 10 to 17. All right, Kurt Reif, 670 left-hand lane. Tony Marconi, 585 right-hand lane. Now, can Tony triple up? He's doubled up in category, both Friday and Saturday. Pick up another wall today, and we'll see. Here we go. Better reaction time. See if that takes it away, and it goes over here to Kurt Reif with a better light, but Tony Marconi is going around. This is round number 2, and Tony Marconi is moving on. He was only 1 up on the dial. Dialed. Dialed an 85, goes an 86 with a 3 at 111 miles an hour. So it looks like he took the stripe by 11. Margin of victory, 1 foot. Goes to Marconi. Here's Howard, the Hound Dog DeVore, up against Madeline Smith. Now, Madeline's driving the Mustang, fastback Mustang today with a little squeeze under the hood. Diego was driving it yesterday, but Madeline's in it today. Hound Dog lifts looking for a 690. Madeline's looking for a 609. The Hound Dog turns on the wind light, has a 50 light. Madeline with a 97, so Hound Dog better by 4, and then goes 5 above at 87 miles an hour. So Howard DeVore with the win. Here's Jimmy Amaretto, right-hand lane. 1855 is the car number, 640 is the dial, against Tyler Sally. Sally in a 1972 Dodge Dart out of El Mirage. 725 on the window. Gets the lead by almost a second, about a .85 for Tyler here in the left-hand lane. Start. Wow, only 0.02 of a second. There's 2 hanging out. Tyler worsted by 2. Tyler win by 3. Ooh, better at the stripe by 3. Down to 25 goes dead 1 for Tyler Sally. And at 91 miles an hour. 22 at the tree, 20 for Jimmy. So there was 2 there. And picked it up at the end with a 1 as he goes dead 1. Tyler Sally with the win. Here is Mr. Wolfmeyer. 709 is the dial. Gets the lead first by 19 a hun. Up against Michael Munoz's 92. S10. The S10 is looking for a 690. Doesn't matter right now, as Wolfie goes red by 3-1. Michael looking at the win lights on his scoreboard. Even gave Wolfie the stride, but it doesn't matter. He went under by 3 thou, but still doesn't matter. Still gets the win for Michael Munoz. The Insidious C10, driven by Bob Cohen with a 705 on the window left-hand lane up against Billy McDaniel. McDaniel out of Los Lunas, New Mexico, long-roofed Chevy 2. Attention to pits, Junior Dragsters 6-9, Junior Dragsters 6-9, and double entered 10-17. Your second call. 671 to a 705. 705 leaves first left-hand lane by half a second. See who has the better light. That may play out at 660 feet, and it does. Wow. McDaniel left a full 10th at the starting line, 17 to Bob's 0.006. Margin of victory about 30 feet goes to Bob. And then he goes 006 at the tree, looking for a 705, goes 2 above. 707. Cohen with the win. Hey, here's the blue oval bullet. That's Marco Ocampo. 663 on the side of the bullet, up against Brad Hawk's Mustang. So a little evolution in Mustangs for you. An 89 in the right lane, a 68 with a red light in the left lane. Mark 001 red light. Brad 655 goes 654, 3 thou under, but a 008, easy for you to say, 008 light and a win for Brad Hawk. Hawk Family Racing. Heath Hawthorne, 63 Chevy Nova. Mesa, Arizona is where he calls home. 703 on the window. Gets to leave first by half a second up against Jeffrey Edwards. Turquoise, 66 Nova. The Nova left lane with a 650. The Nova right lane with a 703. Jeffrey Edwards in first. Jeffrey's out of Phoenix. Heath, he's out of Mesa. Again, both sides of the tree are green. One's about 5 better, and he's going to get the win. That's Heath. Heath goes 49 at the tree to Edwards 98. Wow, Heath took the stripe by 6 thousandths of a second. But Jeffrey breaks out. He goes under his 50 by 9 thousandths of a second. Hawthorne gets the win. James Foley. Now, James had a little problem with the hood yesterday. It left the car at about right there. Blew way up. This time he's going to go ahead and turn on the red bulb and give a free time run over to Corey Oxford. Oxford in the Camaro. Dialed 34. Goes about 3 up on it with a 37 and a win for Corey Oxford and his Camaro. Here's Scott Oxford and Trevor Borowski. Now, I heard earlier that this might be for sale. Okay, stop by, visit with Trevor. He's all the way from Julesburg, Colorado. So while it's here, just want to pick it up. Pay a couple of dollars. Trevor wants on a 750, and he goes, ooh, double breakout, goes 2 under, but Scott Oxford goes further under. He was about 27 under at 90 miles an hour, so Borowski takes the win in that Challenger. Ray Pauchek. Ray Pauchek, 735 in the Duster right-hand lane. Pair of Penastars. Now, it's kind of neat to watch 2 Penastars head down the drag strip. Joe Cox Jr. in his Valiant here in the left-hand lane with a 711. 2 Mopars. Better reaction time is going to go to the Valiant, and the win is as well. Stripe by 22. Better Light by 5. Goes 17.6 up on his 11. Gets the win at 89 miles an hour for Joe Cox. Tatum Marconi, like we talked about earlier, loved these Coronets, 67, 66s. This one's a 66 Coronet with a big block. Wanted all my life a GTX with a big block 426 Hemi. That'll never happen. Here's Henry Labaugh. Henry and David Labaugh, Arizona differential specialists up in Phoenix. 691 is the dial for Henry. Tatum wants a 702. Going to get to leave first by right around 11 on. Wow, Henry, 35 red. Tatum, free time run, goes 56 green. It goes 703, about 13 up, 95 miles an hour. Gave the stripe to Henry, but it was too late already. Attention to pits, all junior dragsters. Come on down. Final call 6 to 9. Final call double entered as 11 to 17. And we're calling all juniors to the lanes, please. John Amstutz, left lane 719 on the window. John comes out of Tucson. He's going to get to leave first up against that big block El Camino. That's Aaron McCammon. Aaron's got a 596. Comes out of Vail. A couple of days ago. Wanted to make sure I wasn't lying to everybody. Years ago, he drove this El Camino to the track, raced it, and drove it home. He says, I can't do that anymore. I got to trailer it out, and he's got a win under his belt this time. He left 10 at the starting line on that pass up against John. But John breaks out, goes under by 6 thou, and McCammon takes the win. Bob Loham, 67 Camaro, right lane 650 on the window against Brad Fisher. 5-speed, long roof Vega. Long roof Fairmont. I'll get it right sooner or later. Eventually things come to mind. And Brad goes under. He broke out. Dial to 92 goes way under the dial with an 85. Bob got a free time run. Margin of victory about 14 a hun, goes over, and about a 13, about a half a foot at the stripe. So a dial of 50 goes to 52 at 94 miles an hour. Bob with the win. Here's Mike Reed in the D50 Dodge pickup truck. And I believe I talked to Mike not too long ago. It's a 360 cubic inch Mopar under the hood of that D50. He wants a 702 up against Wes Millward. And he's going to get that win away. Better Light goes to the bike, but the bike could not get there. Looks like Mike's going to take the stripe and take the win. It was only about 3 up on his dial. 05 on an 02 dial. Here's Marco Gonzalez. Left-hand lane. .732 here in the left-hand lane. Up with John Cavallero. John in that good-looking 67 Camaro. Now, Marco's 36 red. John green 11 and goes about 15 under, but again, doesn't matter looking at the green win lights on his scoreboard. And takes the win by about 109 miles an hour. Gave the stripe to Marcos, and Marcos took 12 too much and breaks out. Hey, here's Joe Kidd. Joe Kidd back in his S10 pickup truck up against four-door Clyde Evering in a 1981 Ford Fairmont. He gets to leave by about a half a second, so he's got a half a second out there as Joe's kind of looking at those Fairmont taillights going, well, that's pretty cool. That's a Ford. Oh my gosh, I gotta go. 688 for Clark. 639 for Joe. And Joe and a double breakout win. Joe gets the win. He was only 3 thou under. Dialed to 39. And goes to 38 with a 7. Four-door was a little further under. Dialed in double 8, goes in 86. So he was 300 under. So Joe Kidd gets the win. Here's Rob Khalil and Shelby Edwards. Isn't that a neat looking Camaro too? We were talking earlier about this generation of Camaros and how popular they've become lately. Shelby with 687 on the window only gets to leave about 700 before the big back windowed Barracuda does. The Cuda is built back in 1966. The Camaro, 1970. So, I didn't get to see the front end. I wonder if it's a split bumper from 70. Those are even more popular than the full coverage front bumper. So Shelby, had a 005 light and gets the win as Rob trying to catch up. He had a 98 light, so he was only about 93 back here at the starting line. So he gave a whole bunch up, trying to catch up, and goes under. Broke out by 3. Gives Shelby the win. Shelby dialed in 87, goes in 93 above at 93 miles an hour. Hey, here's Matt Hawk in the Maverick. And Regan Walcott wheels up launch for Matt. Looking for a 733. Regan wants a 713 as they get to the finish line. Whoa, Matt dialed to 32. Regan had a better light, 27 to a 32, but Matt was closer to the number, only 19 off. As Regan, she dialed to 13, goes to 17, so she was 4 above at 100 miles an hour. Eric Holtzley. Corvette here on the tower side. 794A XX. In the left-hand lane with a 633 on the window. Red light start. 86 for the Corvette. Holsey, 55 on the tree. 14 at the stripe. 3 above at 96.08. All right, here's Kurt Zinzalita in the blue Roadrunner. We usually get to see him in his yellow Roadrunner, but like I said, he said early on, I hurt the Roadrunner in Vegas. So at the Mopar Nationals. So he went to the backup. He's got to go up against Evan in the Pinto. Well, doesn't have to do too much because Evan red light by 4 thousandths of a second. Kurt Zinzalita cruises through and would have gone under. Dialed to 79, goes to 75. So a little bit 4 under at 101 miles an hour. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Once again, all junior dragsters. All junior dragsters, you should be in the lanes. Looks like Madeline has double entered in Diego's Mustang. A little bit of squeeze under the hood as you see the purge come up above the roof. Going to go up against the Pontiac in the right-hand lane. I believe is that the snowmobile. Up Theobald. Whoa, hang on to it. Oh, no, no, no. Darn it. Darn it. So Madeline, doggone it, tried to save it, did okay, She slipped out towards the center line and hammered the brakes, and it kind of slid it back across the track for her. So she was out in the center, and doggone it, it came back in the middle. So didn't hit it that hard, but tagged the fence just a little bit. So well, it looks a little better here. I know she didn't hit it too hard, but doors open and driver's out of the car. So we'll let you know a little bit later on. But we're going to be down for just a few minutes. So if you're kind of hanging out back there in the staging lanes, and I know we got all of our juniors in. Thank you guys for being in. But it'll be just a few minutes while we check on Madeline and check on the Mustang. Make sure everything's good to go. So like I say, Madeline did step out of the car, but we'll let you know how goes it. right, here's Derek Fisher and Mark Johns. Big fastback Mustang. 1969 fastback Mustang of Mark Johns up against Derek Fisher. Fisher here in the left-hand lane, half a second head start, 780 to a 734. Both drivers out of the Tucson area. Well, John's out of Vail, Derek out of Tucson. So both of them out of the Tucson area. RPMs come up. Cars go away. Both of them turn on green light. 734 to a 780. The 80's left-hand lane, 34's right-hand lane, and a win, a breakout win, goes to Mark Johns. Nice light. 13 for Mark. Mark gives the stripe up. Looks like Derek takes too much of it and goes under his 80 with a 68. Johns goes 42 on a 34 with a 13 reaction time. He'll take the win at 92 miles an hour. Attention pits, double entered Sportsman. Double entered Sportsman. This is your first call. To lanes 3 and 4. All right, here's Andy Kadar and Scott Taylor. Scott over in the right-hand lane. Andy in the left-hand lane. Scott. Wow. Whoa. Taylor looking for a 77, goes an 80 for the win. With a 25 light. Looks like Kadar left about 5 at the starting line. And then he goes dead 8. Gave it up. Scott took the stripe by 20 and goes 3 above at 100 miles an hour. Here's Jeffrey Cox looking for a 729 on a free time run. Goes 30 with a 4 at 92 miles an hour. After a 19 would have been red. So it looks like that may finish off that round of our pro category. Attention pits, double entered Sportsman. Double entered Sportsman. Your second call. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, my pleasure. Mr. Alan Reinhardt, back again.
Thank you very much, Bruce. Our first pair, second round. Rolling into the water box. I wish I'd invented the junior dragster tire cover. That seems like something that would be about my skill level. And I could have made millions. Millions, I tell you, millions. Or at least, a couple of bucks. John Brewer on the left side. Leia Grotto on the right side. Handicap split, as you can see on the scoreboard, is almost a second. I read someplace that the junior dragsters must have the absolute worst carburetors in the history of the world because there's no other carburetor that needs to be adjusted 17 times from the time you start the car till the time you stage the car. Well, is there? Both drivers rolling in deep. Now here comes the countdown. Oh, and it's going to be a red light start for Alea. Both drivers leaving early after rolling in deep, but Alea gets the red, and John Brewer is going to get the win. 13:06, 48 miles an hour. Alea goes 12:04, 53 miles an hour. But again, both drivers leaving early. Alea getting the red, John getting the green. Here comes Jada Tonneson and Gracie Slade. Not a whole lot of handicap here, only 600ths as they count them down. Got enough junior dragsters here this weekend. We could have had a junior dragster national. We got a load of them. Everybody trying to get in one more hit while you're still on Christmas break. This time both drivers away on the green light. Jada Tennyson crushes it with a double 0.5 and then a 12.01. 58 miles an hour for the win. Gracie goes 12.12 on her 1190 dot. And that's not going to keep her in the game. Just like that, the next pair. Rolling up into the beams. This time the handicap is 6/10 as both drivers pull in, stage, light that second bulb, and here comes the head start. Here comes the start. They both get away on a green, and they're closing in on the finish line in 3, 2, 1. 895 on 890 winner left side. 175. 75 miles an hour. So 175, that would be a record for a junior car, wouldn't it? I think it would. 832 on an 830 coming up on the right side. Left a little bit back here, but end up with 12,000 stripe. And the wind light coming up left lane. Here comes Mallory Dolezal. Left, Colin Myers right. serious. Mallory left, Colin right, finish line. Quick bang, 796, that's going to be a winner. 77 miles an hour and give the nod to Colin. Mallory goes 8:16. Both drivers solid on the tree. There was only a 4 thou difference in reaction time. Mallory back at the dial about a 1/10 and a half and left the door open. And here comes Caden Renault on the left side and Brett Gonzalez in the right. Cade's about as good as it gets. The Silver State Refrigeration Guard Division champ again. And Gonzalez over in the right side. Cade is dialed on the floor. Gonzalez is going to get just the slightest of head starts. Just that much. Well, Brett Gonzalez was supposed to get the head start, but if you're watching closely on the starting line, no question about it, it was Cade that moved first. Gonzalez runs dead zero, but didn't have the reaction time to back it up. Cade Renault was 16 on the tree, and then 94 on a 90 on the track, taking the win. If you're watching closely on the starting line, so the right lane was supposed to leave first, but Cade actually utilized an 0:16 reaction time to get the jump and carried it all the way to the stripe. Alexis Ketterson left, Jace Rader right. Jace Rader's having a pretty good weekend here so far. Hoping to not have it end just yet. This time we've got a 009 split on the handicap with the right lane again. Supposed to leave first. Supposed to. They are side by side, closing in on the stripes, singing in harmony. It's going to be an 8:07 winner for Alexis. Jace Rader goes 16 on the 11. 0.02 of a second finish line stripe. Alexis gets the win on the reaction timer. Alexis was 2 thou better. She took 2 thou at the stripe, and she gets the win. 8:07 on the 8:02 for the win. 16 on 11 for Jace Rader. They both ran almost identical to the dial. 2 thou reaction advantage, Alexis. 1 thou closer, Alexis. And that turns into the margin of victory for Alexis. Kathy Waters now on the left side, and Brian Price. DNA Hot Rods on the side of Kathy's car down there out of Duncan, Arizona. She's going to get the 1 second handicap head start. I actually have hot rods in my DNA too, but just because I've cut my hands so bad working on my cars, I feel like I've got brake clean in my DNA now. Well, that's how I wash my hands. 001 red for Brian. Ooh, man, that's going to be painful. 783. 83 miles an hour. Brian doing his last run of the weekend. His leg drawn down there. 896 on the 894 comes up for Kathy. That race was decided by the color of the light on the Christmas tree. Now it's going to be Hayden George on the left side and Brooklyn Foltz in the right. Hey, listen up in the pits. Sportsman. Oh, attention in the pits. Sportsman. I'll take all of you. Come on down. Sportsman to the lanes. We're clean. We're green. Brooklyn's whacking the throttle down there, starting about 400 feet or so. Brooklyn goes 798, 79 miles an hour for the win. 925 comes up for Hayden George. Hayden's car, when it was time to hit the gas, just didn't move. Certainly not like he would have liked it to move anyway. just like that, here comes Mason. Mason tuck. I really like the high windshield and enclosed roll cage. Presley Kinman over on the right side. Difference in dial is a hundo. Simple as that. 790 over to 791. So watch close and let's see if we can pick out which car leaves the starting line first. We had one of them that is just not quite clear down there at the other end. And we're going to have it hold up for a second while our safety team takes care of business down there. Apparently one of them lost fire and just wasn't quite able to make it down there and around the corner. Sportsman, we will take all of you. Sportsman to the lanes. And they're getting a junior car pushed off the top end of the racetrack. Top end looks like we're clear. We'll fire them up and head right back at it. Okay, let's try this again. We'll fire them up and get right back at it. I knew it would work the second time. It always works the second time. We're going to back up Mason, let him do another dry hop. Presley's on the other side going, nah, I'm ready. I'm good. I'm good. Was supposed to be one Hun. If you were watching, I'm guessing you saw what I saw, and that was that Mason moved first by a whole lot more than a Hun. Matter of fact, he put an extra tenth in his pocket on the reaction timer and then eases on down there to take the stripe by 5 Hun for the win. 93 on the 91. Presley goes 787, trying to catch him, and still couldn't quite catch him. Allison Bollet. Driving the Southwest graphic machine over here on the left side. Blake Foltz over there on the right. Not quite as tight a handicap as the last pair, but PDC. Pretty darn close. 005. That is 0.05. This time both drivers doing their job on the starting line. Let's find out who did a better job writing the number on the car. Looks like it's going to be Blake 7902 on the 90. Allison Bollet got there first by 2 Hun, and that was 11 thou too many. She goes 793 on the 795. 11 thou too quick sends Allison packing for the weekend, and dead 2 sends Blake to the next round. Jace Renault now on the left side, and Carmen Nelson in the right. Carmen, K-A-R-M-I-N. I don't think I've seen Carmen spelled like that before. Well, Carmen, your parents, congratulations, had a little imagination. My parents didn't need any imagination. They named me after the astronaut. 14, the split in dial as both of them take an extra breath. Then they both pull in and stage it almost exactly the same answer. And then they're both off and running. Jace left, Carmen right. It's going to be Jace coming back for the next round. 2,000s at the finish line stripe. Carmen actually got there first, but had to break out to do it, going 8 flat on the 804. Had no chance to win the race. Jace pulled a little bit in the reaction time and then drives on down there to a 791 on a 790. Where was I? I'm sorry, I got distracted by Paul. Abram Grado on the left. Braden Roselle on the right. Oh, and a red light start for Abram. Just a little too anxious. Just a little too anxious. And he fouls away his shot at fame, fortune, and hey, Donnie Toya, at your convenience, come see me. No emergency. Donnie Toya, at your convenience, come see me. Last pair again decided by the red light and left side, Raiden Rogel. Taking a win, Cole Thompson now, and Memphis Schofield. Coming up the starting line. Cole going to get the slight, little, minor, not very big head start. No, that's actually you. Both drivers get away on the green. Cole was a little bit better on the old RT, and Cole going to take the WIN. 907 on the 905, 92 on a 93 for Memphis, trying to run him down and still couldn't get there. A little bit late, strike one. Crossing second, strike two. Running too quick. Strike three. Mia Kruba now on the left side and Haley Martin in the right. I think that's one of the greatest things about the Junior Drag Racing League. Tell me some other junior activity that has a male-female split like junior dragsters. There are a lot of young ladies involved alongside the young men involved in the category, and that goes all the way back to the first two. The first junior dragster was built for David Knapp. The second one was built for Jill Caliendo, who now is Jill McKenna. Well, both drivers going to miss the tree, and somehow Mia's going to get away with a 2:41 reaction time. Able to run the number down there. Haley was not able to run the number, even though she had a sizable advantage on the reaction time. But, you know, sometimes it's just your day. Sometimes it's just your day. Mia Kruba gets the nod. Here comes Maddie Kruba. Do you know if Maddie is Mia's big sister or little sister? Do you know? I'm going to guess, since Mia was running 890 and Maddie is running 790, that Maddie is the older sister. Alyssa Moody out of El Paso over in the right lane. She's dialed on the floor of her category at 8.9 seconds. to a listen. Here comes Maddie. Got her. Wow, they both run 94. They both dialed 90. They both run 94. So the difference at the start was the difference at the finish. And Maddie had the better reaction time, so that made the difference in the race. Mackenzie Rader now on the left side. Weston Moody in the right. Every time I see Weston's name, that reminds me I need to reach out to my buddy Dave Moody. Wish him a Happy New Year. One bulb going to be the handicap here. Do you recognize this? Do you know what it is? Do you know where it's from? Do you know where you wrote that down? They dropped that in the drawing for the TV. Congratulations. Donnie Toya just won the TV and he didn't even know he entered for it. I just wanted to make you come up here. Yeah. Happy to be of service. Weston Moody goes 862 on the 859. And he covers that one. 812 on an 808 comes up for Mackenzie, and that just wasn't quite enough, especially when her reaction time was a little subpar. If you dropped your name in the hat for the buyback drawing for the TV, Donnie Toya won it. Or did Brittany win it? Did Brittany win it? Okay. Well, maybe Brittany wanted Donnie to have it. That's actually funny. I wonder how that works. If Brittany was the one that entered, but she put Donnie's name on the card, I think it's Donnie's TV. Just saying. I'm not trying to start a family feud or anything. I'm just saying. Aubrey Keller, right. Sarah Kidd, left. Sarah, who's aging out of the juniors here, coming up pretty quickly. Kind of added the trophy case a little bit before, but not going to happen here. How about margin of victory? 0003. Aubrey Keller by 3 10,000ths of a second. Aubrey runs dead 6 for the win. Sarah Kidd 15, 1 above 3 to come up 3 10,000ths short. Crazy. Crazy, I tell you. It's crazy. Crazy. Parker Schroeder on the left side. Shane McKinney on the right side. Parker, the new Gen Customs rider out of Peoria. And Shane rolling out of here from Odessa, Texas. So when these two depart Tucson Dragway a little bit later on, they're both going to get on I-10. One of them's going to go that way, and one of them's going to go that way. Dialed at 790. Dad looked like he was trying to get somebody's attention down there after the car was staged, but turn on the wind line down there with a 793. 79 miles an hour. 788 comes up for Shane McKinney. Parker Schroeder was a couple of ticks better in reaction time, and then goes 93 and gets the win. And that'll bring up Caden Keys left and Macy Coleman in the right. Sportsman, if you're not there, you are officially tardy. And we will not invite you again. Not till the next round. Hey, again, remember, if you're following along on the app, it is updating live as we go. So you can just kind of glance at your phone and go, okay, look, we're going to be up in 20 minutes, or we're going to be up in 10 minutes, or maybe we better go now. But right now, Sportsman should be all in the lanes. Brand new technology only here at Tucson Dragway. The only track in the country that's running it. Oh, come on. Caden Keys just went 002 to leave second. Macy Coleman is 001 and getting a win. They both break out. Coleman goes 88 on a 90 under by 2, 07 on a 10 for Caden. Caden Keys, 002, taking 12th thou to go home. Come on. Double 02 taking 12th out to go home. Here comes Christian Pridgeon in the left side and Selena Mealy. I'll tell you, that's one of those deals where you look at a time slip and go, you got to be kidding me, right? Caden Keys, 002 taking 12th out. I do believe would have beaten every other car that's gone down the racetrack so far this round. As I believe I may have mentioned earlier, drag racing is a right place at the right time kind of sport. How was your run of 002 taking 12? Who you got next round? Nobody. Loading it up. Time to take down the 10. Christian Pridgeon just went 062, 895 on the 890 for the win. After 002 taking 12 to go home. Selena, 114 on the reaction timer, and yeah, that cost her. She was pretty solid on the dial, 96 on the 95, but could not overcome the late light. Jace Rader now in the left side. And one of our double entrants that, it's like a glitch in the matrix. Some of the double entrants, I don't have the driver info that comes up on the X entry. That's okay. We got Blake here this weekend. We're working on it. We're working on it. I got my best guy on it. One of my best. I assume Blake's still here. I don't know. Maybe he went home. He left for lunch. I was going to say he left for lunch 2 hours ago, but then, whoa, man. Jace Rader just chattered the tires. Tire shake on a junior dragster, and he still got the win. Fortunately for him, right lane was late and a little bit slow, but Jace smashed the gas. That thing actually went out there and chattered the tires. It goes 830 at 78 miles an hour. I was going to say Blake couldn't possibly still be eating lunch, but if you'd have seen everything he ate yesterday, he certainly could still be eating lunch. He's like, I just need a snack, and then ate 4 bags of chips. And then ate 6 pieces of pizza. Ate a bag of my donuts. Speaking of donuts, he went down to the donut shack down there and got some of those maple syrup. Man. Yeah, go ahead. He's listening. Double entry. Super Pros, come on down. Super Pro double entry lane 7 and 8. Now Blake just sent me a message, said, ha ha, yeah, I'm eating another bag of chips. Alexis Ketterson left. Malachi Phillips in the right. Malachi took the handicap head start, going to take a win light as well, 891. On the 890 reaction times were very comparable. Alexis goes 801 on the 804. Just couldn't get there. Mallory Dolezal now, and Madeline Smith as our double enters are coming back around. Half a bulb coming up. Head start for Mal. I love Mallory's name badge on the side of it. I mean, it says Mallory, but you're familiar with the old Mallory ignition stickers? It looks like she made a custom one that says Mallory Dolezal. looks kind of cool. Looks kind of cool. Unfortunately for Mal, we're not going to get to see it again. 809 on the 814 is a breakout by a nickel. Madeline Smith, 23 on the tree. Stayed on the plus side of the dial. 793 on the 790. Taking care of business. Presley Kinman and Cade Renault coming at you again. They both dialed the same number. They're fourth out apart at this end, and at that end, it's going to be Presley Kinman coming out on the good side of a double breakout. Fourth out of the separation in reaction time. Cade got there first. Runs under by 3. Presley Kinman runs under by, I'm sorry, Cade runs under by 4. Presley runs under by 3, but you get the idea. 1, 2 many. Blake Foltz rolling up now in the Mach 1 machine, and Kagan Cleveland. Hey, Blake Foltz, get a bag of donuts. 795, 78 miles an hour, coupled with a trip zip light. Kagan didn't have nothing for that combination. 126 on the tree, crossing second. Still couldn't get there, running too quick. But Blake, I'm going to be, I think I'm going to be pretty close on donuts this week. We've got the next pair rolling in. All right, got scoreboards cleared up, and we're ready to go here with the next pair rolling their way in. Colin Myers, Brett Gonzalez coming at you. We're down to our final couple of juniors. We're going to dive right into Sportsman. Super Pro doubles. If you're not already here, you're in the wrong place. Brett turns it red. Number 23, colors red. Colin Myers, 791 for the win. Brett also went 791. And here comes the LAT machine. After having a late night last night. Brian Price, Brooklyn Foltz. Rolling them back in here. Little thumbs up from dad to dad. You're ready, I'm ready. Brooklyn. 5,000. Too soon. Brian for the win. Dead 9. 7,909 at 83 miles an hour for the W. Brooklyn goes 791. Moves 5,000ths of a second too quick, clearing the beams on the starting line. And that'll bring up what I do believe is our final pair in round 2 of the juniors. Hannah Thompson and Carmen Nelson. Looks like most, if not all, of the junior racers were certainly taking advantage of that double entry. It's like we want all the shots at the track we can get. 809 to an 802 is going to be the difference in dial. That puts us with the 007 head start. Final two in a round. We've got Hannah in the left, got Carmen in the right, and there can only be one winner. It's going to be Carmen. 8:03 on the 8:02. Carmen got there first by 2 thousandths of a second. Hannah Thompson had a slight reaction advantage, but let Carmen sneak on by a couple of thou. Sticky Pig headed out. We're going to do a little traction spray out there, tune up the racetrack. And then we're going to dive right into it with Sportsman round 2. Super Pro doubles. If you're not in the lanes, you're in the wrong place. And as a matter of fact, the Super Pro, the rest of you, come on down, all of Super Pro. Well, Jim got through putting the sticky stuff on the old racetrack, and A.J. Crater stuck the tire a little too soon. A.J. goes red by 300s. Christine Fife for the win. Bruce is coming at you now. Trevor decided to come out and flog on the Camaro a little bit today. And why not? Why not? Cole Roos is going to turn on the wind light down there. Had the better reaction time, and the El Camino goes 8:05. Actually gave up the stripe, but there was no chance, zero chance. Wasn't going to happen for Trevor to win the race. The only way he could get there first was to run too quick, and that's pretty much what happened. Rob Martino left, Jordan Hart right. As we continue rolling on. Both drivers get away within 4,000ths of a second, and down to the finish line stripe they go. Double breakout's going to go Hart's way. He goes 14 on the 16. That is 2-2 quick. 8:02 on an 8:05 is 3-2 quick. So Hart on the good side of the double breakout math. As Army Slade brings up the Pontiac against Keith Dunbar in the Mustang. Mustang 351. I believe it's a Windsor combination, but not 100% sure. Oh, the blue car turns on the red light. If only you had known. Would you like to have a crystal ball? When you're sitting on the starting line, how nice would it be to know that your opponent's reaction time started with a 1? So you just go, okay, just take a breath. But Army turned on the light, making it happen. Missed the tree a little bit, but he's going to have another shot at it. Dan Riem left, Jake Trammell right. The Turbo Honda Civic. The world needs more Turbo Honda Civics. I don't know if it needs many more on the racetrack, but, you know, hey. Nothing wrong with having a turbo. My car's got 2 of them. I usually only use one, but I got a spare. Well, can the turbo stay out front? A little small block Ford going down the finish line stripe. Yes, he can. How about Jake Trammell going 37 on a 35 on the brakes? Dan Riem uncharacteristically tardy at this end of the racetrack. Paid for it at that end of the racetrack. We got a little Mopar on Mopar activity coming up here with Mark Otero and Luis Hermosillo. The handicap is 1-1-1. I like both of them, but if you force me to pick, I'd take the car with the vinyl top. Because why not? Why wouldn't you? Both of them bumping into that second beam. Right lane going to leave first. And the dart catch the duster. I'll let you know here in just a second. Yes, he can. Going to get the win. Marco, 68 on 69 is 1-2 quick. Hermosillo goes 77 on an 80, and that is 3-2 quick. And here comes Corey Oxford in the left side, and our favorite resident smart car. How about a 5.81 second handicap in an 8th-mile race? That's a lot of Mississippis. A lot of Mississippis. In a minute. Not yet. Hold on. Now! Look at the difference in speed. A 43-mile-an-hour speed difference at the finish line stripe. Corey Oxford gets the win. The smart car actually broke out. Reaction time was a coin flip. But you guys all know, right? If a guy's closing in under 10 or 12 miles an hour, you can kind of make that call. When a guy's closing in 40 miles an hour at the 8th-mile stripe, oh, you got to love it. You got to love it. Kyle Vance left. Brennan Ryan right. Brennan off and running in the Audi A4. And I don't think this is going to end well for Brennan. I'm pretty sure right now it's not going to end well for Brennan. You're kidding, right? Kyle Vance went 741 on a 7.9. He passed Brennan Ryan at like 200 feet and didn't back off the throttle. Wow. Wow. All right, Brennan, you got another shot. Moses Citro and Tim DeBrock coming at you now. I'm still stunned by that last one. Taking a stripe by a second and a half. It's crazy, I tell you. It's crazy. Tim DeBrock takes a handicap head start. Melissa Citro catching. Pinto, Mustang. How about 7-7-0 on the 7.65? Melissa for the win. 79 on a 75 for Tim DeBrock, but left some back here. So how was lunch? He's been gone for 3 hours. How was lunch? He had 3 tacos, a bacon burrito, and some donuts, and a bag of chips. Jeff Holzman and Jessica Robinson coming at you here. The Malibu takes the head start. Holzman trying to catch him. Oh, he caught him. 766 on a 764. Oh, Jessica got there first and breaks out by 1,000th of a second. What's more painful, a 001 red light or a 1 thou breakout? You can think about that and get back to me if you want. 1 thou. Gary Hampton left, Dave Muller right. A 2-second handicap head start. Well, after the smart car, that just almost seems like a heads-up run. I love the smart car. I mean, I wouldn't like buy one or anything, but Gary Hampton takes a large hit. Wow, Gary Hampton's going to send Dave Muller home. Dave won yesterday. Dave's not here. Well, not anymore. Got there first by a 10th. Wow. And broke out. Muller had the reaction advantage and took a chunk. I should have got the train horn out again today. Denise Heath coming up now and Trevor Borowski. I can't believe that he has not yet sold that Challenger. I really figured somebody would snatch that thing up. I hope somebody buys that thing before I do, because I really do not need another E-body. But then I buy a lot of crap that I don't need, so. I hope we get a chance to do another commercial for the Dodge because he's coming back. Trevor goes 749 on a 748. Denise goes 848 on the 850. Broke out. Couldn't get there. Battle of the Mini Trucks coming up now with Steve Shoemaker in the Ford, Nick George in the Chevy. The Mammoth Towing Machine going to get a head start. 024. Okay, so I'm just curious. I'm looking down here on the starting line, left side of the track. Is that when your purse dog is too big to fit in your purse? Is that when you got to get one of those strollers? I'm just curious. I try to keep up on modern trends. I think the dog is going, hey, this is kind of cool. I don't even have to walk. I bet if you throw a ball, the dog will go, yeah, go get it yourself. You don't really expect me to chase that thing, dude. Steve Shoemaker with a 375 reaction time, a 10th over the dial for the win. Come on, man. Come on, man. Remember 002 taking 12th foul for the loss? 375, 10th up for the win. Nick George breaking out by a lousy, rotten, stinking foul as Allison Bollet pulls up in the left side, taking on Russ Lindsay. I'm still looking at the dog down here in his stroller. I'm thinking, do you remember the old TV show Benson? I can see that dog. When you throw the ball, the dog look at it. You want me to get that? You remember Benson? You want me to get that? Russ Lindsay missed a bag of donuts, but he's going to turn on a win light. He goes 001 on a good side of the tree, 824 down the racetrack. 746, 88 miles an hour comes up for Allison, and she was pretty much done at this end. Well, here comes Trevor, going to try again in the Camaro. Hey, he only had one day. He figured, I'm getting the most of it. Ginger Vaughn over on the right side. Super Pro, Super Pro. If you're not in the staging lanes, you are in the wrong place. So the two late model cars haven't had it. Ginger in the Dodge, Trevor in the Camaro. And Trevor's going to turn on a win light. How about that? Cotter, you see him on the brakes down there trying to stay on the plus side. 722 for the win, 828 for Ginger. Not quite enough to close the deal here. What do you figure that dog's name is? Spoiled Brat. No, Spoiled Pup. No, I'm all about it. Cole Rouse, Mark Clayton coming at you. Good to see Mark back on the track. You remember Mark came up earlier and looked like it was dripping a little water down there on the starting line. They had to push him off, but he's got an opportunity to come back and save the day. Here I come to save the day. That was Mighty Mouse, right? Wasn't that Mighty Mouse? I think that was Mighty Mouse. Both drivers get away on the green side of the tree. And Cole's going to get the win line, running dead on 8. Mark Clayton got there first, but he had to break out to do it. He had no chance, 0 chance. Could not win the race. Kenny Vaughn now. Kenny Vaughn, Zach Morris. Kenny with that street-driven Dodge Dart. Going to take on Zach Morris. Zach, who was Friday's winner. You know, I've talked about all the cars that come up here with license plate. That Dart actually has full exhaust, vinyl top, even supporting the old cowboy hat. Taking the handicap head start the way they go. It's going to be a win line for Kenny Vaughn because Zach Morris squeezed it a little too tight. Red light's on, Maverick's gone. Dart goes on, 862. 78 miles an hour for the win, 56 on a 57 for Zach Morris. Both of them run a little quicker than they predicted, but once the red light came on, doesn't matter. Don't care. Whatever you want. It'll be fine. Leave it alone. Here comes Angel Rivera. Left, Kinsey Jones right. CBLD 34. That's got to mean something. Personalized license plate effect. CBLD 34. I'll have some time to think about it before Angel comes back, because Angel is coming back. 708 on the 707. 96 miles an hour at the stripe. 804 on the 805 for Kinsey. Ooh. Kinsey got there first and had some room, but got a little too much. Got there first by a tenth and needed to get there first by 9 hun. Christine Fife and Jordan Hart coming at you now. Both drivers off and running. Christine takes her head start, and Jordan caught her. 818. 79 miles an hour on the 813. 905 on a 905. Wow, Christine goes dead zero. Dead zero. And still came up short. Here comes Jake Trammell one more time. Here comes Keith Dunbar one more time. Head start going to the Civic. And it's going to be a pretty sizable head start, as a matter of fact. Here comes the Mustang. Hitting its stride. Bum. Did you hear him shut the thing off? It's like, yeah, rolling up on him and go, okay, we're going to be good. 762 on the 752 at 80 miles an hour. Jake Trammell goes 45 on a 40. Not making it happen. Not making it happen, but the Mustang caught him early and you could hear him. You know, when there's only one car down there making noise, it's pretty easy to tell when they shut it off. And Dunbar dropped the nose on him 9 thousandths of a second. That's a pretty nice job. All right, looks like Super Pro's getting ready to roll out here, and Bruce looks like he's getting bored, so I'm going to let him come back in here and talk a little Super Pro.
Well, thank you, Alan. We're ready to sit back in and enjoy some of our Tucson racers as well as our out-of-town racers. Guys, thank you for being here this weekend. Hey, speaking of being out of town, if you would look at your app, that'll give you the information that's rolling through now and what's about to happen, what's about to come up. So we have our live timing app, and we have Blake here, and he's fixing up all of your timing. So look at the app. That'll show you what's coming up next and how soon you need to be ready to go play. So once you look at the schedule, you'll be set and ready to go. Scott Taylor, Rodney Ward. Scott right, Rodney left. 678 right, 627 left. Looks like Scott's going to have about a half a second leave. 65 Chevelle, 64 C10. Pickup left. Chevelle right. Get away. A couple of them put away. It's about a 2-head start for Scott Taylor and a win for Scott Taylor. Goes one up on it. Dial to 78, goes to 79 with a deuce at 100 miles an hour. Margin of victory about 2 feet out there by, I believe, 14 at the stripe. Here's Colby Fuller, 490 in the dragster. That's a Miller chassis. Wow, coming out of Savannah, and I'm just throwing it out there that it might be Savannah, Georgia, because I haven't seen much of the car, but of course haven't called much in the way of Super Pro before. But here's Alan Zaka in his Corvette, 517. Got about a quarter of a second head start for the 696 Corvette. Wow, 650 cubic inches. time run. Colby got a 49 at the tree and then goes dead 4. Took the stripe by 15 at 142.65 miles an hour. Here's Corey Beatty. Corey, car number 417C. Now, one of the first times we've had the information on Corey. Good looking 69 Chevelle. 673. $679. Sorry, 673. Duh. It's close. And Andy. Andy here in the Pontiac. That's a 1970 GTO 665. Both of them in the beams. Tree starts coming down. Tree's going to go green for both drivers. One of them's got about 16 in the bag. We'll see what holds up out there, and it does on a double breakout win. Andy looking for a 65. Goes a 64 and a 7. 3 thou under. Takes a stripe by 8 thousandths of a second. At 101.97. Corey could not get around that 40 light with a 56, so he was 16 up on that, and then goes below further than 3 thou. Here's John McDaniel. 1966 Chevy 2 up against Nacho Rivera. Nacho 470 left lane. John 657 right lane. Well, you talk about a neat looking ride. That 66 Chevy 2 white vinyl top, 6-inch count, and a 58 reaction time. It's not going to get around the 15 light of Nacho. Nacho looking for a 70, goes dead 4, a 19 pack at 140 miles an hour for Nacho. Nacho takes the stripe by 49 hun and a win after a 19 pack for Nacho Rivera. Here's Christian Contreras up against Jeremy Jacob. Jeremy in that gorgeous 62 Plymouth Savoy. Pretty much a brand new paint job. That's about 3 races old paint job. 582 for Jeremy in the right-hand lane. The Camaro wants a 627, but it doesn't matter as Jeremy red light on 13. Holy cow. Christian 12 green. Then goes 2 above. Dial 27 goes 29 at 107 miles an hour. Gave Jeremy the stripe and he took about 57 hun too much. Brett Spence, left-hand lane, 652 in the door car. Up against Dylan Moody's pipe car. That's an American chassis built back in 2014. 466 on the window or the windscreen of Dylan's rear engine dragster. Dylan comes out of El Paso, Texas. And Brett, he's from Oklahoma in that good-looking 67 Chevy Nova. So he's going to get to leave almost 2 seconds before Dylan gets the tree. 1.86. Bumping up into the beams. Dylan's there. He's got pre-stage on, waiting on Brett. Brett's in pre-stage, looking for the staged beams. Dylan was in first on the pre-stage. See if he rolls in. Yep, he's first into staged. Here comes Brett, bumping into the beams. Rattle, 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 rattle. Here it comes. Tree comes down. Brett is away. Dylan is away. Better reaction time by 2. See what happens at the try. And it goes on a breakout win to Dylan Moody. Dylan better light by 2, 32 to a 50. But it looks like Brett goes 8 thou under the dial. So a breakout win goes to Dylan Moody. Dylan 148 miles an hour. Gave the stripe up by 10. Brett took too much. Dylan dialed a double six and goes a double six with a 0. Dead 0. So that's a 32 pack for him. All right, Gabe Hernandez Jr. and Chad Sandlin. Chad, 67 Nova, Roswell, New Mexico, 623 dial, right-hand lane. Up against Gabe Hernandez Jr., 615 S10 pickup truck, left-hand lane. Wheels up launch for Chad. The Nova picks it up, carries it about halfway through the signboard, and gets a win after a 12 light. Oh, yeah. Gabe had 2. Had 10 in the bank at the starting line, 2 to a 12. And then goes 17 on a 15. So he dropped 2 there, picked up 2 at the end. Chad took the stripe by 67 hundredths of a second and goes dead 7 to take the win by 7th out. Over there on the far side, that belongs to Leroy Duran. That's his rear engine dragster. That's built back in 2014 for Don Davis, by Don Davis, for Leroy Duran. 494 dial. Sarah Kidd, 670 dial. Again, going to get to leave about a 2 3/4 before Leroy gets the tree. Takes a stripe by 22. Already had 4 in the bank. Sarah goes under by 8 thousandths. So Leroy takes the stripe by 22 hundredths of a second. Already had 4 in the bank, and Sarah take 8,000 too much stripe. Here's Wes Snodgrass and Gabriel Hernandez. Gabriel left lane. Comes up out of Hermosillo, Mexico. 483 on the window. Wes Snodgrass hails from Roswell, New Mexico. 616 on the window. Nice. Picks the front end up, kind of settles it back down nice and easy, and steals it away from Gabriel. Wow. Only 8 thousandths separated him at the starting line. Only took the stripe by 19 hundredths of a second and goes 1 above. Gabe Hernandez takes the stripe by 19 and a win at 110.66. Here's Lightning McQueen up against Luke Makovica. Luke out of Mesa, 503. The Lightning's 627. Now, of course, it's not really Lightning McQueen, but I don't have a name for it. That's the way the car's painted anyway. I believe it's a Toyota, though. Maybe it's a Nissan. Maybe a Nissan 240. Something like that. Red light start, 5 thousandths of a second. Luke Makovica with a win. Luke goes 21 green, goes 3 below, 3 thou below is 03 with a 2-7. So 3 thou below, but he was already looking at the win lights on his scoreboard as a Lightning goes red. Dustin Townsend against Hector Hernandez Jr. in the fox-bodied Mustang. Mustang looking for a 612. Pipe car looking for a 477. Dustin comes out of Prescott Valley in that rear engine dragster. And of course, Hernandez hails from Hermosillo. Another door car picks the front end up. Ooh, another door car gets the win. A breakout win. Dustin goes 5 thousandths under his dial. Hector goes, looks like 13, goes about 15 above and gets the win at 107 miles an hour. Took the stripe by 38. Margin of victory. There was about 8 feet separated them at the finish line. Mr. Michael Zimmerman, Zimmerman Racing Engines, right-hand lane, 488 on the window. Justin Bieber, right-hand lane, I'm sorry, left-hand lane. Going to get to leave about a second and a quarter. 617 on the window. The 65 Chevy Nova. Chevy power for Justin. Here comes Zimmy in a hurry, and Zimmy takes that win. 002. Now, as the day goes on, Zimmerman gets better and better. Goes to 90 on a 88, but Justin left 2 Hun at the starting line. He had a 27, so about 25. As Zimmerman takes the stripe at 139 miles an hour by 17. Joe Kidd Jr., the outlaw, big bumpered 73 Chevy Nova. Tony Henderson in Mike Zimmerman's Falcon Roadster, 561 to a 676. The 561. The Roadster out and away. The door Nova out and away. And the Nova 16 green and goes dead one. A 17 pack for Joe Kidd Jr. Margin of victory, 6 thousandths of a second. 1 foot separated them at 121 miles an hour. Here's Stan Hammond. Stan back up again in his Nova, 617 in the right-hand lane. Bill Bullock in the Camaro, 588 on the window. In the left-hand lane, Stan comes out of Artesia, New Mexico. Bill, he hails from better light goes to Stanley, and so does the win. A 13 to a 61. Stan goes 1 above. Dial 17 goes an 18 at 109.64. Here's Derek Robles and Matt Bong. I'm sorry, why does this say Poncho? I believe that's Derek. Again, I'm pretty sure, I'm not sure why it says Poncho, but I believe it's Derek Robles. Usually does the driving on this orange peel Camaro. But he's got 640 on the window anyway. Matt has a 638 on the window. About 400ths of a second difference between the two here at the starting line. Matt gets away. Poncho gets away. 200ths of a second separates them here at the starting line. Poncho will pick up the win. 37 light to a 13 light. Poncho goes dead one. So Poncho looks like will take the stripe by 32. margin of victory less than 1 foot goes to Pancho Robles. Here's Neil Upchurch in his rear engine dragster. That's a 535 out of Bosque Farms, New Mexico. Right hand lane, left hand lane. The S10 pickup truck. Truck gets away with a 43 light and a win. That's a breakout win, as Neil goes 6 thousandths under. Chuck Hawk with the win. Here's Kurt Zinzalita and Ken Passerby. There's Ken Passerby and Kurt Zinzalita. Attention pits, attention pits. Could I have double entered motorcycle? Could I have double entered motorcycle? This will be your first call. Here comes Jacob Taylor. And I think last race, Alan monikered him Jake from State Farm. Alan gave him the nickname last race. So Jake from State Farm, this is your lane. Left lane 652 for Jacob Taylor. Well, that was different anyway, but luckily the way Jacob Taylor got away, and then KJ Disha goes red by 1/1000th of a second. So Jake from State Farm takes the win. Here's Tim O'More and Billy McDaniel. McDaniel in the long roofed 4-door 66 Chevy 2. 673 dial, right hand lane, up against Tim O'Moore's 564. The 88 Camaro. Hundredths of a second. Tim O'More will take that win. Goes 16 to the tree. Goes about 19 above 64 and runs 65 with a 9 for Tim O'More in the win. Here's Zach Taylor and Kyoki Disha. Kyoki with a 462 and Zach with a 571. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Double entered motorcycle, your second call. Double entered motorcycle, your second call. So Zach looking at that 571. Kyoki looking at 462. In the 2023 Miller chassis rear engine dragster. Now, Zach Taylor's got a frame works built back in 1993. Ooh, whole bunch of difference here at the starting line. Kyoki with an 18 reaction time, but it doesn't matter. He was way off the dial by about 5 up. And Zach Taylor will get the win. Goes 2 up on the dial. Kyoki with a 5 up. Couldn't get there in time. Better reaction time. It went to Zach. And he'll take the stripe. Here's Fastino Zaragoza and Nick Downing. Nick in the Bustin' Loose 1993 Dodge Daytona. And Faustino in the good-looking 1977 Chevy Vega. The Vega looking for a 648. The Daytona looking for a 536. Attention pits, attention pits. Double entered motorcycle, your final call. First call, that's it. All the motorcycles, come on down. All motorcycles. This will be your call. We'll fill up motorcycles. Faustino with a 003 and a dead 6. A 9-pack for Faustino. That's hard to get around as Zach goes 7, so he left about 75 here at the starting line. Faustino goes that dead 1. I'm sorry, dead 6, and a 9-pack. Can't do that when you go 77 and then dead 5. It doesn't matter. Faustino takes a stripe by 92, about 17 feet. Here's Jimmy Kelso and Brad Hawk. Hawk Family Racing. Jimmy Kelso. Mechanics or crew chiefs in funny car. Top Fuel. Kelso, he's going to get that win. Goes 004 at the hit. Then goes dead 8. So 12-pack for Kelso. Brad, couldn't do it. Left about 31 here at the starting line. Then goes 3 above. Jimmy goes dead 8 at 133 miles an hour. Took a strike by 52 and a win for Jimmy Kelso. Here's Pat Marbach and Kurt Reif. Pat, Kurt, Pipe, Pat. Pat with a 505 right-hand lane. An American chassis rear engine dragster. Engineering goes red for Kurt Reif by 2 thousandths of a second. Kurt was 1 above, but it doesn't matter. He had a red light at the beginning. Pat goes 15 green. And then goes 3 above, but well, with that, looks like Pat Marbach, 135 miles an hour, and goes 3 above to take the win. Here's Jeremy Plyer and Randy Smith. Oh, another bag of donuts. Randy Smith. 0, 0, 0 for Randy Smith. Well, we're about to give away every one of our donuts that Alan brought here. So, looks like Randy gets the win as well. 6 above. Dial to 50 goes to 56. Takes a stripe by 25 hundredths of a second. Margin of victory about 4 feet. Goes to Randy. Jeremy, he left 81 at the starting line, and then he was about 20 or 12 above, but doesn't matter. As Randy with that perfect 0, 0, 0 takes the win. Cindy Hawk, left lane. Brian Lopez, right lane. The door car, 611. The pipe car, 479. Ford powered. Spitzer chassis. Brian gets it. Wow. Better light goes to Cindy by 2. 35 to a 55. But Brian goes dead 6. Cindy, she was a little bit off at 140 miles an hour. She dialed to 79, goes an 81 at 140 miles an hour, but Brian gets the win in the door car. Dead 6, left 2 at the starting line, picked it up at the big end, 59 thousandths of a second win for Brian Lopez. Here is that cool Steve Rosa driven Topolino, left-hand lane, 571, up against Brittany Hinkle. Brittany. Now we believe, we're thinking that might happen, that Brittany picked up that TV. So all of you that jumped in had the opportunity at the buyback window. We think, but we know Don Boya won it, and he said, no, it's Brittany's fault. All right, Brittany looking for a 685. She'll get the win as Steve in that good-looking Topolino goes out round 2. Left a couple here at the starting line. Goes dead 8. But Brittany, she had a 40 light and goes 2 above at 97 miles an hour. Took strike by 19. 3 feet difference. Neither one of them knew what happened until the green wind light came on. Here's a Michael, left-hand lane, 71 Pinot. Chris Silman, right-hand lane, Z-Car. A couple of shrunken wheelbases at the starting line. The 240Z against the Pinto. 73 for the Z, 71 for the Pinto. Oh, Chris, red light 7 thousandths of a second. Wow. Then Michael in the Pinto goes dead 2 after a 34 light. I'm sorry, a 345 light. Wow. If Chris had only known that there was a squiggly number first for the Pinto, he wouldn't have gone red. TJ Ward in the Ward family Roadster coupe, Ward family coupe, that has been around for I don't know how many years. Same with this one. Also, Austin Downing driving the Bustin' Loose Mopar. TJ with a little bit better light. See if it holds up when he gets there. Yep, it does. TJ 008. Austin left 500 at the starting line. 58 to a 008. Wow. TJ takes a stride by 7 thousandths of a second. He already had 5 put away. And then he goes 4 above at 82 miles an hour to take the win. AJ Crater, Parasitic Psycho. And Jennifer Kidd. Jen's looking for a 478 in her rear engine dragster. That's a Yancer chassis for that dragster. Up against the Ford Mustang. The Mustang GT. Oh, wow. You see that difference? 4 seconds. AJ already on the brakes. Jen, that was just way too bad, as Jen was so tardy at the starting line. 5-0-0 against AJ's 38. AJ even takes the stripe on the brakes as he's looking over his right shoulder going, I don't see her. I don't see her. I know where she's back there, but I don't see her. Well, that 500 light cost Jen that race. Mr. Mike Gardner and Casely Price. Casely, left lane, rear engine dragster, Las Vegas, Nevada, 477 on the window. Mike Gardner, 67 Ford Falcon. That's a small block. At one time, it was only like 331 cubic inches. I think Mike has added a few cubic inches here and there and maybe changed some things around a little bit. I don't think he ever windowed that old block, but again, I believe it's a new block. It's not the 331 anymore. But 696. Going to get to leave 2.1 seconds before Casely gets the tree. Again, countdown 1002. Here comes the dragster. Better light goes to Gardner, but the win goes to Casely. Casely a 19 at the tree, Mike 10 at the tree. Paisley goes dead 0, a 19 pack. Mike looking at over his left shoulder going, well, I know that dragster's out there. And Mike goes about 4 above. He only had 9 stuffed away, but Paisley goes dead 0. Took the stripe by 42, 6 feet at 141 miles an hour. Paisley with the win. Tony Marconi. Well, Tony's going arounds again today. He's won 2 days in a row. Can he keep it up and go another round or 3 and take a three-peat? Here's Kristen Slade. Happy anniversary yesterday for Kristen and Daniel. Wow. 0-32 for Kristen, and Tony with a 0-0-1 and then goes 3 above. Kristen breaks out, goes under her 06 by 4 at 135 miles an hour. Took a stripe by 0.03 of a second and gives the win. Over to Tony Marconi. So Tony really doesn't need any help at all to go into the winner's circle. So going round after round after round. Here's hubby. There's Daniel Slade. He's here in the left lane in the rear engine dragster. 522 is the dial. Up against Pat Neal's 655 in the Cougar. 67 Cougar comes out of Tucson. The Eddie's Engineering rear engine dragster. Now, for a long time, this was Ford powered. I can't quite see the valve cover, so there. So if Pat doesn't break out, and he doesn't, Pat gets the win in the Cougar. The door car takes it away, so not going to be a Slade family race next round, as Pat will take that win. Pat looking for a 55. Kind of backed up when he didn't see Daniel anywhere. Goes to 70 at 87 miles an hour. Attention pits, motorcycles, motorcycles, you should all be in the lanes. Motorcycles should be in the lanes. Attention pits, Junior Street and High School. Junior Street and High School, we'll put you in the lanes as well. Junior Street and High School, we'll put you in the lanes as well. Oops. Pat was way distracted. So Pat was way distracted. There was a couple of folks waving their arms and looking at him, and Pat rolled into the beams and gave the win over to Joe Cox Jr. on a double breakout. Joe was looking for a 7-12, goes 9. Took a stripe by, gave the stripe to Pat by 12. And 16 feet, wow. Like I say, there was a whole bunch of arm waving and things going on, and Pat was pretty distracted at the starting line. Here's John Calhoun. Right lane, 642 against Lenny Fife in his 662. The 62 takes the win. 31-3 better than John. And Lenny goes about 15 above. Dialed a 62, goes a 63 with a nickel at 104 miles an hour. Goes 26 hun. Margin of victory at 104 miles an hour. John couldn't quite get there, left 3 at the starting line. Here's Rodney Ward up against Mike McBrayer. McBrayer in the 86 Corvette, coming out of Goodyear with a 669 over there in the right-hand lane. Up against Rodney Ward's 64 C10 pickup truck. Pretty hard on that one. The truck looking for a 628, and Rodney goes 6. 39. Better light by 6 goes to Rodney. Rodney takes the stripe by 14 hundredths of a second. Margin of victory about 2 feet goes to Rodney Ward and the win. Here he is, your most recent TV winner. We think it's Donnie. Whether he's going to give it to Brittany or whether she filled out the card or whatever. Donnie just was kind of confused. He goes, yeah, that's me. In a 34 Chevy Roadster, right-hand lane. Don Toya, Don's Hot Rod Shop, 535 on the window. Up against Colby Fuller, 490 for Colby. And I believe it says Savannah, so I'm just throwing it out there. It might be Georgia. So we'll see if that's for real. Again, double green line start. Better reaction time goes to the winner. Donnie had a 22. Colby had a 14. Colby takes the stripe by 9 thousandths of a second. Had about 12 foot away. 14 to a 22. So Colby with the win. All right, here's Bambi. Okay, Bambi Garfield. And Andy Kadar. Andy going rounds again in 2 different categories. In both doubled and single entered. Got a 664 on the window this time for that 70 GTO. There's a racecraft chassis from Miss Garfield. .537 right-hand lane, 664 left-hand lane. Garfield comes out of Corona, California. But it must be time to put it on the trailer because Andy Kadar with a 006 takes the stripe by 63 Hun, 10 feet at 99 miles an hour. Goes 2 above, down to 4, goes a 6. And Garfield goes 40 on a 37, so 3 above, and left 5 at the starting line at 120 miles an hour. I believe this is Hector Hernandez Jr. Emmanuel Chavez. Emmanuel right-hand lane. Ford Maverick. Gets to leave almost a 2-second head start. Over there in the right-hand lane, 800 to, I believe, Hector's 617. Of course, been wrong before, so we'll find out for sure on this pickup truck. Like I say, I'm pretty sure it is Hector's truck. But know what happens soon. Wow, really nice reaction time for both drivers. And the one with the 2 thou difference above gets the win. Hector with a 10, Emmanuel with an 8, and then Emmanuel breaks out. With a 008 reaction time. Then he goes 99 with a 1, breaks out by 9 thousandths of a second. Takes a stripe by 23, but Hector gets the win. Here is Hector Hernandez Jr. up against Daniel Foltz. Daniel right lane, 480. Junior left lane, 612. 2016 winged single monostrut wing dragster out of Chino, California, up against Hector Hernandez Jr. out of Hermosillo, Mexico. Picked it up a little bit further this time for Hector, but he's going to get the win as Daniel goes 37 red and goes dead 5 on a red light start. Looks like Junior goes dead 7 on a 21 light. So a 28 pack at 108 miles an hour. Gave the stripe to Dan, and Dan took about 59 hun too much. About 9 feet worth, or 9 foots worth. Alan Smith in a dragster? Huh. Okay. Out of Escondido, California. Most of the time runs top dragster. 2022. Gonna go against Beto Dominguez. Wow, Beto 3,000 red. Allen 5,000 green. Allen goes 454 on a 451. 5,000 light. 150 miles an hour. Takes a stripe. Gives the stripe over to Beto. Beto goes red by 3,000. Takes a stripe by 25 at 105 miles an hour. So dial to 26, goes to 27 and a nickel, so 15 up. But the win goes over to Alan Smith in the top dragster. Was only about 3 above after a 5 light. So once again, all motorcycles, you should be in the lanes, and we're going to put out that second call for our junior street and high school. So we're loading up the leads. Motorcycle, junior street and high school. Nacho Rivera, Brandon Gozell. Green wind lights on a breakout wind goes to Nacho. Nacho 30 green, goes dead 2, 32. Pack goes to Nacho in a win. That's a breakout win as Brandon goes under by 1/1000th of a second. Here's Billy Kidd. Adam Morana. 606 is the dial in the Corvette Roadster. Gets to leave first by about a quarter of a second up against Bill Bullock's Camaro. The Camaro here in the left-hand lane comes out of Goodyear. The Corvette comes out of Marana. That was a race. 587 on an 86. 16 above. Billy was only about 26 above. But the win goes to Billy. Dial to 06, goes in 08, so 2 above at 129 miles an hour. Takes a stripe by 44 in a win by 8 feet. Here is Gabriel Hernandez out of Hermosillo, Mexico, up against John McDaniel. John in the orange and white 66 Chevy Nova. Chevy 2. Got a 485 over here in the left-hand lane. The pipe car got a 658 in the right-hand lane. There was only 0.03 of a second separated them at the starting line. That's a 7 to a 10. Gabriel with the 7 and a win. Gabriel takes a stripe by 0.18 of a second at 135 miles an hour. Had a 007 reaction time. And then was only about 13 above. Looks like McDaniel out of Alamogordo. Dialed to 58. Goes 2 above. 60 with an 8 at 103 miles an hour. So about 17 hun at the stripe. Gives Hector the win. I'm sorry, Gabriel the win. Scott Taylor, 678, 65 Chevy Chevelle. Right-hand lane gets to leave about a second and a half before this tree comes down for Alan. Couldn't wait. He goes red, squeezed it a little bit too tight, goes 23 red as Scott is 43 at the tree. Goes dead 0. Dallas 678 goes 678 and a 0 for Scott Taylor in a win at 100.82. Luis Ortiz. Oh, we see Luis in all kinds of different cars, and I think this is the first time I've seen him in this Camaro. Because I think most of the day he's been running in his Yancer chassis up against Justin Bieber's 65 Nova, 432 cubic inches Chevy. Left lane 619 to Luis's 623. Yeah, the Camaro couldn't pull it off. Luis left a full tenth at the starting line. And not a full, maybe a half a tenth. Justin goes 56 green. Luis goes 104 green. Justin takes the win. Had a 56 light to a 104. And then goes, what about 4 up? 19 on a 23, 23 on a 19. Justin Bieber with the win. Here's that good looking Falcon Roadster. Tony Henderson behind the wheel. 560 on the window. Here's Dylan Moody in his pipe car. Dylan wants a 4.65. Tony wants a 5.60. Only 1/1000th difference at the starting line. An 0.20 margin to victory. 0.02 of a second. Better light by 1/1000th goes to Dylan. And so does the win by 0.19 of a second. KJ Disa. Right lane 503. 442 cubic inches of LS power. Okay. One of the LAT cars. 503 right lane up against David Armillo. 567 in the 1999 S10. I believe David comes out of Espanola. Down to Mexico way. Red light start for KJ. I think that's 2 times red in this round for KJ. This time by 11. David, he'll take that win. Now they both would have gone red, but David on a true start. Best red light. Then goes 3 above. 70 on a 67. Gives the stripe over to KJ, and KJ took too much. 24 too much. Oh, this is going to be a race. Mike Zimmerman, Leroy Duran. 487 left lane, 494 for Duran right lane. A 2014 rear engine dragster up against Zimmy's rear engine dragster. Zimmerman Racing Engines. Comes out of Phoenix. Wow, both of them get away with a green light start. Leroy with a better light, 12, and goes one above at 137 miles an hour to take the win. Zimmy goes 888 on an 87, but he left 2 at the starting line at 142 miles an hour. Duran with the win. Mike Labatt. I don't believe that's a small block. 302 cubic inches of Ford. Looks pretty good. The Savoy. That's Jeremy Jacob. We're just kind of guessing. That's a 502 for Mike LeBate. Up against Jeremy Jacobs, 62. 581 for the door car. 32 and a win for Mike for the pipe car. 12 light. Then goes 32, goes dead 6. An 18 pack for Mike LeBate and the win. Luke Makovica and Kyoki Disha. Kyoki with a 462 in his rear engine dragster out of Las Vegas. Luke comes out of Mesa and a 502 on the window. So, of course, the 502 is going to leave first. Kyoki's going to have to run him down. 462 here in the left-hand lane. Both of them in three-stage stage. Better reaction time. 10 goes to Luke, but the win goes to Kyoki. 29 to a 19. Kyoki takes the win by 28 ten-thousandths of a second. Wow. So Kyoki with that one going to come back around for round number 3. Dustin Townsend, 2017 rear engine dragster, Prescott Valley, 477. Up against Pat Marbach's American chassis, 507 is the dial. That's an American chassis against a TNT, 2017. Both of them get away with a green light start. Green win lights come on a breakout, double breakout win for Dustin. Dustin looking for a double 7, goes a 76 with an 8, 2,000 under. Let's see what Pat did. Pat goes 06 with a 4, so he was a full under, full hun under at 135 miles an hour. Gave the stripe over to Dustin. He took it, took 31 hun, but he already had 3 put away in the bank, so margin to victory about 31 hundredths. All right, looks like a free time run. Joe Lavazzo. Most of the time a hired shoe, but he's brought his own car this weekend. So a lot of times Dick Kearney will let him run the Buick as a hired shoe. But gosh, Joe has been a hired shoe for quite a while, but he's got his own car today. And it looks like got a 12 light. Goes about 15 under at $1.25. I believe that might have been our last one in that round of Super Pro. We're getting ready to call up some motorcycles. So as soon as everything rolls out here, our motorcycles should all be there. Junior Street and High School, you should be there as well. So got the lanes loaded up. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Double entered pro. Double entered pro. This is your first call back to 3 and 4. Double entered pro. First call. Lanes 3 and 4. All right, how cool is this? Dan Schneider. Now, Dan, I believe, lives down here now. He's no longer from Erie, Colorado. But Dan was Team Tucson for the division finals. And him and Justin were in the finals, and the race was like that close. So Dan's picked up a whole bunch of wins recently, and like I say, I believe he's down here now. I believe he's no longer in Erie, Colorado, but Dan Schneider on the Harley here in the left-hand lane with a 645 on the windscreen. Tom Patterson, bike number 715, but I believe in division he's like number 2. Tom's looking for a 680. Dan, he wants a 645. And it's a Kawasaki ZX for Tom. RPMs come up 3 points down. Reaction timer says Tom Patterson had a better light. Winning lights come on for Dan, though. Tom had about a 16 better light, 29 to a 12. But Dan goes one above and takes the win away from Tom. Here's Bill Kusar. Bill was up here with Tom a little while ago talking to Alan. They were going, this is all brand new to me. I used to be a dirt track driver, and now I'm a motorcycle rider, and I'm loving every minute of it. So Bill Kusar. And what did Tom say that they're something about the school that's being put on by the Patterson family? Bill and Joe here in the left-hand lane have all attended the school put on by the Pattersons. Joe Guerin looking for a 614. Bill looking for a 595. Oh, 614 doesn't get the win. The 595 does. 598. So better reaction time goes to the left lane. That would be Joe, but looks like Bill's going to get that win away. Goes 98, 3 above after a 1-2-5. So a better light went to Joe by about 10, but the win's going to go to Bill. Carter Millward, left lane. Against Sean Phipps. Sean comes down out of the Mesa area. He's always down here on team at Tucson with that long swing armed Hayabusa. He's going to take a win away this time. It's a breakout win. Looking for an 08, goes a 15. But Carter, he wanted a 25. He goes to 22, so 3 under at 116 miles an hour. Looks like Sean takes the stripe by 34. Wanted an 08, goes at 15, so he's a little above. Margin of victory about 5 feet. Goes to Sean. Another Kawasaki. That one belongs to Marley. Marley Willison, part of the Patterson family racing. David Oler, sponsored by Frost RV. David, a past track champion in category, up against Marley Willison. Oh, Dave's going to steal it. He had about 5 put away at the starting line, and then goes 90, so he's about 6 above at 105 miles an hour. Takes a strike by 19 and almost 30 feet. Wow, that's unusual for Marley to be that far behind, but Dave Oler takes it. All right, here's Justin Willison and Tom Patterson. Tom back on the other motorcycle. Oh, and hey, by the way, this is last night's final. Wonder if they were even in the same lanes and the outcome. See what the outcome is. If that'll change, maybe, maybe not. Justin, you're reigning, you're champion. Division 7, left-hand lane. It's a different bike than we normally see Justin on. And he's actually going to get to leave first on his father-in-law, Tom Patterson. Tom looking for a 578. He's going to steal the win away as Justin got a little bit too anxious and goes 30 red. Squeezed it too tight. Goes 65 on a 74, so they've got that dialed up way soft. Tom goes looking for a 78. Attention to pits, pro. Double entered pro, you should already be there. And we're going to go ahead and call all pro. All pro. Come on down, double entered pro, you're first. Should already be there. And all pro, come on down. All right, Dan Schneider back. I think this is the buybacks for motorcycles. And Wes Millward. Well, we talk about a long swing arm. Look at the way the difference in that seat and the swing arm on that Hayabusa. Wes heating up the tire. And the Harley rolling out 645. The V-Rod, Harley Davidson. Again, I don't believe Dan is no longer in Colorado, but hey, we'll have to ask and find out. Picked up a bunch of wins so far and was almost there. Our ET finals had 2 Team Tucson motorcycles in the final up there with Justin taking the win. Wow. Uh-oh, sounds like Wes missed that 2-3 shift. But he still got the win. Wow. Oh, that's because Dan broke out. Dan goes under by 2. Dial to 45 goes to 43. And Wes will take the win. Even missing that 2-3 shift. 96 miles an hour to Dan's at 106. Dan broke out just a little bit more. Attention pits, all pro, come on down. Lanes are open to you. Attention pits, attention in the area. Hey, ladies and boys and girls, if you are watching on the app for the schedule, it updates. Currently, we have brand new updates for you like every 30 seconds or so. This thing updates following each round of category. So if you need to watch that, have a look at it. It's there waiting for you to look at, so you kind of know when you're going to be in the lanes. So the app is up and running and updating. after every single category. All right, this is our junior street and high school category. Chloe Darby. Chloe in the Silverado right-hand lane, 1085 on the window. Up against Allison Bollet. Allison 750 in her Nova. High school runner here. Oh, wow. Chloe is, golly, got about a 3.5 second head start for Allison. But Allison is your division champion in junior dragsters. She started to win races now in this Nova. She's got a 750 on the window, and Chloe's got a 1085. It is a double green light start. And it looks like Allison's got a little hanging out, but she takes a breakout win as Chloe goes under. Chloe goes under her dial. Dialed an 85. Wow, goes 5 under with an 80. Allison gets a win. Here's Nick George and Madeline Smith. Madeline is in a Mini Cooper 10-0 dial. Up against Nick George's S10. That's a 1995 small block Chevy powered S10 796. Madeline rolls in deep. Nick George in the S10. Got to catch up. Going to get there in time. Left 3 at the starting line. Could not do it. Madeline, again, neither one of them real stellar at the tree. 202 to a 236. But Madeline takes the win. Dial at 10-0. And goes at 10.08 at 68 miles an hour. Takes stripe by 45 hun and a win by about half a foot. All right. This is Nick Renstraw. Last night's winner took home the Wally last night. 10.09 on the truck window. 2014 F-150. Got a 41 at the tree. Gets out there to 660 feet. Looking for a 10.09. Goes at 9.99. That's 71 miles an hour. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, my pleasure. Mr. Reinhardt's going to jump back in and take over for a short.
We are ready for Pro round number next. Thank you very much, Bruce. And Pro, if you're not in the staging lanes, I need you there now, please. Juniors, you're on standby. I don't need you yet, but it's not going to be long. I do believe we've got about 20 pairs here. Brett Spence, Scott Taylor going to lead us off here with a couple of mid-60s Chevrolets. Difference in handicap, about a half a bulb. The Malibu is Taylor. The Chevy 2 is Spence. And the Boo is going to go first. At least he better. We're in, we're set, and round number 3 is officially underway. Green lights down at this end of the racetrack. We'll find out if Chevelle can hold on or can he sneak up alongside. Oh, pushed him out. Scott Taylor got there first by 4 hun, broke out by 9 thou. 52 on a 51 for the win for Brett Spence. Left second, got there second. Won it on the breakout. And brings up the truck of Joe Kidd and the El Camino of Cole Roos. Which one of these in stock trim would have had a bigger payload capacity? Which one of these two would be able to carry the most marshmallows? I don't know why I just thought of marshmallows. Do that or no. Well, it's going to be another breakout on the right side. It's going to be another win light on the left side. 641 on the 639. That's going to be winner for Joe Kidd. He actually left first as well. Cole goes 788 on the 793, getting there by a pretty sizable margin and breaking out by a pretty sizable margin. So as they cruise on down there, Joe Kidd gets the win. Now we'll find out if Sarah can keep pace. And not if Parker Theobald has anything to say about it. We'll find out here pretty quick if Parker Theobald has anything to say about it. Both drivers away on the green. Both drivers doing their job on the starting line. Parker Theobald didn't have nothing to say about it. Wow. Sarah's 007 leaving second, getting there first by 001. 669 on a 669, dead on for the win. Yeah. Parker Theobald goes 004 dead 9 and home. 004 dead 9 to head for the trailer. Come on, man. Sarah's 007 dead 4. AJ Crater on the left side, Mike Reed in the right side. Well, he's finally had one that wasn't a breakout. Now we're going back to doing the breakouts. 4 thou is going to be the margin stripe. AJ is going to be the winner. He's 19 on the tree, 45-0, and that was more than Mike Reed could handle. Mike was 26, mathematically locked out. Kurt Zinzaletta left, Mike Passerby right. Passerby with a slight head start to Nova. But the Roadrunner's going to pull up alongside, and the Roadrunner's going to get the win. He's 12 on the trees, 1 above. Kurt making it happen. Passerby goes 4 above the dial, 717 at 91 miles an hour, not making it happen. All right, juniors. Juniors, as is the normal, let's bring the 6 to 9s and let's bring the double innards up first. Juniors, 6 to 9 and doubles, head on in. Here comes Joe Kidd and Ken Passerby. So let's see if Ken will be able to do what Mike was unable to do. Survey says no. Passerby breaks out. 684 on the 686, 77 on 76 for Joe Kidd, staying on the plus side. Ken left first. Ken got there first. But Ken broke out by a couple, making it happen. Kim Zimmerman left and Trevor Borowski right. Pick your favorite Dodge. You like the Dart? You like the Challenger? They are both for sale. I wonder, maybe they should have made a side bet. All right, if you win, I'll sell you my car. And if I win, that might work. That might work. Yeah, that might not work. Kim Zimmerman goes red and Trevor came down here with a 10 to the 7. Just showing it off, 747. On a 748 at 90 miles an hour, 740 for Kim Zimmerman at 93 miles an hour, but the red light put him back in the box for the day. We go from the vinyl top Dart to the vinyl top Camaro. Dale Hicks in the left side, Chad Sandlin in the right. Once again, juniors, 6 to 9 and double innards. Let's get up here first, and the rest of you are going to be pulling in behind. dialed the same number. Chad Sandlin ran closer to that number. Sandlin goes 626 on the 623. Call that a winner. 629 comes up for Dale Hicks. That wasn't enough. 6-dial coin flip on reaction time. Closer to the dial carries the day. Mike Bolton left. Eric Holsley right. The Witch's Brew 2. That thing definitely looks like somebody designed it in a funhouse mirror, doesn't it? Okay, park a Jeep here. Hey, we can do that. What if we stretch this, move that, slope it down in the middle? Should work just fine. This time it's going to be a double breakout, and Eric's going to come out on the good side of the math. 710 on a 16 is under by a bunch. Bolton goes 31 on a 39, also under by a bunch. Wow. A couple of guys that are both holding close to a tenth. Running it down there to the stripe. And here comes Chris Stout. In left, Tony Marconi in the right. Can anybody stop the El Bandito Yankee Tequila? I'll let you know. The topless arrow sneaking up on Chris. Oh, he got stopped. How about that? Tony Marconi actually breaks out 3 thou, getting there first by 3 hun. 701 on the 699. For Stout, Marconi had the bulb, got there first, but 3 thou, too much first. Here comes Don Hall. That really is Don Hall. How about that? Live and learn. Bob Lohman over on the right side. Don on the left side. You probably figured that out. The, matte black, primer black, flat black. Nothing special. We didn't come to win the car show. We came to win the drag race. And Bob Lohman, classic 67 Camaro over on the right side. Half a bulb going to be handicapped. Red light start for Bob. Don Hall can already see his win light on down there. 679 on 677, 101 the speed. Bob goes 47 on a 50, but he was 18 too early when he smashed the gas. And here comes the baby blue Brandy Batiste Little Maverick. And over on the right side is Carson Heath. Carson, the 65 Nova. Not a whole lot of handicap happening here. Not too much. Not too much. Ooh, Carson Heath's going to come out on the good side of this double breakout. Brandy goes 7-11 on the 715, under by 4, 15 on the 17 for Carson is under by 2. Brandy had a slightly better bulb. Got there first by 5 hun and broke out by 4 of them. Here comes the Thad card. Going to try to do what Brandy couldn't. And here comes Wes Snodgrass, going to try to make sure that Thad does the same thing Brandy did. And that is call it a day. Juniors, I'll take all of you now. Juniors, all of you. Come on down. Thad card takes the handicap head start, and Wes Snodgrass takes the win. 6-17. On the 617, had the reaction advantage. Runs dead on 5. Thad was locked out. He got there first, but he could not win the race. He got there first by a couple of thou and broke out by a couple of hun as Jake Trammell and Heath Hawthorne pulling in here now. The battle of the first-gen Chevy 2s. I don't know. What do you think? You like the hood scoop model or you like the non-hood scoop model? You like the coupe or you like the hardtop? There really is no wrong answer here. A couple of pretty sweet cars. Pretty sweet cars. A couple of cars get away on the green. Jake left, Heath right. We have Close race after close race. Win light's going to come on for Jake. He's 0-10 on reaction time, taking 001 at the finish line, runs 50 on a 45. Heath scores dead 6. Didn't have the bulb to go with it. Comes up short by 1,000th of a second. Bob Cohen in the truck and Stan Hammond now in his version of the first generation Chevy 2. The insidious pickup is going to be off and running. Give him the win light, just like that. 14 early is Stan. Bob goes 704 on the 705, 618 on the 617 for Stan. None of it mattered once that red light came on. Now it's going to be Tyler Sally in the left and Joe Cox in the right. 1600, the difference in dial. Joe in the Plymouth, going to give up just a smidge. He tries to run down that Dodge Dart Swinger. Got the classic Arizona license plate on it. Too soon. He's 0-11 early. Joe Cox is 005 right. Wow. 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 005 dead 2 for the win. Tyler goes 11 red and then goes 25 on a 24. 005 dead 2. Move, man. Hate to waste that on a red light. Chris Citro left. Aaron McCammon right. Hopefully we've got all of our juniors back there. This is going to be final call. Final call for juniors. You should be loaded in and ready. Handicap 1 bulb. Goes to the shop teacher. Green light both sides. El Camino versus Citro. Taking care of business. 008 at the stripe. 648 on the 645. Aaron McCammon was close for the dial, but he was 2 back on reaction time, and that left him 008 short at the finish line. Corey Oxford now rolling into his Camaro. This is going to be an 08 head start. So we had a 008 stripe. Now we've got an 08 head start as Jeff Cox brings the Falcon Sprint up over on the right side. Both riders get away on the green. Corey Oxford. Dialed in 08 head start. Unfortunately for Corey, he only took 05 of it. And then Jeff Cox put out his lights down at the other end. 731 for the win on the 29. Corey Oxford got there first by 6 thou, broke out by 8 thou. No chance to win the race. Chuck Hawk, Shelby Williams. Chuck in the Mustang. Shelby in the 1970 Camaro. A couple of racing families going at you here. Chuck Hawk is the patriarch of the Hawk family, and Shelby, daughter of a world champ. Hawk 006 at this end, takes 003 at that end. That's a winner. 706 on the 704, 88 on an 88 for Shelby. 24 on the tree and then dead 6, and even that wasn't enough. 003 at the finish line stripe. Jimmy Southwick left, Mark Johns right. All right, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Double entered Sportsman, come on down. Sportsman, double entered. We'll take you down. Both drivers get away on the green. The green light's looking a little binary. We've got a 011 and a 001. 101, something. Jimmy Southwick is going to get the win. He predicted a 91. He ran a 98. Mark Jones was closer to the dial, but he had a reaction time that was 1:01 as opposed to the 0:11. And that was not enough. Here comes Brad Hawk, going to try to imitate his dad. Brad in the little green machine on the left side. Mike Munoz over in the right side in the truck. Truck going to be leaving first. Well, is Brad going to be able to imitate his dad? Well, he did. 660 for the win on the 654. Oh, Mike. Man. Reaction time started with a 2. Yeah, as you get into the later rounds, obviously the Ducks are pretty much all swept off the pond, and it doesn't take much of a flinch or a blink to send you home, and that's looked like what happened there. Howard DeVore now on the left side, and Tatum Marconi. Sportsman, double entered Sportsman. I'll take you to the lanes. He was supposed to leave first, and he did. Unfortunately, he left 12 before he was supposed to. Throws away a 7:02. We got a 690 on a 689 for Howard DeVore. That's going to be a winner and send him back around again. Here comes Matt Hawk now. Maverick Matt and Adriel Lopez. All right, well, Chuck won. Brad won. No pressure or anything, Matt. Just saying. Just saying. Handicap is a bulb and a half on the Maverick. We'll be off and running before we send loose the Gen 4. Stroker LS powered Adriel Lopez. Both drivers get away on the green. And the wet line's going to say Lopez. He was holding a hundo, and he took a hundo. 657 on a 655 for the win. Matt Hawk also goes 2 above, goes 35 on the 33. But they were 1 Hun apart in reaction time, and that was the margin of victory. As Adriel Lopez takes care of business. All right, Sportsman, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Sportsman, I'll take all of you now. All Sportsmen, come on down. Joe Kidd in the truck. Don Carvalho. And then coming. Oh, and John turns it red, 4th out. Hate burning out the red lights. Hate it. Probably not as much as John does, but you get the idea. Dead 5 for Joe Kidd. Puts it right on the number. Carvalho goes dead 0. 4th out margin of error. 4th out away from an absolutely perfect run, but the 4th out was red. And relegates the dead 0 to the darn it file. Kurt Zinzaletta left and Scott Taylor now in the right. Do you believe this is our final pair? Junior should be rolling into the water. Just the minors down there. Difference in dial, 2 Hun. Difference in reaction, 1 thou. Kurt Zinzaletta for the win. 680 on a 677. Scott Taylor's going to be unhappy with himself when he sees that. He got there first by 33 thou. If he gets there first by 31, he wins. Broke it out by 2 thousandths of a second. Final call, Sportsman. Final call. Sportsman to the lanes. Juniors rolling out next. Jada Tonneson and John Brewer. Going to be the first pair out as we roll into round number 3 of our packed and stacked junior category. Had quite the inventory of junior cars making it down this weekend. I mean, call me crazy, but don't you usually not get your hangover until you're a little older than junior dragster? I mean, I guess maybe these kids are overachievers. Jada and John rolling up to the beams right now with an approximately 2-bulb split as far as the dial-in goes. Oh, and it's going to be a red light start for John Brewer. He goes 9 thousandths of a second too soon. Gives the automatic win to Jada Tonneson. Run on down there to a 12:07 at 53 miles an hour. 13:15 for John, 47 miles an hour. Guarantee you John's down there having a little conversation with himself going, oh, man, red? I can't believe I was red. I hate that I was red. Christian Bridgen left, Colin Myers right. This time it's an exactly 1 second handicap head starts. Apparently, those two that just went down were the last two of our 6 to 9s. Now we'll take the winner and integrate them into the rest of the field. Both of them easing into the beams. Left lane goes first by 1 full second. Both drivers off on the green. Separation at this end, 100. Separation at that end, well, it's going to be a win for Christian. As Colin Myers goes 788 at 80 miles an hour. Getting there first by 600ths, breaking out by 2 of them. Win light comes on for Christian. Brings up Mia Kruba left. Blake Fulton right. Just a slightly larger handicap here than we had last time. Last time was 1 second flat. This time it's going to be 1.08. It will once again be the left lane leaving first. Mia with a little last second advice down there as she rolls in the purple machine. Mia looked like she missed it a little bit. You can hear Blake working the throttle already down there at about 400 feet. He caught her and paced her across. 810 for the win, 72 miles an hour. Mia goes 905, also at 72 miles an hour. But Mia missed it here. And again, you could hear Blake when he caught her just kind of whopped the throttle a couple of times and paced her right across. Both of them at 72 miles an hour on the stripe. As Alexis Kesterson and Aubrey Keller rolling in now. All righty. Hopefully all of our Sportsman cars are in there. Super Pro double enters. Let's go ahead and start rolling this way. Double entered Super Pro. We'll take you now. Well, let's see. We had a 1 second head start. We had a 108. This time we got a 119. So I guess we're just going to keep stretching out the handicap head start. Only this time it's going to be the right lane that leaves first. Aubrey's out there. Alexis pulling up alongside. And Alexis is going to take the win. 808 on the 803. 923 on a 922 for Aubrey. She was on the number, but left a little bit too much back here. 700 difference in reaction time. And Alexis just eased on down. Maddie Krupon now on the left side, and Raiden Rogel in the right. So let's see. We had a 1 second. We had a 108. We had a 119. Now we got a 152. Not sure what the biggest split we're going to get is this round, but we seem to keep extending the handicap head start. It'll be the right lane this time that goes first. Once again, Super Pro, double entered Super Pro. Let's head this way. Womp, womp, womp. Once again, you could hear when the fast car caught up with the slower car. Smacking the throttle to pace him across. Maddie for the win, 796. Raiden goes 944 on the 942, but also had a reaction time that started with a 1. Now we're going to shrink the handicap a little bit here. This time only 105. Kathy Waters in the left side and Macy Coleman in the right. Macy in the Daddy's Money racing car. That is a great name for a race car if your daddy's got money. That wouldn't have worked out very well for me. My racing team would have been, Dad says mow the damn lawn first before you go racing. Or wash your mom's car first. Well, they both missed the tree, but Macy missed it by a little bit less. 795 going to be a winner on the 790. Kathy Waters goes 906 on the 895 and was also back at this end. So a whole lot of room for Macy to play with. Then at the other end of the racetrack, Cole Thompson now on the left side and Malachi Phillips. Every time I look at Malachi, I want to call him Malachi. He came up and corrected me not all that long ago. He said, "Hey, announcer dude, get it right." By the way, if you've had a youngster that you're thinking, "Hey, I bet my kid would enjoy this," that green machine down there is for sale. And I don't know this for a fact, but I'm guessing you could probably buy it for less than the Challenger. Well, gone are our 1 second handicap starts. This one's only going to be a 10th and a half. Moments ago, we had a 110 reaction time that left first. This time a 28 left last. Cole Thompson's going to get the win. 009 and then 907 for the W. Malachi goes 894 on the 890. And he couldn't get there. Mason Tuck and Weston Moody coming at you now. All right, Super Pro. Listen up at the pits. Attention at the pits. Super Pro, I'll take all of you now. Super Pro, you can all come on down. Still contend a junior dragster carburetor is the only carburetor in the world that needs to be adjusted 18 times between when you start it and when you stage. Can you imagine if you had to do that in, like a super stocker? Okay, wait a minute. It's Weston, it's Mason, it's Mason, it's Weston. It's going to be Mason. Weston had the better light. Mason was closer to the dial, 801 on the 798. Weston Moody is a full 10th back of the dial, 869 against the 59. And couldn't quite make that work. Cade Renault now on the left side and Brooklyn Fultz on the right as we get into a couple of the 790 players. Well, hi there. Left, Brooklyn right. They dialed the same number. They're 2 thou apart at this end of the racetrack, and they are 200 apart at that end. Cade Renault for the win. 793 closer to the dial. Brooklyn left, right with him, ran 796. And Cade will take the W. Brings up Jace Renault on the left side and Brian Price on the right. Is both again dialed on the floor. Jace Renault with a very rare red bulb on the tree. He leaves 5 thou too soon, and then Brian drops dead 8 on the scoreboard on the other side. Price was certainly not going to be easy to handle there. Jace gave it away with that 005 red. Jace Rader now in the left side, and Presley Kinman coming up. Super Pro. Attention to the pit. Super Pro. I need you to the lanes. Hey, Jace Rader, come get a bag of donuts. Perfect on the reaction time, or 8:23 on the racetrack. That's a winner. Presley goes 795 on the 790. Left a little bit back here as well. Jace dropped donuts on the starting line, and I will give you a bag if you'll just come up and choose your color. Chocolate or powdered. Parker Schroeder now on the left side. Madeline Smith in the right. Difference in dial, one little itty bitty hundo. No. Both drivers on the teen on reaction time. Madeline's teen, however, was minus 16. She goes red, and then 795. 793 for the win for Parker. He was 18 on the tree and turned that into a win light. Carmen Nelson rolling in now, and Colin Myers gets set to go side by side. Super Pro, I will take you all. They're in, they're ready. They're both away on the green. Carmen took the head start. Colin Myers trying to pull up alongside, and no, not going to happen. 810 on the 806. Carmen taking care of business. Colin goes 791 on the 790. He was 500 back in reaction time. Carmen Nelson got the stripe by 002 and got the W. Christian Pridgeon now and Blake Foltz. 1 second handicap. The 890 left. The 790 right. Both drivers get away on the green. Christian got the 1 second head start. Kept the nose out front all the way down to the stripe. He goes 899 on the 890, 96 on a 90 for Blake. Figuring all the little bitty, itty bitty, teeny tiny numbers out there. 7/1000ths of a second at the finish line stripe. Christian is your winner. All right, we're going to pull sticky stuff on a racetrack. We've got Sportsman loaded in the lanes. We've got Super Pro loaded in the lanes. Motorcycles, I don't need you yet, but get warmed up and ready. You will be the next call. righty, and just like that, Trevor off and running in the Camaro. Carl Rouse trying to hold him off over there with the El Camino. And the El Camino holds him off, 794 at 80 miles an hour. Trevor and the Camaro got there first by 9 thousandths of a second. Unfortunately for him, he had to run 200ths too quick in order to do it. Super Pro, final call. You should be in the lanes. Here comes Gary Hampton and Jordan Hart. Couple of red Chevrolets. These cars are identical. I bet if you park them next to each other in a parking lot, they might get confused about which one's which. Like, wait a minute. I own a red Chevy. Isn't that my car? Nah, you could probably tell by the back wheels now that I think about it. Oh, I knew that. Jordan Hart points a red light at his red car. The little red Corvette goes 004 red. And Gary Hampton, beware of the shark bait. Let me tell you something. That might not be the fastest car out here, but that dude's pretty good. 983 for the win. Army Slade. Christine Fife. Now, Christine in the truck, as a general rule, is not somebody that is chasing you down at the finish line, but that's going to be what happens here. Army gets a 2-second change head start. And then Christine will smash the gas over there in the C10. Uh-oh. Christine's truck quit. She left the starting line, and that thing spit and stumbled and fell on its nose, and Army is going to get the win. 11:27, looked over and saw the truck wasn't coming, 62 miles an hour. We'll go on hold for a second, and it looks like Christine is going to be able to go ahead and drive it off. Or not. We'll check. We'll see. We'll be back at it in just a minute. Looks like we are going to have to go down and at least check on her. Well, I was thinking that Christine was going to be able to fire that thing up and drive it off after what it looked like for a minute, but it looks like now they're going to get the quad hooked up. So as soon as we get her clear, we'll get right back into it. End of the racetrack is clear. Let's fire the next pair. Steve Shoemaker, Trevor Borowski coming at you. I'm assuming since that Challenger's got holes in the fender that at some point in its life it had a turbo or twin turbo something under there. I'm not sure if that makes it more interesting or not, but it does have a hole in the fender. That'd be a negotiating tactic. Oh, well, will you take $10 off for the hole in the fender? It's always good to have a negotiating ploy. Head start, a little less than a second. There goes the truck. Here comes Trevor. At the finish line stripe, it's going to be Trevor, 747. On the 747, Shoemaker goes 34. On a 30, it's a 3-thou coin flip on reaction time. Steve had the bulb by that little bit. Trevor got the stripe by just a little bit, and Trevor gets the win. As Melissa Citro rolls up in the left side, and Jeff Holtzman in the right. Difference in dial was 0.6. Difference in reaction time was 1.1. And the win light's going to come on for Melissa. She goes 769 on the 769 with an 0.66. That'll work, or at least it did this time. Jeff Holtzman goes 77 on the tree, 68 on the 63, and not enough as Kenny Vaughn and Keith Dunbar pull their two into the beams. Once again, both drivers away on the green. This time the starting line split 3-thou. Finish line split 2-hun. Keith Dunbar is going to be the winner. 54 on the 52, 65 on the 60 for Kenny Vaughn. And even that 3 little thou he had in reaction time wasn't going to be enough to make up for that. Mark Otero and Brennan Ryan Is this the only Audi in competition this weekend? I think it is. I think it is. The A4 going to leave first. We got the Audi and the Honda nose to tail. We should have run them side by side. That would have been fun. Well, I think it would have been fun. Long way down there is the Audi, but here comes Marco. Got him. 773 for the win. 993 for Brennan. Missed the tree and then ran a second under. I have a feeling he just came to test and tune anyway. Corey Oxford on the left side, Jake Trammell on the right. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking a Honda Civic, seriously? But wait, it's the turbo model. It's the hot rod. It's the fast one. Told you it was a fast one. Look at that thing move. Unfortunately, we're going to go too soon. 003 R-E-D. Corey Oxford gets a win, 731. 94 miles an hour, 1042 on a 35 for Jake. But he clocked out 3 thousandths too soon. Cole Roos, Angel Rivera. Cole, who was doubled and hot lapped around and came right back. And I believe we got a dial in. Right lane dial is 707, not 701. So again, they double checked it on the scoreboard, brought it to our attention. Now we'll get her squared away. So the handicap is not quite as big as it was going to be. 600 is going to make a difference? No, but we'll find out together. Well, considering the fact that the reaction time variance is only 3 thousandths of a second, I guarantee you that 600 would have made a difference. Angel goes 7:075, and that's going to be a winner. That's right. You go, wait a minute, that's the wrong number on the scoreboard. If we're going to play match game, you put a number on the bottom, then you try to put the same number on the top. Worked out perfectly that time. Jordan Hart coming back with his second entry in the little red Corvette. And I guarantee I know what he's thinking now. He's like, I want another shot at that Hampton guy. Well, first he's going to have to deal with Russ Lindsay. Corvette was on the brakes, but he wasn't on the brakes soon enough. Brakes out, going 8:13. On the 8:15, Russ Lindsay goes 25 on a 22. Got there first as well. Jordan had no room. No matter what he did, he wasn't going to win that race. So he went deep last night with both entries and not going to go quite as far here this evening. Speaking of evening, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Taillights from here on out, boys and girls. Track lights are now on. Now we need taillights on all race vehicles. Please and thank you. And just like that, we're getting ready to go into Super Pro. Sure. do what? Oh, come on. Hector Hernandez Jr., the LS-powered Mustang. Leroy Duran, big block powered dragster. $119, going to be the head start for Hector. Both drivers get away on green, and both drivers get away on time. 005, 008 at this end of the racetrack. 613 on the 612 for the win for Hector. 94 on a 93 for Leroy. I mean, come on, man. Come on, man. .005 to .008. And both drivers run one above zero, identical indexically speaking. Leroy Duran was 008 on the tree, and that cost him the race. And now we'll bring up Colby Fuller and Scott Taylor. Colby hanging out on the West Coast with his significant other and driving one of Steve's cars, and Scott Taylor driving the Chevelle that he brought down here from Columbia, whatever Columbia is. Colby Fuller goes 001, didn't need it. Scott Taylor went red. And then Colby goes 489 on the 490. Just proving he had the right number on the car. Brings up Chuck Hawk in the truck. And Dylan Moody in the dragster. Chuck, that's kind of a neat little truck. It's got a big block and a little baby blower under that hood. Chuck is going to lead first by a little more than half a bulb. Double entered motorcycles. Come on down. Oh, attention to the pits. Double entered motorcycles to the lanes. Both drivers are away. Will it be the truck? Will it be the dragster? Looks like it's going to be the truck. Double breakout. Dylan Moody actually got away first by a smidge. Run 64 on a 66. That's too quick. Chuck Hawk goes 97 on a 98. And we will see the truck at least one more time as Andy Kadar and Chad Sandlin roll in now. It's kind of interesting. Andy Kadar just flagged down the starter and said, no crosstalk. Well, he's leaving first, so it wouldn't make any difference. Crosstalk only affects the second leaving car. But I guess you want to make sure that the tower knows your preference, then you want to make sure the tower knows your preference. Andy goes red. This was not Andy Cater's best day on the starting line. I've watched Cater family race for a number of years, and you know, some days it just don't pay to get out of bed. Chad Sandlin. Chad goes 002, 622 at 109 miles an hour. But Cater drops it red by 11 thousandths of a second. And that was that. Pancho Robles in the left side. Stan Hammond in the right. Hey, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Did you win money yesterday? Congratulations. Would you like to pick it up today? Come get it. We downgraded our red light comes on for Stan Hammond by 6 thousandths of a second. 638 for Pancho Robles. He was 007 and ready to go. We downgraded our payment, got us considerably, but you can still come get your check. Team Hernandez, I believe it was Gabe Jr. down there in the truck, and Team Snodgrass over there in the Camaro. How does it always work that way? We got a double enter. I get information with one entry, but sometimes don't with the other, and then it always ends up being the populated entry that goes out, and I have to try to remember the guy's name. Not that smart. Well, I guess I'll find out who it is when he comes to get his bag of donuts. Trip Zip taking 13 for the win. Wes Snodgrass was 36 on the trees, locked out, gets her second, broke out doing it. But Hernandez, Trip Zip, perfect, takes 13. Winner, winner, winner. Brings up Nacho Rivera and Brittany Hinkle. I don't know if we ever did figure out who actually claimed ownership of the television, but I know it'll end up in the Toya family somewhere. Two seconds is a handicap in the little orange Nova. He's going to be the one that gets the head start. Difference at the start, 200 to finish. Nacho runs dead 7 for the win, 66 on a 66. Brittany, 686 on a 683 and comes up short. As Tim O'More and Brian Lopez now get ready to rock with their twin Gen 3 Camaros. Motorcycles, I'll take all of you now. Attention to the pits. Motorcycles, I will take you all. And let's see, our junior street and high school should be down to the final, right? Well, let's go ahead and bring those two up. Semis? Okay, well, let's bring our junior street / high schoolers up. For some reason, I thought we did. But, you know, some of those big numbers escape me. 569. That's going to be a winner for Tim O'More. Had the bulb and got the win. 613 on 611 for Brian Lopez. That wasn't going to make it happen. The Parasitic Psycho rolling in one more time. That's A.J. Crater. Pretty good handicap here as Luke Magovic is going to have to wait 3.5 seconds before he can begin chasing. on a 5 flat. That'll work. 45 on a 42 for AJ, and that won't. Makovic is 14 on the tree, 1 above for the win, taking 5 hun at the finish line stripe. Rodney Ward now in the truck, and Jimmy Kelso in the dragster. Not going to have quite as big a handicap as the last one we had, but the truck is going to get a pretty fair little head start here. They bump their way in. Jimmy's ready. Rodney lights that last bolt. Here comes the truck. Here comes the truck. 1 thou the difference at this end. 4 thou the difference at that end. Rodney Ward for the win. Jimmy Kelso goes 0-11, 1 above 0, and he is done. Rod goes 10. And then dead 6. 11, 1 above 0 to get sent packing. Vicious. Here comes Gabe Hernandez and Joe Cox. This time the handicap head start's going to go the right lane. Motorcycles final call. And Junior Street and high school, come on down. Joe Cox turned it red. I really thought he was in trouble. Shows what I know. He goes 003 dead 6. That's not exactly in trouble. Joe Cox goes 710 on the 708, but turned on the red light leaving. Hernandez sounded like he brought the motor up and then let it back down and then brought it back up again, and I thought, that's not going to be good. Shows what I know. Worked out just fine, thank you. Zach Taylor left and Mike Labatt in the right. This time, since we got a couple of the long wheelbase cars, the handicap is going to be nowhere near what has been the last couple of pairs. Labatt red by a soul-crushing 1 thou. 574 for the win for Zach Taylor. 120 miles an hour. And Zach obviously missed the tree a little bit because one guy's red by a thou. You know the other guy's going to miss the tree a little bit, right? Right? It's just like the racing gods have a sense of humor. It's like sometimes the racing gods just want to sneak up behind you and snap your back of your ear. Jake Taylor can pass. This time we both get away on the green. Ken Pasterby's out there. Jake Taylor. Jake ain't going to catch him. 684 for Ken. Right on the money. Honey. 98 miles an hour. 648 on the 653 for Jake Taylor. No chance to win the race. He was mathematically locked out. Joe Kidd and Pat Neal coming at you now. Joe Jr., that is. Hey, remember, boys and girls, tail lights. All race cars need to have tail lights. Because it's dark and we get scared. Joe Kidd red by the same soul-crushing 1,000th of a second. Pat Neal goes 656, 102 miles an hour for the win. 74 on a 75. Joe Kidd, 3 thou is the margin of error. He was 3 thou away from an absolutely perfect run. One of those thous was red. Mike Zimmerman in the dragster. And the Camaro is about to take off by almost a full Christmas tree. Take it away on the green. The dragster's going to get the win, 488 on the 487. 6,000 in his pocket up here, runs one above. The Camaro goes 630 on a 627, and that just wasn't quite enough. As Alan Smith rolls in the dragster and Tony Marconi. $131 going to be the handicap head start this time. Unless you're dyslexic, then it's actually 131. Go ahead. Double entered pro, come on down. Alan Smith didn't have a delay box. He let go, and it took off. He was planning to sit there for a minute, and it just didn't happen that way, so Tony Marconi gets the free ride. Double entered pro, come on down. Mike Avitable on the left side. Faustino Zaragoza in the right side. The Vega, the Pinto. A couple of cars that battle it out in their showroom, if you could call that a battle. Now battling it out on the racetrack, and this will be a battle. If they ever stage, it will be a battle. A little encouragement from the starter down there to get them moving forward. Cut it loose 11th out too soon, throws away a 646, which by the way was dead on. Avitable goes 656. Now it's Dave Aramillo in the truck, and Joe Landavazo in the dragster. Double entered pro. They leave within 3 thou of each other. Landavazo gets there first by 200, gets the win. 008 543, that's dead one. Call that 9 total, and Aramillo was locked out. An 11 bulb locked. 008 dead one. Crazy. Crazy, I tell you, crazy. Casely Price left, Dustin Tennyson right. These two are dialed right on top of each other. All right, listen up in the pits. Attention to pits. Pro. I'll take all of you now. Pro, I'll take all of you. Come on down. Well, the handicap star was supposed to be 1 factor in the reaction time, and it actually ended up being closer to 8. Dustin Townsend gets the win. He goes 478 on a 477, 75 on a 76 for Casely, who could not get there. Even running too thou, too quick. Bill Bullock in the left side, Pat Marbach in the right. So I'll have more time to think about it because Bill Bullock turned it red by 12 thou. 506 on a 504 for Pat. All he needed was a green line. He got a green line. Whoa, easy, Lenny. Keep it going that way. Keep it going that way. I know you're going home with a broken truck. The last thing I want you to do is go home with a broken Camaro. Justin Beaver over on the other side, looking over his shoulder, going, well, is he coming or what? Yeah, he's coming. He'll be there in a minute. He'll be there in a minute. All righty, looks like we got the good to go signal. Lenny's going to leave first by a bulb. Yeah, give or take. Ish. Sort of. Dead straight off the starting line. Can he now hold off Justin down the strike? And he does. 6-6, 2-2. Dead on 2 at 104 miles an hour and needed it. Justin had a little bit in the bank on the reaction timer, but he couldn't run the number. Lenny runs dead 2, taking a strike by 9 thousandths of a second, and he'll move on. Hector Hernandez Jr. and T.J. Ward coming at you now. We are down to the end of Super Pro. And our Pro cars loaded and lanes ready to go. Hector left, T.J. right. You heard the womp, right? Double 03, 614 for the win. 104 miles an hour. T.J. Ward was 033, and that locked him out. He goes 033 at this end. He goes double 03 too quick at that end and still didn't get there. And here comes Andy Kadar. I guess Andy's not dead yet, but it is it's been a trying day. Keoki Desa in the dragster over on the other side. Looks like our double entered cars rolling back in now, and that signals we're at the end of the category. We're pretty darn close. Give away another bag of donuts. Another smiling face. Everybody's smiling when they get donuts. $464 the speed. 667 for Andy on the 666. And like I said, mom said there'd be days like that. Colby Fuller and Scott Taylor rolling in now. Taylor going to lead first by just under 2 seconds. What Scott did to Colby to make him mad. Trip, zip, dead 7. Colby Fuller, come get a bag of donuts. Actually, send Shelby. I'd rather see her than you any day. Trip, zip, dead 7. Scott Taylor, got nothing for that. 76 on a 76. He runs dead on 4. Wasn't even in the race. Nacho Rivera and Leroy Duran coming at you now. Half a bulb going to be the head start to the right lane. For the win for Durant. Nacho Rivera runs dead 4, and it wasn't good enough, as he left 3 Hun behind at this end. Randy Smith and Dylan Moody coming at you now. So I got my motorcycles there. Got my high schoolers there. Should have all of my pro bracket loaded in and ready to go. Juniors, you're on standby. Don't need you yet, but it won't be long. Dylan Moody had a little in his pocket when he left, and then he ran dead on 8, and that slammed the door on Randy. Put together 25 total. Randy had a reaction time of 52, and, well, you know what a reaction time of 52 does against 25 total? Yeah, exactly. That. All righty. That should be bringing us up to the motor scooters. Be rolling out next. Dave Euler left. Sean Phipps right. We roll on into the motorcycles. Both drivers get around a green. We got a 009 for Dave, and we got a win light for Dave. 009, dead on 9. That'll work. Sean goes dead 2, but he didn't have the bulb to go with it. You really came to get him instead of him? That's awesome. I'd much rather see you instead of him. I'm wonderful. How about you? Dan Snyder and Bill Kusser. They said Bill Kusser let the clutch out and the bike died. Dan rolls on down to a 649 at 104 miles an hour. And Bill, you heard Bruce telling the story earlier about the fact that he is kind of transitioning from being a dirt track racer to being a drag strip racer. And, well, there's one thing that is the same no matter where you're racing. When your bike quits, it sucks. I mean, I'm sorry if that was too technical for you, but it is pretty much true. By the way, Colby Fuller, closed circuit for Colby Fuller. I gave Shelby your donuts because, well, like I said, I'd rather see her than you any day. And if she doesn't bring them to you, that's not my fault. So a tough break, literally and figuratively, for Bill. But welcome to drag racing. And as you have no doubt found out, they call it drag racing because sometimes it's just a drag. Well, I guess the good news is for Husser is that he was able to fire the bike and drive it away. So whatever it is that caused it to spit and sputter out there does not seem to be terminal. I know, you hate to lose a race, but it's still always better when you can drive it back than when you can't. Wes Millward now on the left side and Tom Patterson in the right. 005, the difference in the dial. Millward looked like he spun the tire a little bit the first 60 feet. Tom's going to make him pay for that. 579, 116 miles an hour. Wes Millward, give him credit. 004 on the reaction time, but then it spun the tire a bit and slowed down. And that opened the door for Patterson. 594 on the 580. That certainly shows the bike wasn't happy going past the Christmas tree. All righty. Well, hopefully all of our pro cars are in there now. Hey, juniors, have we still got any doubles left? Juniors, have we got any doubles left? Let's go ahead and head up first. Semifinals coming at you in Junior Street. Madeline Smith in the Mini Cooper. And Nathan Rienstra in the truck. And the truck actually gets a head start. How about that? Oh, a red light start. Nathan won it last night, and he was red tonight, so that's going to send Madeline into the final. .986, 73 miles an hour. Wow, she was holding a bit. Nathan goes 10:31 at 69 miles an hour. So the final round looks like it's going to feature Madeline against Miss Bollet, who rolls in here on a solo. You were close. All right, Allison. Madeline got a practice run via the red light in the other lane. You get a practice run via nobody in the other lane. And then you two will be back a little bit later on. .49 on this end. 54 on that end. 49.54. Ooh, I can. There's 103. All right, juniors, I'll take all of you now. Hopefully, if we've got any double innards left over, you guys are headed up first. But juniors, attention to the pits. I will take you all. Going to be Joe in the truck. Going to be Trevor in the Challenger. Challenger going to be leaving first. If you're going to do a Hot Rod S10, what do you think? You like the standard cab better, or do you like the stretch cab better? I think I'd like the stretch cab better, just because I like a little extra leg room. I want to be able to push the seat back. That's what I'm thinking. Both drivers away on the green. That's what I'm thinking. Oh, Trevor gets there first by 500, breaks out by 0.03 of a second. Joe Kidd gets the win. He goes 6:41 at 101 miles an hour. Trevor had the reaction time, but he got a little bit too big a bite down there. Goes under by 3 thou. Comes Kurt Zinzaletta and the Roadrunner. And a little Chevy 2 over on the other side. That's Carson Heath. Hey, Carson, come get a bag of donuts. Trip Zip 719 for the win. Kurt Zinzaletta goes dead zero, but he had a 49 light. So we got a Trip Zip in one side, we got a dead zero in the other, and in this particular case, the perfect light trumped the perfect run. And Carson's got a bag of donuts coming. Chuck Hawk, Chad Sandlin. coming at you now. Chuck in the Mustang, Chad in the deuce. Both drivers away on a green. Chuck is brakes, and no. Chad Sandlin goes 006, 626 for the win, 704 on the 703 for Chuck, but he left 5 hundo back here, and Chad was not going to let him get away with that. Brett Spence now on the left side, and Eric Holsley in the right. Juniors. Attention in the pits. Juniors, final call. Eric Holsley going to get the head start here. And then we'll see if Brett can catch him. We play a little catch me if you can. Going to have to figure this one out down at the other end of the racetrack. They're only separated by 4 thou up here. They're only separated by 9 thou down there. Eric had the 4 thou up here, but he could not get there, and he let Brett sneak by the 9 thou down there. So Spence is going to pick up the win, running 654 on the 651. Chris Stout now on the left side, Jeff Cox on the right. Working our way in round number 4 here. Oh, man. Jeff Cox has a 100 reaction time and got away with it because Chris Stout went red. Unbelievable. Cox gets a win. 728 on 729. And let's see what kind of wackiness we get out of the next pair. Which are going to feature yet another of our trucks and yet another of our kids. I don't mean our kids like your and my kids. I mean the kid family. This is Sarah. Wes Snodgrass over on the right side. Sarah takes the handicap head start. West going to send her home. 620, 103 miles an hour on the 616. Sarah goes 71 on the 69. She dialed 69 last time and ran it. This time she's 2 back of the dial, but she also left a little bit back here. And that'll bring up Dawn Hall. I haven't quite got the Valiant story yet. I thought Dawn was going to be here driving a Nova, but they were like doing a little testing, doing a little working on the Nova, and I think after Thursday didn't go the way they wanted it to go. He just decided to jump in and do a little double duty here since he was already entered into the event. Adriel Lopez over on the right. Lopez picks up the front end, and now he'll try to front Mr. Hall. Well, the good news is he got out in front. Bad news is he's going to lose the race. Don Hall goes 79 on the 78. Getting there second. 2 10,000ths of a second was the margin at the stripe. Adriel Lopez got there, but he could not overcome the 055 reaction time, and that'll bring up Joe Kidd Jr. and Brad Hawk. That means somewhere there's a couple of proud dads not too far away going, my kid can beat up your kid. I mean, on the racetrack. A couple of legacy names from this part of the world. They're getting a little added encouragement again to go ahead and stage them up. I think I might just run out before this is over with. Joe Kidd, come get a bag of donuts. Trip Zip, taking 16 thou. Brad goes 21, then goes 6:56. No chance, no way, no how. Joe Kidd making it happen. All right, listen up in the pits. Oh, attention in the pits. If we still got any double-entered sportsmen, you guys go ahead and head this way, please. Juniors are loaded in there. If we've got any double-entered sportsmen, come on down, and the rest of you, be ready. You're going to be called in just a moment. Jake Trammell and Kurt Zinzaletta rolling back in here. Jake Trammell goes 005. Kurt Zinzaletta goes 677. On the 680, 101 miles an hour. Trammell 005 red, dead 0. 005 red, dead 0. Wow. Chris Citro left. Howard DeVore in the right. The Nova versus the Mustang. Sportsman. Sportsman, I will take all of you now. Oh, attention to the pit. Sportsman, I'll take you all. 650, that's going to be a winner for Chris Citro. 27 on the tree, 50 on the track. Howard DeVore goes 688. Unfortunately for him, he predicted a 690. Can't make those numbers work. Bob Cohen now on the left side. Ali Strader in the right. 14 the difference between the full-size truck and the pretend-size truck. Give the win to the full-size truck by 4 thousandths of a second. Ali Strader had the reaction time, couldn't run the number. Goes 94 on the 91, letting Bob Cohen sneak by 004. Sportsman, come on down. I need you to the lanes now, please. Super Pro, get ready. Don't need you yet, but it won't be long. A.J. Crater goes 8 foul red. 639 for the win for Joe. 106 miles an hour. Crater goes 43 on a 45, but the red light ended the day for the parasitic Psycho. Final car in category coming at you right here. Joe Cox Jr. easing on in. The Valiant cruising on down past the American Walk-In Cooler scoreboard at 708 and 96 MPHs. Pair Jr. should be rolling up to the water box here. Christian Pridgeon and Macy Coleman going to kick us off. Easy. We just about lost our tire cover specialist over there on Macy's car. Handicap is a second for Christian. The Daddy's Money Racing team. Dial on the floor. Look at Christian's car down there with TMI, AAG logoed along the side. There's your 1 second head start, and Macy turns it red. A red light really does clash with Warren's car. Red by 007, and then runs a smidge too quick as well, but the red light's the only thing that really mattered. 887 for the win for Christian. 75 miles an hour. All right, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Double entered Super Pro. Come on down. Sportsman, you should be there. Sportsman, hopefully you're loaded in and ready to go. Double entered Super Pro. To the lanes, please. Mason Tuck, Blake Foltz. Coming at you now, two of the quicker machines. Blake dialed on the floor. Mason a 10th and a half back. Blake smashing the gas too soon. Two pairs, two red lights. I hate that. Probably not as much as Blake hates that. Mason Tuck goes 803. He was 004 on this end. That was ready to go. So after he was 004 on this end. 803 on that end. 788 comes up for Blake after he was red. Cole Thompson and Brian Price coming at you now. Double entered Super Pro. Double entered Super Pro. I'll take you. Well, we got rid of the red light-itis anyway. This time they both end up on the green side. Brian Price is going to end up on the winning side, 793. On the 790, 907 on the 906. Cole Thompson hit the number, missed the bulb. Cade Renault and Matty Krubaugh. Next. Both dialed on the floor. Silver State refrigeration machine. I don't believe we need any refrigeration right now. Of course, I think they also do heating. Matter of fact, I'm reasonably certain. Matter of fact, I'm absolutely sure of it. Well, they were supposed to leave us one. If you were watching, you probably saw, like I saw, Cade Renault move first. Whoa, and Cade goes down and gives up the stripe. Matty Krubaugh goes dead one to win it by 001. That is not a mistake that Cade Renault makes very often. Had the reaction advantage, gave up the stripe by 1,000. And Matty runs dead one for the win. Jada Tonison now on the left side and Parker Schroeder in the right. Jada, our lone remaining youngster. That's why she gets the big head start. This will be the biggest head start we see the rest of the night, unless Jada wins, when she could potentially come back and do it again. Rolling in, dropping off that top bulb, trying to help the reaction time up here. Here we go. Jada's green down and away. Parker now. Parker's got some ground to make up, but he's coming in a hurry. Here comes the finish line stripe. Can Jada hold on? Nope, 795. On the double breakout. Parker's under by 3, 1198. Jada's under by quite a bit. Parker's going to get the win. Hey, reminder over there on the Schroeder side of the racetrack, all vehicles need a tail light. All vehicles need a tail light. Alexis Kesterson and Carmen Nelson coming at you now. With a 003. Splitting the dial. 003, 0.03. Alexis left. Carmen right. Carmen, 9 total. 001, dead 8. And Alexis wasn't quite ready to play that game. 807.8 on the 807 after a 001 light. And I believe we've got a junior double that's coming back around, so it'll be just a moment before we wrap that up. So Super Pro. Attention to pit. Super Pro, I'll take all of you now. I should have the double innards already in there. Super Pro, I will take you all. And while we wait for our double junior to come back around, I'm going to turn things back over to Bruce because it's past my dinner time.
well, thank you, Ellen. We're going to sit back and relax just a minute or 3 until our double entered gets suited and ready to come up. So understand that they are at that point where they are already back to the lanes, but just need to finish putting on the safety equipment. All right, here they come. They come rolling up to the starting line. Christian Pridgett. 890 on the window for Christian in the right-hand lane. Up against Jace Rader. Jace, 818 here in the left-hand lane. Christian doing a little rock over there, back and forth. Tighten up the seat belts, pull them down, cinch them down. Here we go, ready to get down the 660-foot mark. 890 right-hand lane. Gets to leave about 3/4 of a second prior to Jace even getting the tree. Now Jace is in, 3 bulbs lit, timer's taken over. Don't get timed out. Wow, rolled in just in time. As the tree comes down, both drivers get away at another. So both drivers get away with a green light to start. And Jace, oh no, Jace gave it away. Another bag of donuts goes over to Jace, but he goes under. He breaks out by 4. 28 for Christian. And it looks like it goes one above with a deuce. Gives the stripe up by 0.07 of a second. Goes over it, and that's what Jace took it at 78 miles an hour. Won by 7 feet. It looks like we're doing a little bit of track prep in between. So our junior dragsters, I believe that was our final pair this round of junior dragsters. All right, here's Army Slade with 1120 on the window. Pontiac G6 2009 vintage comes out of Tucson for the Slade family racing against Cole Ruth. Cole out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona with a 791 on the window of the El Camino. Looks like Army's going to leave about 3 seconds before Cole. All right, sorry about that. Looks like Army's going to take the win. Down 11:20. Goes at 25, so 5 above at 61 miles an hour. Takes a strike by 53. And it looks like Cole a little bit tardy at the starting line, not too much. He had a better reaction time, but looks like 79 miles an hour, but Army's going to take that win. Attention to pits, Hey, we're going to put out if it's a final for Super Pro. Come on down, we'll take all of you while you're doing it. There is Gary Hampton in the stock class Chevy Cobalt. Can't do it this time though. He left a couple here at the starting line looking for a 983. Goes 5 above with a 987 at 67 miles an hour. Gave the stripe to Keith. Keith took it. And Keith goes 754, 4 above with a deuce at 88 miles an hour. Took the stripe by 16. Keith Dunbar for the win. All right, here's Melissa Citro against Trevor Borowski. Comes out of Julesburg, Colorado, and he's going to go another round tonight as Melissa red light by 5 thousandths of a second. Darn it. Then would have got under that 69 with a 64, but Trevor 76 at the tree and then goes 1 above, 46 a dial, 47 run, and takes the win at 90.93 miles an hour. Even gave the stripe to Melissa. Marco Otero, left lane. 1970 Dodge Dart comes out of Tucson against Angel Rivera. Angel, that's in that 1970 Camaro. Comes out of Santa Cruz. Now we're guessing Santa Cruz, Mexico? Give that a shot anyway, see what happens. Angel wants a 706. Marco looking for a 764. As they both approach that 660-foot mark, the wind light comes on for the better. Whoa, huge margin here between. Here at the starting line. Angel with a 37 light. Marco with a 132. Marco goes 89.40. And Angel looking for a 7.06, goes to 13, so about 7 up on it. But that 37 reaction time. And of course, Marco left a full 10th here at the starting line. Here's Corey Oxford and Russ Lindsay. Russ in the Omega. That's an Oldsmobile out of Sun City with an 823 on the window. He's going to leave first because Corey Oxford in that good looking Camaro was 729. That's a 67 Camaro for Corey. 729 against an 823. So pretty close to a full second head start for Russ. RPMs come up. Oh, Corey. 14 red. Russ 42 green. And of course it win. Goes dead 5. So end up being a 47 pack, but 81 miles an hour gave the stripe over to Corey. Corey trying to play catch up out. Didn't matter a whole lot because Corey went red by 14 at 94 miles an hour. Russ with the win, 81 miles an hour after a 42 light. Steven Rosa. Hey, Steve, I screwed up. Need to have you come put the right date on your form. So, Steve, you're not in trouble. I just had you put the wrong date on your W9. So if you haven't left the property already, if you can come back up to the timing tower, we would appreciate it. Steve Rosa, come on back up. All right, jumping category is going to go into Super Pro. All right, looks like Colby Fuller, left-hand lane. 2020. Up against Leroy Duran. Leroy, right-hand lane, 494 on the windscreen. Going to get to lead by about 0.05 of a second before Colby Fuller gets away. So you couldn't tell a whole lot of difference there between the two of them because it looked like Fuller had a better light and Fuller gets a win. That's a breakout win, goes to Fuller. 14 light to Leroy's tardy 47, especially for Leroy. That was a tardy start. He's always on top of it, chops the tree down, usually in double O's, but not this time. Then trying to catch up, he takes a little bit too much stripe, goes 25 at the finish. A 14 light for Colby. And then goes 91 on an 89. So Colby Fuller. Here's Pat Marbach in the 2020 American Chassis Rear Engine Dragster. 504 is the dial, left-hand lane. Up against Chad Sandlin. Sandlin, 622 on the window in the door car, the 67 Nova. Roswell, New Mexico. Can he get there in time? Well, I don't know. Oh, he can't do it. Worst light by 6. Goes to Chandler and the win. Chandler goes dead 5 after a 28 light. And it looks like Pat. Well, Pat had a 22 light, so he was 6 better at the hit. and then he goes 08. Attention to pits, attention to pits, motorcycle, motorcycle, final. Motorcycle, motorcycle. This is your first call for your final. Here's Pat Neal in the Cougar. Against Mike Zimmerman in the Yancer chassis. Now, both of them get away with a green line start. Pat had a whole lot better light, and that doesn't happen too often. Somebody beats Zimmerman at the tree, and, well, of course, Zimmerman breaks out. Zimmerman goes under by 1/1000th. Attention to pits, attention to the area. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, hey, you might look down at your junior dragster starter. So at your junior dragster starter, do you have the right one? Jada's got yours, so you might check. So Jada has your starter, and you might have hers. Hector Hernandez here in the Mustang left-hand lane, and Luke Makovica, he will take that win on a breakout win. So Luke has a 30 light, goes a 500 to take the win away, looking for a 499, goes one above at 138 miles an hour as Hector breaks out and goes under his 12 with a 10. Looks like he took the stripe by 46. Here's Gabriel Hernandez, the left-hand lane, rear engine dragster out of Hermosillo, Mexico. 484 on the window, up against Tony Marconi. It's amazing. Marconi's still going rounds deep into the night again. Can he have a three-peat? He's got a two-peat now. He won both Friday and Saturday, so here he is looking for another win on Sunday. Got a 583 on the window, going to leave about a second before Gabriel does. .484 against a 583. 583 is away green. 484 is away a green. Woohoo, that's going to be tight. Oh, and Tony gave him the stripe, and he took too much of it. Tony Marconi moves on a 22 light to Gabriel's 17. He had about 5 put away in the bank, as Gabriel had a 17 to Tony's 22. The arrow still going rounds as Tony goes dead 5 at 119 miles an hour, so a 27 pack. Gave the stripe to Gabe, and Gabe took 27 too much. Here's Chuck Hawk Jr. Kioki Disha. Kioki right-hand lane 463 in the 2023 rear engine dragster. Chuck Hawk Jr. in the pickup truck. That's a 2000 S10. Haas built chassis. 487. I'm sorry, 497 is the dial for Chuck. Attention to pits. Attention to pits. We do need our motorcycle. Motorcycle, motorcycle. For your final. Attention to pits. Attention to pits. Junior Street and High School. Junior Street and High School will get you up here as well for your final. So both categories, Junior Street and High School. Looks like Keoki going to take that win. Goes 007 at the hit. Chuck goes 0-1-1. Then takes the stripe by 11. 498 goes one above. But Keoki with a 007 had 3 in the bank here. And then goes dead 2. So a 9-pack goes to Keoki. And Chuck just a tick behind the starting line, 3. And then takes a stripe by 11. Hands it over to Keoki. Here's Zach Taylor, left lane. A Frameworks chassis out of Peoria, 574 is the down for Zach. Gonna go against Ken Passerby's Vega. And a double breakout win goes to Passerby. Wow, Passerby with a 009 reaction time to Zach's 35. Now the 35 just a tick behind at the starting line. I want to see what it does at the finish line. 119 miles an hour for Zach. Looking for a 74, goes 3 under at 119. Passerby had a 009, so he already had about 3 put away. And then he goes 1 below, well, only 6 thou below at 99 miles an hour. So 6 thou here at the stripe. Gave it over. 5 hun at the stripe. Win goes Ken Passerby. Dylan Moody and Pancho Robles. Still think it's Derek, but says Pancho. Dylan 464 coming out of El Paso, Texas. Going to move up against Pancho Robles in the 1984 Dreamsicle orange paint job Chevy Camaro. Now, if you're not familiar with EGs, that's a Dreamsicle color, or what they call the Dreamsicle. 639 is the door car. The 5 car looking for a 464. Wow, a 008 for Dylan. And then goes 64, dead 4. 12-pack on a breakout win. Pancho goes under his 39 with a 36, so 3 under. Gave the stripe, and Pancho took 21 hun. Here's Joe Landavazo in his rear engine dragster. And Tim Moore, 5.64, I believe is what he's looking for. So 564 for Tim, left-hand lane. Landavazo wants a 542 right-hand lane. The 88 Camaro against the rear engine dragster. As they sneak up on the beams, Joe is already in. Here comes Tim Moore. Moore in the door car. Landavazo in the pipe car. Both. Landavazo rolls in. 3 lights lit. Here comes Tim. Trees starting to come down. All the way down. Both drivers leave green. Better reaction time goes to Tim, and so does the win on a breakout. Landavazo goes under his 42 with a 41 and a 7, only 3 thousandths of a second. And Tim takes the stripe by 9 thousandths. Better light by 2, or 2 hun goes to Tim, and so does the win. Here's Nacho Rivera, rear engine dragster, 466 against Dustin Tonneson. Dustin 477 and Nacho 466. About 11 hun at the starting line. That's going to separate them. 2017 rear engine dragster, right-hand lane. Up against Team Ortiz. Nacho moving up into the beams. Dustin already there. Need to turn on that third one. Neither one of them wants to roll in. Got a little staging duel, and looks like Dustin over there in the right-hand lane is going to turn that on first. So 3 bulbs lit. Timer takes over. Almost together. Better reaction time goes to the left lane, and so does the wind. That's Nacho Rivera. Nacho looking for a double 6, goes 69, so 3 above at 148 miles an hour. Gives the stripe over to Dustin, and Dustin takes about 29 hun too much. Had about, looks like Nacho had about 19 stuffed away, but Dustin goes 75 on a 77, so a couple under, trying to play catch up at 143 miles an hour. Here's Michael. Available. 655 on the tree. Rodney Ward out of Wilcox, 628 on the window for that C10 pickup truck. Got the 71 Ford Pinto of Michael. Better reaction time. Goes over to Michael in the Pinto, and so does the win on a double breakout. Looks like 72 to an 87. Attention to pits, attention to pits, pro. All right. If there are any double entered pro, of course you're first. You've been first all weekend, so double entered pro, but we are calling all pro. So let's get our double entereds up first, of course, but we want to call all pro. We're starting to get rolling here this evening, once again, like we did last night. So if there are any double entered, let's bring you guys up first, but we are calling all pro category. Attention to pits, junior dragsters. We're going to put you guys in the lanes as well, so I believe there's only 4 of you, so all junior dragsters, we need you to the lanes as well. So pro, double entereds first, of course. We don't think there's that many of you, but pro and junior dragsters. Here's Gabriel Hernandez Jr. and Hector Hernandez Jr. Gabe left lane 616, Hector right lane 611. 0.05 of a second separates them here at the starting line on ETs. Hermosillo, Mexico, both sides of the tree. Oh, Hector, red light 18. Well, and Gabriel front end of the truck like headed for the tree. And of course, it's an automatic free time run for Gabe. Gabe is 58 at the tree. Goes dead 6 at the stripe. Attention pits, pro and junior dragsters. Pro and junior dragsters, we need you to the lanes, please. All right, looks like we got our motorcycles started up and headed to the water box. Coming out, David Oler here in the left-hand lane, and Dan Schneider. Dan Schneider in the right-hand lane. The Harley-Davidson against the Kawasaki KZ1000, sponsored by Frost Automotive here in the left-hand lane. Dan on the Harley, looking for a 646. David looking for a 584. Looks like Dan's going to get to leave first, of course, 62 hundredths of a second. So, of course, 62 hundredths of a second is not too much. So we'll see if we can pick it out, see if they both leave about the same time. So it means one of them's a little tardy. RPMs come up. We're on a, oh no, David, like yesterday. Wow, 180 red. Dan Schneider on to the next round, looking for a 46. Goes at 43, 3 under with a 3 at 107 miles an hour. Gave the stripe over to David, but hey, he had already looking at the green win lights on his scoreboard for Dan. Oh, looks like a buy run for Tom. Tom with a 577 on the KZ 1978 KZ 1000. 577. So it is a free time run, a buy run for Tom Patterson. All right, Tom has an 11 reaction time and goes 75 on the 77 at 118 miles an hour on that free time run. All right, looks like that will be our semifinal in motorcycles. So we should end up with attention pit, final call going out for our pro category. Final call going out for our pro category. Final call for all juniors. So all juniors, you should be in the lanes as well. I think there's 4 of you. And still got quite a few pro, but is this our final for our junior street in high school? We'll kind of look back there and see. Allison Bolay, right-hand lane, up against Madeline Smith. Madeline in the Cooper, left-hand lane. 9-0 to Allison's. Looks like we're going to check that or change it. So Madeline perhaps wants a 9-9-0, where Allison wants a 7-5-0. And of course, Madeline in the Cooper gets a 2.5 head start. Oh, Madeline, you need to turn on your taillights. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. And Allison, you do need to turn on your taillights, and I guess it doesn't matter because that's the final. Is that the final? Yeah, I believe so. So Allison Bolay going to pick up another win. 102 the reaction time. Then goes 45, 5 under at 93 miles an hour. All right, back in the pro category. Joe Kidd. Joe Kidd in the S10 pickup truck, 640 is the dial. Up against Joe Cox Jr. in that good-looking Valiant. The Valiant 708 is the dial. That's a 1966 Plymouth Valiant. Comes out of Peoria. The 73, oops. I think is about a 2000 S10 pickup for Joe Kidd. Joe with a 640 on the window. Joe's going to leave first by about almost 3/4 of a second. Breakout win goes to Joe Kidd in the S10. Looks like Joe Cox going to go under by 0.03 of a second. Of course, better light goes to Kidd as well as the win. Dial to 40, goes to 41, so it was one above at 102 miles an hour. Took the stripe by 0.005. Joe Kidd with the win. All right, here's Don Hall. Don's been driving the big back windowed Barracuda as well as Rob Clill, so I think they were double entered in the same car against Jeffrey Cox. Jeffrey Cox in the sprint. Sprint gets away with a green light. Don Hall gets away with a green light in the Nova. The Nova takes the win. 679.0. Goes dead zero after a 50 light. He already had 2 stuffed away. Margin of victory 0.005. 5 thousandths at the stripe. Gives the win over to Don Hall. Here's Chad Sandlin. Chad's in the 1967 Nova. I don't know. Kind of looks like a. There's a 67 Nova right-hand lane out of Roswell, New Mexico. Left lane. That belongs to Joe Kidd Jr. Well, he just saw Dad take that win. See if he can match in the big bumper. Nope. Can't do it. Nope, goes red by 14 for Joe Kidd Jr. So it looks like Chad, 19 green. How close can he be to the 24? Goes under by 2 at 110 miles an hour. Of course, gave the stripe over to Joe Kidd, but Joe, doesn't matter. 14 red to cost him the race. Here's Chris Citro, Wes Snodgrass. Wes gonna have to play catch up by 33 hun. As Snodgrass in the Camaro, good looking silver Camaro, black racing stripes with that 616 in the right hand lane. Citro, big block Mustang left hand lane, leaves first with a 649. Snodgrass on the brakes, still not enough as it's a double breakout. And the win goes to Citro. Citro less of a breakout. Dial to 49 was 346. Snodgrass had a 22 light, so he was better by 13, but then goes 107 miles an hour. Goes 32 under his, I'm sorry, 22 under his dial. And Chris was only about 13, so the double breakout win goes to Chris Citro. Here's Brett Spence. Spence left lane 652. Bob Cohen 704. The insidious C10 pickup truck with a green light start cannot get around that 17. Attention pits, Sportsman. All Sportsman. Yes. Attention pits, Sportsman. Sportsman, come on down. Attention pits, attention pits. Super Pro, this will be your first call. And of course, if there are any doubles, we need our doubles first. And Super Pro, your first call. And again, if there are any doubles, we need you first, and we're just as well call you all. All right, looks like a buy run for Carson. Carson goes 99 at the tree. Looking for a 17, goes 2 under on a 15 at 90 miles an hour. So we should have our junior dragsters in the lanes. I believe there's 4 of you. We have called Sportsman. You should be headed to the lanes. I believe there's 2 pair, or our semifinal for Sportsman. And we're going to go ahead and get our Super Pro. So junior dragsters, Sportsman, and Super Pro. Come on down. All right, looks like our final pair this round of Pro. That'll be Joe Kidd against Kurt Zinzalita. Wow, isn't it amazing? Kurt doubles up and then goes this deep into every field when he doubles up. So at least one time, if he's not racing himself in the final half the time. Zinzalita, right-hand lane, 678 on the window in that Plymouth Roadrunner. Up against Joe Kidd. Now, Joe Kidd's about the same way, even if he doubles up. Sometimes has to run himself in the final. Goes 6, looking for a 640. So both of them get away with a green light start. Looks like perhaps one of them has 4 put away, and yep, that's Joe Kidd, and he'll take that win. Looking for a 40, goes 5 up with a 6 at 100 miles an hour. Takes a stride by 33, and about 4-foot difference between him and Kurt. So Joe Kidd with the win. So that'll end that round of Pro. So once again, junior dragsters, Sportsman, and Super Pro. you should all be in the lanes. So I guess we got semifinals in junior dragsters, semifinals in sportsman, and I guess we got a few super pros. All right. Speaking of the junior dragsters, here they come. All right, the first pair of our semifinal in junior dragsters. Mason Tuck, Christian Pridgeon. Christian, right-hand lane, gets to leave first with that 890. Mason here in the left-hand lane, gonna lay chase with an 805. So as the junior dragsters roll up to the starting line, I believe we're into our semis. So it's looking like maybe Christian Pridgeon has doubled up, and if he, well, it doesn't matter. We'll need to get him back around as a double. So a little bit more than a semi, it looks like, means we have a double. Mason Tuck, left-hand lane, 805 to an 890. Now Christian has been running almost dead on, so he's been one off, been two off, and kind of likes that 890. Going to stick to it. Christian goes red this time by 13. Mason 51 at the tree, and then goes 797 for the win. And of course Christian, we're going to wait for a couple of seconds, and it looks like Christian may, we had 5 cars, so Christian probably will get a bye run. All right, next pair coming to you, Brian Price and Matty Krubach. Matty in the left lane looking for a 790. Brian Price in the right lane looking for a 790. Goes a better light by 5 for Brian. This Bruce go. Oops. All right, looks like the win goes to Brian Price. Dial to 790, goes 5 above, but a better light by 5 gives Brian the win. 80 miles an hour. Takes us right by 21. And a win by 2 feet.
All righty, sounds like our hot lap dragster is back. All righty. Apparently, we've got a couple of 18-year-olds aging out. Going to take their last little hit down here and just turn them loose. Always wondered how fast a junior would go if you turn it loose. I guess we're about to find out. Well, they ran right on where they were supposed to run. 783 on the right side, 84 miles an hour, 794. So now I'm even more confused. Now I'm even more confused. They told me they were aged out. They were going to turn them loose, and then they ran, well, right where they're supposed to run. All right, we're going to do a little touch on the racetrack one more time. Jim out there putting down the spray. And at this point in time, boys and girls, I think we've reached the gas and go mode. Got Sportsman, got Super Pro back there in the lanes. And Pro, as soon as you guys can turn them around, go ahead and bring them on back. It's going to be race like a fat bird time. Round robin for the rest of the evening. Turn on a wind light. Cool them, fuel them, and bring them back. So a couple of pretty fierce competitors down there in front of the tower now that apparently are officially moving on into bigger cars. After pretty darn successful careers in smaller cars. Pretty cool little graduation moment going on down there on the starting line. Hey, there's a lot of different kinds of graduation. Parker Schroeder, Christian Pigeon, coming at you now. I have to apologize. I got confused about what round we were in with junior dragsters. That's what happens when I see shiny things and don't pay attention to what's going on out the window. But this is round 5, so 7 cars. We've had 5 go down. Christian, hot lap back around to make the last pair, and then we'll have 4 coming back for the semifinals. Christian Pigeon smacked the tree with a double 03, but on the double breakout, he's going to come out on the wrong side of the math. Parker goes 94 on a 98. That's under by 4. Christian goes 86 on a 90. That's under by 4. Go to a little bitty teeny tiny number out there. 0.02 of a second on the double breakout, and Parker takes care of business. So Christian took 2 cars to the round of 7. And I believe got sent packing on both of them. So Sportsman getting ready to roll out now. Super Pro is into the lanes. Pro, come on back. It's gas and go time at Tucson Dragway. Almighty Slade on the left side, Trevor Borowski. I wonder if Trevor keeps winning. Is the price of that car going up or going down? I mean, if he wins $1 million with it, does that mean he can just give it away because he's already made his profit? Or if he wins $1 million with it, does that mean the car's worth $1 million more than it was when he started? Because that's going to make it hard to sell. I mean, there's probably a Challenger that's worth $1 million, but no offense, Trevor, I don't think that's the one. 11:21, meanwhile, for the win. Double 03 for Armani. And then 11:21, and, well, that's going to be the end of the Challenger for the evening. As now Keith Dunbar rolls in the left side, and Russ Lindsay comes into the right. Right lane going to leave first by 0.7. They both turn it green. Russ is out there. Keith is trying to catch him, and Keith ain't going to catch him. It's going to be an 8:24, 77 miles an hour. Russ Lindsay. Superior reaction time. Keeps the nose out in front. The Mustang never could get him, so the Buick going to be back a little bit later on. Taking Angel Rivera. In the Camaro. Angel off and running, leans on the tree at this end. Got to figure out where your spot is, and then go 706 down at that end. Well, Angel looks like you got the right number on the window. Just going to be a matter of getting the right number on the Christmas tree when you roll back around for the final. And here comes Super Pro. Once again, it's gas and go, boys and girls. If you turn on a wind light, fill them, chill them, head right on back. Do not wait for a personalized invitation. We're ready for you as soon as you get here. Seven cars remaining here in Super Pro. We will bring back the final four. Gabe Hernandez in the truck, Luke McAvicchia in the dragster. Hernandez rolling into the left side. Going to get the tree first. Dragster's going to have a lot of ground to make up, but Lucas got quite a bit of dragster over there as well. Now we're in lock and loaded. Here comes the pickup. Here comes the dragster. They're both away on the green. 1 foul separation at this end. 2 hunt separation at that end. Luke McAvicchia is going to win it. He goes 0-12 and then 5 flat. Gabe Hernandez goes 0-11 and then breaks out. 6:15 on the 6:16. Too quick. By 7 thousandths of a second. 1 dragster advance. Now it's Micah Vittabal and Keoki Desa. We'll see if the dragsters can get a little string going here against the door cars, or if Mike can jump up and get one for Team Pinto. Pinto takes a head start. Dragster takes the win. 463 on the 462 for Keoki Desa. Had a better reaction time by a tick. Mike goes 56 on a 54. Dialed a 54, had an 055, and then ran a 56. Most of that probably would have worked out except the 055 part. That part was troublesome. Both drivers are off and running, and the Camaro attack down the little dragon before they get to the finish line strike. No. 682 on the 682. Great race, especially if your name is Kenny Passerby. Left first, got there first by 2 thou, runs dead 7 for the win. Camaro goes dead 2, and it wasn't good enough. 2 thou at the finish line stripe. Colby Fuller, Tony Marconi now. Motorcycles, if you're in the lanes, we're ready for you. Motorcycles, if you're there, we're ready. Pro, come on back. Down to our Sportsman final as well, and as soon as those two are ready, we can race them out. Extremely close race. 0.03 of a second. Colby Fuller gets the win. Goes 489 on 487. Marconi broke out trying to get there after leaving a little bit back here at this end of the racetrack. Nacho Rivera left, Dylan Moody right. One hun, the difference in dial. As they ease ever so gently up into the beams. I said as they ease ever so gently up into the beams. I said it usually works the second time. Nacho take care of business, 007, 465. Put him dead 5. Dylan Moody was 31 and locked out. 0 chance. Could not win the race. Lenny Fife and Chad Sandlin coming at you now. I thought for a minute there we were going to have all the dragsters picking on all the door cars, but apparently not. I don't know if I like that better or if I don't like that better. Two classic Chevrolets hustling on down there, separated by 2 thou at this end, separated by 7 thou at that end. Give the win light to Lenny Fife. He runs under by 0.05 of a second. Chuck Sandlin runs under by 0.14 of a second. And on the double breakout, Lenny will bring the Camaro back as Pat Neal rolls in. The only Cougar in competition here this weekend. Pat does love his Fords. I can tell you this, Pat's sure having a whole lot better time at the racetrack tonight than he did at the 20-car chaos event. Or the fuel altered chaos event, I should say. 652. 97 miles an hour for Pat. In case you missed that, I wasn't trying to bring up bad memories, but this fuel altered broke a wheelie bar, did a massive wheel stand, and then came smashing down to the ground. But that should set us up with semifinals for Super Pro. Got the bikes back there. We should have the pro cars back there. And Sportsman, as soon as you're ready, we'll take you back there. Should be a fun final round here as Tom Patterson. Back-to-back finals. Had a pretty good run here last night where he ran his son-in-law in the final, but tonight he's going to have to try to deal with Dan Schneider. As they roll him up in, Tom, who's actually been driving a couple of different motorcycles today, double-entered, but unlike most who double-enter with the same machine, he was running two different ones up and down the racetrack as Dan Snyder dials in at a 6:43, and he will take the head start on the Harley V-Rod. Has been doing this a long time. He came up in the tower earlier today. We were chit-chatting a little bit, and he said, "Oh, I remember this." And I said, "When was that?" He said, "98. I'm like, holy smokes, really? Really? Speaking of anniversaries, do you realize it was 41 years ago this month, 41 years ago, that the old Tucson Dragway ceased operation? How can that be 41 years ago? If I'm not mistaken, isn't this the 25th anniversary of this place? Crazy how time flies. Dan Schneider hoping to take the trophy, the money, back to Colorado. Tom Patterson hoping to keep it right here in the old Pueblo. Both drivers get away on the green. Dan takes the head start. Patterson is picking him up, and Patterson closes it out as the home team celebrates here at Tucson Dragway. 76 on a 75 for the win. Dan Snyder goes 42 on a 43 and didn't get there. Congratulations, Team Patterson. That's a pretty good couple of days at the office, considering that Thursday they literally said, all we're here for is to test. Don't care about the competition, just need to test. And end up picking up wins on Saturday night and Sunday. So Pro should be back there. Sportsman should be rolling in, and Super Pro, as quick as you can fill them and chill them, we'll take you right back. Tom Patterson parks in front of the tower as he's done so many times. Apparently they finally turned the suck knob all the way off. Nice job down there, Tom. And everybody. It apparently takes a village. 17 people and 6 motorcycles and whatever else they did. And here comes Pro Round 6. Chris Citro and Carson Heath. Carson in the blue car over on the right side. Going to be off first. Chris Citro. Going to have to wait for just a second. Actually, a little less than a second. And the Mustang. And then he'll turn loose. Both cars get away on the green. The Ford and the Chevrolet. One of them's going to come back and run one more time tonight. It's going to be Carson. It's going to be a double breakout. Carson goes under by 6 thousandths of a second. Chris Citro goes under by 16 thousandths of a second. Ooh, pick me, pick me. Margin of victory is a hundo on the double breakout. Carson had the better reaction time and used it to his advantage down there. So he will advance. Hopefully we've got all of our super pro guys back there. Our Sportsman final should be ready to go. And that'll be that. What? Oh, yeah, and the junior dragster final. Hopefully they're back there as well. All right, here comes the other pair. We have, but come on down. Super Pro and Sportsman, we're ready for you. Joe Kidd's in the truck. Chad Sandlin's not. Joe Kidd got the win light. Chad Sandlin didn't. 6,400, dropped it dead zero. Sandlin had a couple thou in his pocket on the reaction timer. I think it was 24 on a 23, and Joe Kidd got there first by 009 to go dead zero for the win. And apparently I still can't count because I thought we were down to the semis and we're not. Here comes Don Hall and Brett Spence as we are running the quarterfinals here. Hall in the Valiant gets a half a bulb. Spence in the Nova obviously has to wait a half a bulb. Don Hall, Brett goes 005, and we'll see that Chevy 2 back again. 649, 103 miles an hour for the wind. 684 for Don at 101 miles per hour. But he was on the wrong side of the tree by 0.05 of a second. And it's gas and go for everybody. Quick as you can get back, we'll take you. That's juniors, that's sportsman, that's pro, that's super pro. Quick as you can get back. Juniors rolling out. Carmen Nelson in the right. The silent, deadly. Dial in 804. Parker Schroeder in the left. The popping and banging. Dialed in 795. Yeah, go ahead. Hey, Super Pro, we are getting ready to run. If you are not in the staging lanes, then we are getting ready to run without you. Hopefully, you are on your way. Two bulbs lit, now 3, now 4. Both drivers are off on the green. Carmen crushes the tree with a 009 light, and that's going to translate into a win. 805 on the 804, 789 on the 795. Parker was way quick. Got there first. Broke out doing it. Put Carmen into the next round at 82 miles an hour. Now, will it be Parker Schroeder? I'm sorry, will it be Brian Price or will it be Mason Tuck that takes on Carmen? That's Mason backing up, doing a little dry hop part 2. The LAT machine. There's Brian, who's dialed on the floor. Handicap on the last one was 09. Handicap on this one is 11. Action advantage going to go to Brian. Win light going to go to Brian. Dead on 8. How about Brian Price? 057 left first and was able to lock out Mason. On the last pair, Schroeder was 44 and locked out. You don't think it's the right place, right time kind of sport? So our final now is set for the juniors. We should be ready to roll into Sportsman. Hopefully all of our super pros have got back. We'll be able to get wrapped up here at a reasonable hour tonight. Army Slade rolling up with the old S10. Taking a nice little jaunt. All by herself. And then come back around for the final. Leaving 006 early and going 11:17, 62 miles an hour. We'll use that information to come back and see what they can do on the final. Now we'll figure out who's going to be in the other lane in that final. Well, who's going to take on the Pontiac? Will it be Angel? Will it be Russ? Right lane goes first by a little more than a second. The Pontiac awaits. Red light start, Angel. 4 hunt too soon. Points of red light at the orange car, so the final round is going to be the Oldsmobile and the Pontiac, 8:18. For Russ Lindsay, they both basically had a free run here in the final. 8:18 at 82 miles an hour for the win. Angel goes 7:12, 95 miles an hour. We hit the gas about 400 too soon. And I do believe our Super Pro cars are rumbling back there, ready to rumble their way forward. We're ready. Send them. Looks like we're going to start with the dragsters picking on each other this time. That's Colby Fuller. That's Luke Macavicchia. Luke's going to go first by a hundo. Make that a 10th, not a hundo, a 10th. Hey, numbers is hard. I would say you tried doing this on no sleep, but I know you guys have all tried doing this on no sleep, so. Colby Fuller makes his home in Georgia, but he is spending the winter out here with the Williamses. Both drivers taking a breath before they pull in and stage. Luke goes in first. Colby goes right in behind him. 006 just left last. Luke goes 002 and then 501 for the win. Colby hits the reaction timer 006, which ain't bad, but it wasn't good enough. It was 494. Looked like he might have got down there and bailed. Both drivers crushing the tree, and Luke making the right decision down at the finish line. And now it's going to be Pat Neal and Ken Passerby. Pro, we are ready. Quick as you can get back, please. Pro, quick as you can get back, please. Sportsman, that goes for you as well. Oh, red light for Pat Neal. Kenny Passerby goes 001. 683, that's a winner. Pat Neal goes red, 17, and then goes 652. They both run one above with a 0. Pat red, Ken 001. Lenny Fife and Keoki Desa coming at you now. Keoki rolled his way down here from Las Vegas. Lenny Fife calls Tucson home. As he rolls forward with the Camaro. 2 seconds is the handicap. Too soon. Keoki Desa 461 on the 462, 149 to speed, 6,600 after he bulbed his way out. And Nacho Rivera going to take the solo. Pro and Sportsman, hopefully you guys are headed this way. Please and thank you. All right, Nacho. Let's see it. $25 here, 66 down there. And one more time, everybody that is still in competition, all cars, all classes, if you're in competition, we are ready when you are. Joe Kidd, Carson Heath. Carson in the beautiful blue 65 deuce. Joe in the truck. Bulb and a half. Handicap to the right. They're off on the green. Carson's out there. Here comes Kidd. Wampata, wampata, wampata. 641 on the 640. Joe Kidd's coming back for the trophy dash. Carson goes 714 on the 715. Couldn't get there. Was 4 back at this end. Joe Kidd runs 1 above 5 to lock him out. I believe we've got our Sportsman final back there. For anybody that doesn't live here, everybody that does live here knows, if you are headed out when you get on Houghton, Keep your speedometer on the right side of the sign, if you know what I'm saying. The Sheriff's Department does keep an eye out there on Houghton Road. We love the Sheriff's Department. They're great neighbors. They're great partners. But we don't want any of you guys to meet any of them guys tonight. Just saying. They're nice guys. You just don't want to meet them tonight. Here comes the trophy dash. Sportsman final. Pontiac and an Oldsmobile. Army and Russ. Slade has got to be hoping that his lucky number is 3. Because his head start is 3:03. Both drivers just got a free shot last time. Slade on the by run. Lindsay on the red light. So they should be pretty comfortable with where they're at. They're in and ready. Right lane. Gotta wait. Gotta wait. Gotta wait. And now gotta catch. Gotta catch. Gotta catch. Slade left a little bit early on his practice run. He left a little bit late on this one, but he's going to get away with it. Wow. Wow. A 1:03 light for the win, and then 11:21, 62 miles an hour. Russ Lindsay had the reaction advantage in his pocket, then goes 8:22 at 76 miles an hour, and ain't going to get there. Congratulations, Mr. Slade. The Pontiac G6 for the win. No. All right, here comes the other half of the semifinals in pro. Since Joe Kidd was still in twice, he won the first one, he hot lapped back around, and it's kind of like this. If the left lane scoreboard comes on, Joe will race himself in the final. Or if the right lane scoreboard comes on, Brent beat him once, going to have to come back and try to beat him again. Simple as that. whole lot of handicap coming at you here. 1200s is all there is. Brett Spence hoping to get the win and earn the rematch. Joe Kidd hoping to get the win and take home the 2 biggest checks. Juniors are in the lanes ready to go. Super Pro should be loaded in the lanes as well. Both drivers are away on the green. Can Brett Spence beat him once? No. Joe Kidd will race himself in the final round. He's 14 on the tree and then dead zero down the track. Spence goes 51 on the 52 and could not get there. So Joe Kidd is the winner and the runner-up. Speaking of winners, we got a happy one down there in front of the tower. Congratulations, Ms. Slade. All right, hopefully everybody that's still in competition is back there. We get the Junior Trophy Dash coming at you, and then all that'll be left over is Super Pro. I'm not sure that car's big enough to take that check home. That's probably okay. I'm sure if you come up and ask nice, Robin will cash it for you. But only if you ask really nice. All right, on 3, everybody say, who needs a race car? The junior final, and what has been an absolute war in the junior ranks. First, we had, well, a ton of cars. Second, we had double entries. Third, we had second chances. And here in round 7, we've got 2 cars left. Brian Price left, Carmen Nelson right. I shudder to think, since electric cars have become a thing in the junior ranks, and I wouldn't say that there's a million of them out there, but there's definitely a few. What's going to happen when Elon goes, hey, I got an idea? Fun fact, this place right here, Tucson Dragway, the first place on the planet that an electric dragster ever went 200 miles an hour. When Steve Huff came down here and a little test session and beat the rest of the world to it. The beauty of electric cars, you don't have to worry about the weather changes or the oil changes or running out of gas. Although you do have to remember to plug them in from time to time. Carmen going to leave first by 10th and a half. The final two juniors of a long, long weekend of juniors. And they are both away on the green. Both of them kill the Christmas tree down at the finish line. Dead on Brian Price. Picks up yet another trophy. He's 005, dead 8. Carmen Nelson was 12. Carmen had one thou to deal with down at the other end. Couldn't get there. Goes 807 on the 805. Not a bad weekend for Carmen. Pretty darn good day for Brian. Congratulations to both teams down there. That really is not a bad day at the office. I see Joe Kidd has made it back up to the return road. Hey, Joe. Hey, Joe. Congratulations. Heck of a job. I always knew one of the brothers had some driving talent. I just wasn't sure which one it was. Now I know. And all that's left is Super Pro. Are we there yet? I'm ready to be there. You want to know how ready I am? This is how ready I am. That wasn't what it sounded like. Nacho Rivera and Ken Passerby. Dragster says I can run 465. Ken says I'm going to need a little head start. And that's what he's going to get. A little head start. A little more than 2 seconds on a head start. Final going to be all dragsters? Or is the final going to be a mix and match? Sixth out, the separation at this end, and Ken Passerby gets the nod. 685, 96 miles an hour. He went down there and dropped Nacho right on his head. 464.7 on a 465, breaks out by 3 thou. Nacho had 6 thou in his pocket. He got the stripe by 4 hundredths to break out by 3 thou, and I'm telling you, Kenny Passerby went down there and absolutely threw that baby in park. So he's going to have to come back and deal with another dragster. Will it be Kyoki Desa or will it be Luke McAvoy? I'll let you know in a minute. .37 is all the handicap there is here. So whoever wins this is going to come back and give somewhere in the vicinity of 2 seconds head start to Kenny Passerby in the final round. both get off on the green. Slight advantage to Kyoki Desa at this end. Advantage Kyoki Desa at that end. He was holding 12 thou. He got there first by 13 thou. That's going to be a winner, 464 on the 462. Luke goes 501 on the 499. Comes up short. Holding 12, taking 13. Kyoki will come back. And it'll be Phoenix against Vegas in the final round. Over to pits. Attention to pits.